confident that out of what we are busy with here today would actually set the tone for this district, this region, the Garden Route, to be the pole barrier for the rest of the country in terms of everybody and all the role players putting shoulder to the wheel, and to make sure that we make sure that we set the tone for this district to become the resilient and the progressive district, not just within the Western Cape, but as I was saying, for the rest of South Africa. We also came up with a lot of priorities out of these initiatives which we've embarked on. And just to mention about a couple of the priorities is for us to make sure that this district consists of 7 local municipalities. And what is crucial for us is that all 7 municipalities' economies to be connected as one, not to be in competition with each other, but for the economy to be diverse, and also to make sure that we complement each other in our different endeavors. We also made a decision that this region a couple of years ago was also regarded as a food basket. So a resilient agricultural sector is also one of our key priorities. And due to all the issues that comes with climate change, water is a challenge as we speak in some parts of this district. So we also want to secure a water future to make sure that the economy does not get erupted, because every now and then we will then be or might be faced with some drought, which some areas are expecting drought, but these are issues that we definitely want to make sure that we overcome it by becoming a water secure district as well. Another priority is that we live in a beautiful part of South Africa, beautiful part of the Western Cape. So we're well renowned to be a tourist attraction district, the Garden Route. Hence, we've changed our name from Eden to Garden Route, because the Garden Route, as I was saying, it is a world-renowned name within the tourism sector. So we also want to make sure that we become a sustainable tourist destination. The COVID-19 have showed us that we need to be a diverse economy, and tourism is definitely plays a key part of us turning our economy around after the struggles and the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me come to what we're busy with here today as the priority is that energy is crucial in terms of what we want to achieve here today. But I know that there are experts in that field. We are well represented. There are people with the know-how, our international guests as well. Thank you very much for making the time to be part of this. So the experts will definitely give us the pointers in the right direction. But what I do want to say to everybody who's part of this is that you are also in the company of a municipality or a district that is politically stable. We do have the political will in terms of implementing whatever lessons which might come out of this session here today. And also, we're very, very aware of the fact that it is one of our major mandates as a district municipality to make sure that we deal with solid waste, to make sure that we deal with energy matters, to make sure that one of the things that we've learned out of the previous engagement is that beneficiation is key for us to become very sustainable. And I said earlier on that I'm fortunate that we do tick the boxes, because everything that is required in terms of what outcomes we would like to see out of this, we do tick those boxes. But from where I'm sitting as a politician, and I've just alluded to that we do have the will to make sure and to make the relevant decisions timeously, so that the lessons learned out of today can be implemented as quickly as possible. And I will also try my best to sit it out for as long as possible, so that I can engage and so that I can learn from the learned people on the platform. So I'm looking forward, and I know that I will learn a couple of lessons out of this with my colleagues, the other councillors who are part of this. So I'm looking forward. Thank you very much. But I'm also privileged in the sense that the next presenter is a gentleman very well known to me. This guy, I knew him when he was in the fishing industry. I knew him when he was in the hospitality industry. And whilst he was big in business, I can also attest that he's got a very good heart, and everything he touches turns into gold. I'm also aware of initiatives where South Africans, or we as politicians, we keep on talking about empowerment, we keep on talking about entrepreneurship, everything that would uplift people, that would make sure that people's livelihoods are secured. This guy, I know of a couple of entrepreneurs who have been assisted by him when he was in the business field. I know about some businesses which received seed funding from this gentleman. I worked with him between 2006 and 2011. We were both councillors in Beto, Plettenberg Bay, and we both learned the political ropes at the time. And in 2009, with the 2009 elections, both of us were given an opportunity to climb the political ladder, to go to the provincial government. And whilst we were considering the offer at the time, we then agreed that I'm still going to remain behind and to make sure that we will have a hotline between provincial government and local government. He then went and he became a provincial minister in 2009. If I remember correctly, he was the Minister of Education in his first term, and in his second term, he became the Minister of Roads and Public Works. And ladies and gentlemen, it just did not end there. This man is a man with a vision. It's a man that when he set his sights on something, he does not rest until it's achieved. Today, he is the special advisor to the Premier. So now I'm having double hotlines, so things can happen ASAP. And he's passionate about everything he does. And I'm really happy, and I appreciate his time for him to be part of this. I'm not sure whether he has joined in as yet, but ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to introduce the special advisor to the Premier, Ellen Wendy. Let us put our hands together, or virtually, for Donald Grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got Donald Grant. I've called him in. He's ready to start with his a brief talk. Please go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Okay.
Good morning, Albert. Thank you for this opportunity, and to memory and the delegates. It's a real pleasure to address you this morning on behalf of the Western Cape government, because there's an apology both from the Premier and from Minister Bradell, whose department has been spearheading this initiative together with the Garden Route District Municipality. So thank you to the conference organizers and delegates. I want to inform all of you that I had a session with the Premier at Leeuwenhof on Tuesday, and I went through your agenda for the program, and I can tell you Alan was blown away by the quality of work that is being done by the delegates. And your little button on the agenda, what really stood out for me where you click here to register is let's minimize waste and maximize value. And, you know, the 5 diverse themes that you've chosen, waste to biomass, logistics and infrastructure, waste and biomass to value, completing the value chain, and then finance and development. And it's all about the 2 primary assets which we have, which are our people and our planet, or our environment in the garden route area. And it's about getting that balance right. So when I shared a couple of thoughts with the Premier, and you know, I've said to him that the view is that we must take is tomorrow, and basically how do we maximize and also improve the balance, because it's actually people who have got us, and particularly carbon emissions and the whole climate change scenario. We are responsible for that as people. And what we're trying to do from the Western Cape government side is to put a team together that's going to work through all 3 spheres of government, both nationally, provincially, and locally. And it's not only the district municipality, it's the other coastal municipalities, Bito, Knysna, George, Mossel Bay, and even Hessequa, because of the footprint where we are wanting to develop and evolve. And above all, what we're trying to do is to get ready for the day after tomorrow. And how do we do things better, but within a more sustainable manner? And this will require, above all, teamwork, but the skills we are going to have to cultivate are innovation and agility in order to create an impact, a positive impact on the lives of our citizens. Because primarily what the Premier is looking for in his team is job-based economic growth and improving the prospects for our citizens. So it's up to us all collectively to develop a plan, which obviously includes budgetary considerations. But it's also not only about thinking, it's about doing. It's about setting the timelines and developing key shovel-worthy sustainable projects. And I can see that this conference has got all the potential to do that today, with an incredible bunch of talented presenters. And it's not going to stop on the 12th of August, because the Premier has tasked us and the district municipality of the Garden Route to report back to his PCF, which is the Premier's Consultative Forum, which is going to include all the district mayors and the municipal managers throughout the Western Cape. So he's excited about what we are doing, but he wants us to share those ideas also with the other districts, so that they too can benefit from it and develop our economy for the welfare of our people in a sustainable way going forward. So good luck to all the delegates today. I'm really looking forward to hear what you've got to say. And it's really a dress rehearsal for us before we take the points that you will make today and share them with the other districts on the 31st of August. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Donald Grant, the Special Advisor to the Office of the Premier. I'm going to introduce you to the next speaker, which is Mr. Gray Maguire. He's going to set the scene from an international, national, and regional perspective. Thank you, Gray.
Good morning, Albert. Sorry, that was just taking me a minute there in order to be able to pull my presentation up and get audio working. Can you hear me fine? And can you see my current slide?
We do.
Right, great. Well, thank you everybody for being here, and thank you very much to Donald Grant and to the Honourable Mayor for their introduction and for getting us going on this very packed schedule for the day, and for keeping us on track so that we can make sure that everyone gets their fair allocation. So I'm going to be mindful of my time as well and make sure that I stick within the allotted time. I think very nice to be following on from the mayor and from Don Grant in terms of introducing the event, but I suspect that this has somewhat to do with the historical nature of this event, which does require a little bit of contextualization. This is a follow-on to an event that I was part of organizing back in 2019, the first Alien Biomass Expo Day, which is a precursor to this event, which was held in Stellenbosch and was hosted by Western Cape Government, where I was working at the time. I was the Green Economy Coordinator at Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, and was supported by a range of different partners. We had really excellent turnout at that point in time. I see also similarly, we've got all manner of representatives from similar and even more diverse organizations that are joining us today, which is really great to see. So this really is a continuation of that initiative and drive by Western Cape Government in order to deal with this key problem, not only of alien vegetation, but the associated problems of water scarcity and the need for job creation in order to be able to deal with this. Just in terms of that establishing that connection between alien vegetation, particularly, and water scarcity, this is one of the initial outcomes that came out of the study that was informing the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework, which I know I've got my former colleagues, John Wilson and Albert Ackhurst, who will be talking to the broader structure later within the day. But the long and the short of the story is that the initial research conducted by the Western Cape Government looking into the best way in order to be able to beat day zero and to help improve the province's overall climate resilience was to look at clearing alien vegetation out of our catchment management areas. As you can see here, if you look at where it is that alien invasives have managed to creep into our catchment management areas, it almost exactly intersects where down. So there really is this huge correlation between the two. And in terms of a bang for buck, by far the cheapest mechanism for being able to free up new water resources lies in getting these aliens out of the catchments. Obviously, one of the hardest hit areas within the province is going to be one of the areas that has relied very much on timber and forestry over the years, and particularly the use of monocropping timber, but also at the same time, and one that is now in the process of engaging the forestry exit areas, but also one that has really high historical rainfall levels. And we all know that there's a significant problem within the area, and it's been one of the reasons why both at a provincial level, but also at a national government level, there's been a large amount of interest in terms of deriving solutions that can meet these key requirements that you can see here in this slide. The need to clear the land in order to be able to remediate, to free up water, to generate biomass that can be beneficiated into products and generate revenue and job opportunities. The idea being, broadly speaking, that there will be ecological benefit, that there will be societal benefit, and that there will be overall financial benefit, both in terms of growing GDP, being able to speak towards our export needs, and also obviously take care of much needed unemployment problems that we have within the country. In terms of the products that we are looking at, and this does extend beyond both the energy side of things and the alien biomass side of things, it also extends into the waste management sector as well, because a lot of these products can be generated from waste products that are currently going into landfill sites in the Garden Route District Municipality. There are two key dividers between the two, the one being a set of different energy products and the other being a set of material products. The way in which we look at this split of products, there are a number of ways of looking at them, but really what we need to be looking at in terms of trying to devise the most appropriate solutions is being able to meet with the beneficiation hierarchy. So really when it comes to the lowest revenue generating opportunities, those are straight bioenergy and biofuel options, so pellets and use of firewood. But as you move higher up the beneficiation hierarchy, timber products generate more revenue. They obviously require more skill in order to be able to develop as well. Biofuels require greater levels of synthesis, and all the way up through biomaterials and biochemicals and nutrients at the top. So things like bioplastics, for example, and pesticides and food additives, which we're starting to see more and more of now. It's great in order to be able to devise a solution that has got a lot of financial beneficiation to it, but one does also need to recognize particularly domestic level of demand that exists across different output areas, particularly for alien invasives. But there are other areas as well, particularly within the energy sector, which we're anticipating seeing significant growth for in the market. So if you're looking at the International Energy Association's net zero emissions 2050 strategy, there is a significant growth in the bioenergy sector. That's both in terms from alien vegetation, but also from waste integration as well. And as you can see here, one of the key things, I mean, there's obviously a tremendous growth from currently around 10%, just over 10% of total energy supply, to over 25% of total energy supply by 2050. And that includes the total elimination of traditional use of biomass at a global level. So that's something that is going to receive a lot of international funding and attention over the years to come. And there is a tremendous amount of interest in terms of having relatively plug-and-play solutions, like, for example, sustainable aviation fuel, which is a drop-in solution. We had actually been working together, the Western Cape government had been working together with WWF and UNIDO in terms of being able to drive a partnership with the EU around a sustainable aviation fuel program. We'd found that there was significant demand within the EU. We could get up to 300% price increase in terms of what traditional aviation fuel would look like if we were able to produce aviation fuel from alien biomass and waste products. We had some pilot funding for that. Unfortunately, the institutional partners that we were looking at developing the project with did not have the appetite at the time. So we're hoping we can start to resurrect some of that appetite now that there's more of an interest in terms of generating green energy within the country. There are also other components in this as well, most notably around the fact that alien invasives are both a problem in terms of a fire hazard, but also in terms of being a solution. So here, looking out over the Knysna Lagoon, everyone's aware of the massive fires that happened in 2018. But 1 year after the fire, there were a range of different soil remediation technologies, soil sausages, soil blankets that were implemented in order to be able to slow erosion and to be able to foster regrowth of vegetation. And they were produced locally within the area using alien biomass in order to be able to stop soil movement. Then obviously in terms of the waste components, I'm not going to go through the entire spreadsheet here, but there are a number of local licensed landfills. However, they are filling up and there is a need in order to be able to engage in waste diversion. I'll speak briefly to the waste diversion flagship from Dbsa, which is a national program that definitely is something to be integrated into the region, and which has a huge amount of potential in terms of being able to look at particularly these types of wastes that are generated within the garden route things that are essentially biomass related, so alien invasives, waste processes, water treatment works, abattoirs, furniture waste, sawmills. They can all be integrated into energy projects. They can be integrated into, obviously outside of fuels, into biomaterials as well as a range of other products. In terms of looking at major sources of funding, there's sort of 5 key areas of funding within South Africa overall. The 3 big ones at the top are very much internationally based funds, which have very large footprints. But when we look at the level of interest that we're starting to derive from multilateral donors, for example, GIZ has got quite a strong focus on being able to channel finance into landscape remediation and waste diversion projects. Similarly, the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development has got a very strong focus on landscape and commercial level projects, waste beneficiation being one of them as well. And there are a number of other NGO-led initiatives as well, including from the Forestry Stewardship Council and WWF and Conservation International. However, it's very important to be able to try and align these programs with state-level programs. So we have the Green Fund operating at national level. There is also the Waste Diversion Flagship, which I've mentioned previously, the Climate Finance Facility, Working on Water, and land care programs, which are all very effective in terms of being able to deliver programmatic alignments. I did want to then briefly mention some of the key points that are starting to come out now out of some of the programs, such as the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition, which is going to get referred to later on in the day by Elani van Wyk, who I work with on that finance coalition. And one of the key areas is going to be about the integration of a new component aligned with the Carbon Offset Administration System, which is the national government system developed in order to allow carbon tax liable companies to offset up to 10% of their carbon tax liability through the use of carbon offsets. Broadly speaking, it's a new program. It came into effect in July last year, but really what we have is a price in the regulatory market of about 110 Rand per ton that companies are purchasing carbon offsets for, because they're trying to save money on their carbon tax liability of 127 Rand per ton, where there is currently about a demand of about 10 million tons per annum and a supply of only about 3 million tons within the South African market. And key areas of focus from national government are nature-based solutions and waste. So we feel that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity here, especially within the landscape remediation and the waste diversion sectors. So here we're seeing that there's an example in the Western Cape, the Reliance Composting Facility in Cape Town, which currently generates about 49,000 tons of carbon offsets per annum. And that is at that rate of 110 Rand per ton, roughly worth about 5.7 million Rand. These levels of income are not currently sufficient in order to be able to drive direct programs on carbon offsetting exclusively. But when they are aligned as part of a broader set of income streams into a project, they can prove very financially worthwhile. And that's very much what the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition is about, trying to align is these various different sorts of revenue streams that projects can look at being able to integrate. And yeah, I think that's all about I had time to be able to discuss and integrate into the conversation. And I look forward to seeing my fellow presenters unpacking all of these ideas in greater detail as we go down the road. If there are any questions relating to carbon offsets in particular, which is what our company Climate Neutral Group is currently engaged in, feel free to send me an email at gray.maguire@climateneutralgroup.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Gray. If you can unshare.
Trying to do that. Give me 1 second. There. Okay. Are we good?
That's good. Thank you very much. I just want to ask, Are there any particular just questions or something just for clarity from Gray or for Gray?
Questions can go in the Q&A and then Greg can answer it there, Albert. That will be 100%.
Thank you. That'll be fine. I'm actually just trying to share something, but it's not actually working. Just one moment. Thank you, Gray. That was quite interesting and yeah, actually provides a lot of clarity of what's happening in the landscape. I'm going to introduce the next theme, and that would be starting soon. The theme is all around, sorry, first off, I'm Albert Ackhurst from the Department Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. I'm the head of component biodiversity, and I'll be introducing the first theme. That will be around waste and biomass situation in the Garden Route at the moment and in the Western Cape as a whole. So we're going to kick it off with a view of waste diversion interventions in the Western Cape, and that will be by Eddie Hanekom from the Department Environmental Affairs Development Planning. And after that, we'll go towards what's happening in the Garden Route district with regard to the availability of biomass and recyclables to implement alternatives. And also then having a look at characterization studies. That will be by Morten Hubber and Johan Gieb from the Garden Route District Municipality. We'll then jump to the province again and look at alien invasive species management and plans in the Western Cape by John Wilson, also from the department and from the Directorate Biodiversity and Coastal Management of the Western Cape Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. And after that, we'll end off with a strategic framework for an alien and biomass economy, and that will be by Paul Buchholz, and representing the Southern Cape Land Owners Initiative and Environmental NPC. So without further ado, and that we are exactly on time, Eddie, can you please share your presentation and proceed? Thanks very much. If you can put that in presentation mode, Eddie.
I'll just gone out again. There's a bit of a glitch, but I'll try to get it up again. I'm sorry about that. Oh my God. I'm sorry about the delay. I'm just getting it quickly. It's like we tested it and everything worked fine, and now it's a bit of a trouble, but we'll get there quickly. Getting there. Okay, I'll just go back to the Zoom. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll try again. Okay, let's now go back to Zoom and see if I can get it up. I'm really sorry about this. It's not getting it. There it is. Let's just get it to
The slideshow and then
unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to get to the slideshow. I'm sorry about it.
Just work it like it is then, sir. It's no problem.
Okay, I'll try to get it. I don't know why it's doing it like that. I'll see if I can do it like that. It doesn't allow me to shift around. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'll have just to go through it. I'm really sorry about this. Why is this thing doing it like this to me? I don't know why it's doing it. Okay, it's just.
Eddie, maybe click on slideshow at the top.
I can't. There is a black bar that doesn't allow me to do that. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no, I think just go ahead and maybe move forward.
Okay. Maybe I'll get to it now. I must just I minimize it. I'll make it bigger now. Current slide. All right. Okay. Let me just go back. Okay. I really apologize for that. Great. Okay. Maybe I must show you my video, and I'm really sorry for struggling. You never know. It's always things like that. We tested it this morning and it worked fine. Thanks for the opportunity, and I would just want to say all protocol observed for all the important guests and colleagues. I'm getting towards the end of my professional career as a senior manager in the provincial government, and each of these opportunities that allows me to speak about something that's very close to my heart is very precious. So thanks for the invite. So let's go on. Oh my God, now it's okay. It's started. Great. I think what we should not forget is that the elephant in the room currently is caused by this little virus, from the COVID pandemic. This virus and the pandemic had a profound impact on the waste industry, on what use of waste as a resource, the cost of waste management by municipalities, and it's really here to stay. So everything that you plan short-termly will be infected by this. We as the provincial government also did play quite a crucial role here in coordinating the Western Cape COVID response and putting together protocols and guidelines and working very closely with the municipalities actually to deal with this pandemic. Just very interesting. If you're a waste person, you'll find it interesting. We've got a lot of actions, but we've been monitored the impact that it have on our treatment capacity. And we've been fortunate all the time. The red is actually the total treatment capacity. The green is actually the 80%, and we set a target that once we hit this 80%, we'd have to go then to plan B. But luckily, so far, we didn't have to go. So you can just rest assured you're in good hands in the Western Cape. We monitor it. We got enough capacity. We can take care of the waste of this pandemic. Just a little bit about that. But just keep that in mind that financially had a big impact from companies, big, small, SMMEs, also the informal waste industry. Now, if there's one legacy that I want to leave for this province, is actually waste is just a resource that's in the wrong place. And by saying that, I'm trying to tell you that if you can get it to the right place, it is a value. So we've seen in South Africa that the default position was to put this thing into a hole. And it's becoming very, very expensive holes because we really have introduced a lot of more strict standards. So we should rather start focusing our efforts in getting this secondary resource as part of a circular economy to the person who sees the value. And I think that'll have a lot of benefit, job creation benefits, climate change benefits. When the mayor started out, he was saying that they're a stable municipality, and I want to agree with that. Governance is very, very important. And if your governance systems are not stable, you're in trouble. And then I also want to say something about this district. It's a very, very interesting district to work in it. We have a lot of forward-thinking people. The Gardener route is doing quite a lot. They're doing exactly what we want in the policy to drive it. And they've got very competent personnel. And I want to highlight the name of a person, Morten Hubby, who's really doing great work, supporting by the management in that region. Now, for us to do our work in the Western Cape, we had to have a very strong governance system. So we've got a Waste Management Officers Forum. We meet 3 times per annum. And that allows us a lot to build capacity, discuss policy matters, and also introduce a lot of alternative waste treatment technology to the municipalities. Then we got the Western Cape Recycling Action Group. that works with the recycling industry, the SMMEs, also municipalities, and from time to time we'll pull in some of the national government departments. Then we also got, and this is happening 4 times a year. And then we got an industry waste management forum. This is the industry who's not the waste industry, but works with goods and services in our province. And we use this as a communication tool with them. And also we alert them to any changes in legislation and how it will be actually impacted on them. And then out of this regional waste management officers forum, we got regional forums, and we got one of the first it was established was actually in this Garden Route region, which is very, very strong, and they're just growing from strength to strength. Then you have to have good planning in place. If you don't plan, and you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. So we're fortunate that we're the only provincial government in this country that all 30 municipalities has got first and second generation plans, and we're fortunate that 25 of our 30 municipalities has also got third generation plans, and a lot of them is going towards fourth and fifth generation plans. We've seen a big improvement in the quality. Initially, it was just for compliance. Now it's becoming a working tool, and you can look at the maps yourselves. Because we score this also when our minister endorses it, and thereafter it's actually approved by the councils. Very, very important in the waste industry is also an indicator is your level of basic waste removal, which is at this stage when we received this report was 95.4%. And you can actually look at the municipalities from the Catalans, the Esequas, Knysna, Mossel Bay, that's in that specific area. They're doing quite well. Then very, very important is that you must have as a waste manager, you must have the different tools to make sure that you can handle the secondary resource. So you'll see that 52% of the municipalities has got bylaws that's aligned to the Waste Act. 32 is not allowed, and we're working very hard, and there's 16 that doesn't have bylaws. So a very important thrust for us in the Western Cape to make sure that municipalities are empowered, that they do have these bylaws. We develop a generic bylaw that's available now that municipalities can use, and we develop it specifically with the aim to provide the tools for the waste manager to manage this waste resource effectively, and also to make it easier for the private sector to transact with municipalities. But in this Eden area, they got very good bylaws, and they're doing a very, very good job. Great. Then we're running out of landfill airspace in this province, but also in this country. We in the Western Cape has realized about more than 5 or 6 years ago, and we're working very hard. It's not to confuse you. Don't confuse you with the detail. The red dots were saying that we had less than 5 years of landfill airspace, and we've learned that it takes about 5 years lead time for a municipality when they start planning, and then everything is conducive and everything is working. It can even take much longer. You know, in the city of Cape Town, they started with a regional facility, and it started in 2000, and it's now 2029, and they still don't have an answer. The red is actually there's urgent attention needed. The urban is where the attention is needed, and the green is satisfactory. What I haven't done, I've been naughty, I haven't included the regional waste disposal facilities in this, but it's just to shock you. We can go down to detail, but it was just to shock you at this stage that we're running out of landfill airspace. So what did we do as the Western Cape government? We follow an integrated approach where a systems approach is being adopted, where landfill is not the default response in the Western Cape anymore. And we really want to say that again. It's not the default response in the Western Cape anymore, because we're handling a secondary resource, and we should really doing something about it and valorizing it. And very important also is that I've heard when the mayor started that we talk about energy. A lot of municipalities, a lot of consultants make the mistake of just introducing one aspect in a system and then think everything will hunky-dory. You can't just bolt a waste-to-energy plant in your system and then think everything will work. You have to look at the whole system. So you must really look at your whole system before you make any decisions of valorizing beneficiation of your waste system. And once you understand that principle, I think your chances that you will be successful is quite good. Then we also follow a policy approach of regional cooperation. I just think there's not enough money in local and the local government sector to do and to go on with business as usual. We have to work together. We have to share resources. And in this case, it's also a very good example at how Eden is doing that. They're doing quite a good job in getting that. And it's not something that we pull out of the air. This is a global approach that's used globally. And just examples, it's used in the USA, India, Japan, Eastern and Southern Europe. And the other thing was to really valorize this resource, to start with aggressive waste diversion, recovery of waste, reuse, and the very important part that we're adding, repurposing of waste, recycling and beneficiation. And initially, you don't have to be a brain surgeon where you start. We started at the biggest waste streams. It's organic and construction and demolition waste. The organic waste is about 40% of our waste in the province, and construction and demolition waste about 10%. 20%, apologies for that. Then we set very strict diversion targets, and it seems that this diversion target, the organic waste diversion target, was probably also going to be adopted by the national department. We're trying to lobby that very, very hard. So for organic waste, and we started about 6 years ago working on that, and we work with the waste industry, with the holders of this organic waste, the technology providers, the municipalities, and we then agreed that we'll set the target of 50% by 2022 and 2027 a landfill ban. And while we're now busy with looking at the waste classification regulations nationally, I'm trying to play an advocacy role also to get it in there. Then as general waste, we set a 50% diversion by 2025. I'll now show you how are we working towards these targets. We also work very closely with technology providers, and initially this organic waste industry was really a cutthroat business, and they did see each and every one as a competitor. We convinced them to work together, and after a long convincing, a long discussions, after a year, the ORASA was formed, and I see Melanie from ORASA Organic Recycling Association is here now. We're so proud of them. They now got a national footprint, and they're doing fantastic work, and they're now whipping us as government to move faster. We also lobbied to put, as I said, organic waste as the agenda item on the national department because they didn't see it as important. We managed to do that. We also lobbied to change the licensing requirements for norms and standards, and we managed to do that, where there's norms and standards now for beneficiation of C&D waste. There's norms and standards now for composting, and we're also working closely with the department. There'll be organic waste treatment norms and standards. It'll make it so much easier for the businesses or industry to get traction and to start the projects. Then we're trying very hard to stimulate the economy by not creating red tape, but really try to enabling environment for the waste industry to operate in. We worked on a project, a Wastepreneurs project, and I don't have time to go into detail, but Linda Langenhoven is in the audience, and we've done a lot. And the Western Cape, we don't call people waste pickers, we call them Wastepreneurs, and we see them in this whole group of SMMEs, and we believe that they can play quite a strong role. We got a very interesting and innovative project that we're running out of this and this year on this. And we also see that when we started out, that I tried to convince you that waste is just a resource that's in the wrong place. I hinted about logistics is very important. About 80% of the cost of waste management comes from transport and collection. So that's very, very important to get that cost down. We've done a status quo analysis in the previous year, and we found out although municipalities in the Western Cape are rendering an effective service, they're not rendering an efficient service. And the average truck age in the Western Cape is about 11 years, and there's old trucks. That's why that's cost a lot of money to operate them. The emissions is bad on the environment, and we started looking at other modes of transport. One is actually waste to rail, and I was involved in also a conference in the Cape Winelands where Transnet were present, and it seems they were quite eager to get their hands on the secondary source as waste, and we try very hard there. We also look at other modes of transport and also getting maybe your SMMEs involved in the service delivery with municipalities, which will drive the cost down. Then we also focused on separation at source. I'll now show you the status in the Western Cape. There's the extended producer responsibility system that started in South Africa. the very important date is the 5th of November, and it means that the maker, the producer, the importer of this product will now have to take care of the logistics cost, and we hope it will happen that it'll have a positive spin-off for local authorities. And we are also trying to facilitate this interaction between the PROs and the municipalities, that they can enter into agreements. Then we also try to promote the uptake of alternative waste treatment beneficiation technologies, working with the industry, also capacitating local municipalities with technical support. We've developed a decision support tool that we help and capacitate municipalities that they can do the scan themselves, not employ a consultant to do the first level scans, and it seems quite well. We also already start capacitating municipalities in this region. And we're also planning an organic waste diversion regional workshop later in this year, and it will make sure that it synergizes with what is done here. And Belinda Langenhoven, you can speak to her about that. But so we're very much in support what's happening here, because it will beneficiate our own action that we're doing with regards to this. Then separation at source, we've seen that 67% of our municipalities has got some sort of separation at source happening in the municipalities. It's in a lot of municipalities, it's not covering all the communities, but in some municipalities it is just a pilot. But we're getting there, and we're trying to make sure that it start getting traction. And we hope this extra lift will be funded by the recycling fee and the extended producer responsibility. Very enthusiastic about that, and it's definitely be a game changer for waste management in South Africa. Then just look at our waste diversion stats. We were at 29% before COVID hit, and when after COVID hit, we had 18%. We've seen that prices were dropping really through the floor. In a lot of cases, there was waste streams that was not moved at all. For a long time, this whole industry was locked up. And luckily, we've seen that in some instances, some packing material has now increases, the biggest increase that they had for years now. But it had a big, and as I said, when I started out, a profound impact on waste in this province, on the whole waste industry, also in this country. And from 29% to 18%, we will really hope to get it up there again. You'll see for the garden route that it's very close to 9%, so a lot can actually be done. And this is now totaling all the waste types that can be recycled or be reused. But we know that the garden route municipality is driving that very hard. They got waste minimization plans, which we were finished, and it's quite fresh. And I think it's in the process of being adopted by the different councils. And yeah, I think that's the right way to go. Then I'll just show you the national waste management target that the country have is 40% by 2025. Ours is a bit different, it's a bit stricter, but we believe that we must have aspirational targets, and we'll work very hard with all the role players in the waste industry to get us there. Then just to show you what are we doing with organic waste. I know Melanie all the time asking, where are you, Eddie? How many people has provided, or how many municipalities has provided? Melanie, so far, 10 municipalities has provided us with organic waste management plans, and we're in the process of assessing that. And we know that the majority of the municipalities is actually in the process of developing it for us. We go further, where are we with diversion? What we've done, we've looked at all the organic waste that goes through the municipal gates, and we've used that, and we've had a built-in waste diversion sort of part in our IPWAS, the Integrated Polluted and Waste Information System, where all waste handlers in the Western Cape have to register on. And you'll see in general, we had 34%, which is not too shabby. You see there in the garden route at this stage, although they were very low with the general waste figures, they're actually doing quite well at 57%. So yeah, kudos to the garden route, I think, and you're doing it here. So you're definitely in the right district to want to do some beneficiation of this waste type. Then what do we have already? We licensed about 14 anaerobic digesters. This is the typical sort of schematic drawing what's happening in an anaerobic digester. There's about 20 big sizable composting facilities. We got the accurate protein where the black shoulder fly was actually conceptualized and piloted in our province, and is now also in other provinces. And also we know that the France government has also bought a couple of plants. And then we've seen Inseco as a small startup company who started and containerized the solution. So we're very enthusiastic about these very innovative technologies. This is actually pyrolysis. We licensed about 3 pyrolysis plants. They're not built yet. Then we got a waste to energy where we use waste tires at PPC the Hook, and then we got about 6 sizable biomass boilers in the province. There's such a lot that I can say, but I think I've run out of time. But very enthusiastic about it, and good luck to all the presenters. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Eddie. That was very, very insightful, and thank you for that that detailed feedback on that. I think, yeah, it shows that we are pulling ahead in the province, especially. I'm going to jump immediately to the next presenters. It's the Garden Route District, talking about availability of biomass and recyclables to implement alternatives, and then also looking at characterization studies. I'm handing over to Morten Hubby and Johan Giep. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Albert. Morten Hubby here. Good morning to the Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager, all protocol observed. My presentation will be on the process and outcome of an organic waste characterization study that we completed in 2018. And my colleague, Johan Giep, will inform you on the process and outcome of domestic waste characterization study that we've done and finalized in the 7 local municipalities. Paul, can you go to the background slide, please? Next one. No, thank you very much. In 2017, Garden Route District Municipality identified the need to implement alternatives to accommodate problematic organic waste streams generated by industry and the local municipalities. Garden Route submitted an application to USAID Southern Africa Low Emission Development Program for assistance to find solutions to accommodate the specific organic waste streams. SALD accepted our application, and an agreement was signed between SALD and GRDM in 2017. The agreement includes 3 deliverables, namely the execution of our organic waste characterization study, the design of a decision-making framework to determine the most applicable technology to implement, and the last one, assistance with the implementation of the alternative technologies in the Garden Route. However, before we could finalize steps 2 and 3, the United States of America decided to no longer financially support the SALD programs in South Africa, so we could only finalize the organic waste characterization study and the outcomes of the study. SALD appointed Siska Krier from Alternative Prosperity Holdings to head the characterization process on their behalf. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you, you've done it. No organic waste generation quantity data was readily available in the Garden Route to make informed decisions on the way forward. And the purpose of the characterization study that we have started was to gather information on the different organic waste generators in our area, the type of waste they generate, and the quantities and the location of that industries in our area. The study has focused on 6 organic waste streams or byproducts, and that was our problematic waste streams that was identified, and that was generation from sawmills, furniture manufacturers, abattoirs, municipal wastewater treatment works, green waste generated in municipalities, and we also included alien invasive vegetation for the purpose that if we need additional organic waste, that we can fall back on the alien vegetation, invasive vegetation availability. Mr. Paul Buchholz has done a desktop study for us during the characterization study, and I see he's also on the presentation list, and I won't go into the desktop study in detail. I think Mr. Paul Buchholz will have more detailed information, up-to-date information. Next slide, Paul. Okay, the availability of organic waste generation information was not the only reason to investigate alternatives. And the following reasons also necessitates the investigation into the implementation of alternatives. And that was the diminishing landfill airspace. And Eddie also talked about it, and in the garden route, it's a real problem that existing landfills are running out of airspace. Then there's also national and provincial legislation that are favoring alternative solutions rather than to landfill, and also a move towards low emission solutions. There's an economic beneficiation of new industry, new job creation also, that was a drive to do the characterization study and the outcome of that. Oh, next slide, please. Garden route district municipality, the methodology that was followed, that the waste managers of garden, or manager of garden route district municipality, in collaboration with the 7 municipalities waste managers, has started to identify all the organic waste stream stakeholders in the garden route. All of the stakeholders that was identified was requested and asked to take part in the study, and 37 of the participants that we've identified has agreed to take part. And the first step was to physically visit the different stakeholders and have interviews with them, and have a look at their processes and also what is happening and what are they producing in a way of organic waste. After that, a electronic survey was compiled in a close-ended format, and that was sent to all the study participants, and they have then completed it and sent it back to the program lead. The collected data was processed and was also tested against publicly available government and research institution data and reports to make sure that the data that we received are usable and viable. This is just a table to show you the different study participants and indices that were available. There was 9 of the 9 sawmills that are in the district municipal area. Only 8 has indicated that they will take part. The furniture manufacturing industries was a problem. We identified 4, of which only 3 has indicated they will take part. Only 6 of the 9 abattoirs that are situated in the garden route took part. All the municipalities indicated that they will take part, but 2 of them didn't have any information available. And the same was applicable to the green waste situation in the municipalities. Next slide, please, Paul. Okay, the report, the final report, characterization study report that is available, give you much more detail on each of the waste streams. And due to the time constraints that we have with the presentations, I've made a summary of all the waste streams. And you can see in this, the waste streams data, that there are a total on the study that was received back and the information is received back from the industry and the municipalities. And there's a proxy statistic that was calculated from different scenarios. And if you want to see more or have more information on that, the report gives you full detail on what data was used and where the data was coming from. Next slide, Paul. We also identified or looked at processes that was already operating in the Garden Route Distance municipal area. And we visited them and looked at the processes. And I can report to you that there was 3 big composting. We're not talking about composting at nurseries and things like that. This is three big composting facilities. One is in Albertinia, one in George, and one in Bito. And they are accommodating a lot of waste from the sawmills and the abattoirs, which they compost. There's also a waste to energy plant operating in George. And then there are 2 abattoir waste rendering facilities. One is in Mossel Bay and one is in Oudtshoorn, and the end product is fertilizers and animal feed. And then there was also a pyrolysis plant, and it was a pilot pyrolysis plant in Sedgefield that has produced biochar and animal feed. But since the study was done, the pyrolysis plant closed and it isn't in operation anymore. Next slide, next one. Next one, Paul. Okay, thank you. That is the presentation on organic waste characterization study. Here's my contact details. If you want to have more information or need a copy of the report, you can contact me and I will send you the report. Thank you, Albert.
Thank you, Morten. I'm going to go right over to Johan at this stage. I think we're running a bit over time. Thank you, Johan. And if you can unshare, Johan is on already. Go ahead, Johan.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Municipal Manager, all delegates, all protocol observed. Yeah, if we're going to just go to the outline of the presentation. I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to run through this quickly. Next slide, please. Right. If we're just okay, I'll just give it's a very high-level presentation regarding the background, methodology, and results of the waste characterization studies that we did in all 7 local municipalities in the district, and then I'll also just quickly discuss the waste that's available in the district for beneficiation. So the background of the studies, I think as we all know at this stage, there's a lack of waste information or lack of waste information is a huge gap, not just in the district, but nationally as well. So waste characterization was identified as a gap in the second generation integrated waste management plans of the local municipalities in the district. So the district municipality decided to assist the local municipalities by procuring the required equipment to conduct the studies. And we did a pilot study in Dbsa municipality in 2015 with the assistance from the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, who gave us guidance in that respect. Then we further rolled out the studies in Mossel Bay later in 2015. And in 2016, we did the studies in Knysna, Hessequa, and Oudtshoorn municipalities, George in 2018, and the most recent in Kannaland in 2019. So it could be considered outdated data. However, at that stage, there were no recycling interventions or programs or new recycling interventions or programs that have been implemented since the studies. So we can assume that the proportions of recyclables are still the same. However, the quantities may have increased. Since the studies, George and Mossel Bay municipalities have introduced a green bag system for the separation and disposal of garden waste. However, that is still ending up at the garden waste landfills. However, it is now separated and could be more beneficial that way. The main objectives of the studies were to determine the composition and the quantities of waste of domestic waste from households and businesses. And when we talk about businesses, it's the small businesses that receive waste removal services and not your larger industries. So to determine the composition of that waste, as well as to determine the amount of recyclables still going to landfill, regardless of the recycling programs that are in place. So the next slide, please. The methodology, the sample size was determined using graphs or appendixes of the Municipal Waste Characterization Procedures, EPA Island, that was recommended by the department. And we determined the sample size in accordance with the number of households and per sub area. The samples were collected prior to the collection day. They were labeled and stored per sub area. We did it per sub area, as we also found that there are some different socioeconomic or income areas generate different types, or the different waste generation trends. And just one example is your higher income areas have more packaging waste. You know, they got the peeled and cut vegetables from Woolies in their packaging, where the lower income areas have a lot more organic waste, potato peels and things like that. And we also did not inform the communities before the study, so there was no to prevent any bias. The details of the samples were recorded, and then the contents of each bag or sample was sorted into 15 different waste types, and that I'll discuss in the next slide. That was weighed and recorded as well. We also, the volumes were also determined using the average compacted densities of each waste type. The mass was converted to cubic meters, and this was to determine the landfill airspace that would be occupied. A total of 4,701 samples were sorted. That equates to 20.5 tons of waste during the studies in all 7 municipalities. The studies also excluded the waste or the recyclable materials that is separated by means of the 2-bag systems or the recycling programs in place, because that information is available to the municipalities and also reported on the various information systems. We also did not determine the water content or the calorific values of the waste, which is often required by prospective alternative technologies. The next slide, thank you. The results. So if we just look on the left, those are the 15 different waste types that we sorted the waste into. Soft plastics were your plastic bags and plastic film and wrap. Hard plastics were like hard or plastic bottles, containers, things like that. Paper, cardboard, recyclable glass, metal. That made up the mainstream recyclables, and then the organic portion was sorted into food waste and garden waste. And then we also sorted it into textiles, which are your rags and materials, wood, which are your treated wood and manufactured wood products, inert waste such as your stones and sand and things like that we find in our waste as well, nappies, disposable nappies, e-waste, household hazardous waste such as your compacted fluorescent lamps, batteries and things like that. And rest was the waste that could not be categorized in the above. Next slide. Okay, so if this is just a illustration in a chart, show you that if we look at 12 o'clock going right, the soft plastics down to metal, the 3%, that's the recyclable portion, and then the organic portion is food waste and garden waste. Going on from that, if we look at the pie chart, it's almost up to a little bit more than 75% of the waste going to landfill that could potentially be diverted from landfill. The next slide, please. So 41% of the waste stream was made up of mainstream recyclables, 34% was organics. The majority of that was food waste. Nappies, surprisingly enough, 7.8% of the waste going to landfill. So it'll be great if we can have something for that waste. The results were fairly consistent across the 7 local municipalities. There were some variations. The most notable was in Kannaland Municipality. The lowest combined organic waste was 18.1% compared to the district average of 35.6%. And this could be due to the climatic and socioeconomic conditions. Very dry area, not a lot of gardens or lawns or a lot of garden waste generated in that area. Nisa Municipality also only had 3.1% was made up of garden waste. They did have a greenback system in place at the time, so it could be as a result of that. The next slide, please. Okay, so the waste characterization study reports for each local municipality are available. We can make that available to all delegates. And just to go into the available waste for beneficiation, other than the organic waste that Mr. Morton Hubby mentioned in his presentation, there are no accurate waste disposal data that's available. So the estimated figures have been determined based on historic and anticipated population growth of the local municipalities. An estimated almost 111,000 tons of domestic waste was generated in 2019. And it's estimated to increase to 121,000 tons in 2024. And all that information is also available in our 3rd generation integrated waste management plan, which we can also make available. When you're considering the distances and transport, as Mr. Hanekom also mentioned, it might not be feasible to look at the waste and all municipalities as a whole due to the quantities and distances that must be traveled. So it could be beneficial just looking at the waste that will go to the regional waste management facility that will be established for the disposal of domestic waste from Bito, Knysna, George, and Mossel Bay municipalities. And there's an estimated almost 77,000 tons of waste in 2019, and that's expected or estimated to increase to 85,000 tons in 2024. Bito, Knysna, George, Mossel Bay, and Hesego municipalities have recycling systems or two-bag systems in place, and in excess of 20,000 tons of recycled material was collected for recycling in 2018-2019. You'll also note that a lot of the figures of 2019, COVID did have an impact on waste generation, so we're using those figures. The tonnages for recycling should increase due to the implementation of waste minimization plans, which will be implemented in 2022 onwards. And this must be considered as, according to the waste management hierarchy, recycling is a more favorable waste management compared to alternative technologies. And then just to mention as well, a waste tire facility is earmarked at the regional waste management facility. This is quite a an attractive feedstock for alternative technologies due to the high calorific properties and the valuable products that can be derived from waste tires. We don't have figures at this stage. Just as the figures that we do have available is the first quarter in 2017 is the waste tire depot that's servicing all the municipalities in the district, and those figures approximately 28,000 passenger tires, 19,000 4x4 tires, 1,000 light commercial tires, almost 2,500 truck tires, 385 agricultural tires, 1,464 motorcycle tires, and 12 off-the-road tires, which are your very large machinery. So that just gives you an indication of the amount of tires that generated in this area. If we can just go to the next slide, please. Discussions with the Waste Bureau have indicated that should alternative technologies or waste to energy plants go up in the district that will use waste tires as a feedstock, that all the waste tires in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape will likely be transported to the facility. So we're still awaiting the waste tire quantities from the Waste Bureau for the Western Cape, and we can also make that available to all the delegates. Healthcare risk waste is managed by the private sector. That data is available on the IPWA system and our waste information system. From a municipal perspective, it's not necessarily waste we have access to. As with hazardous waste, is also managed by the private sector, and we don't have any available data in terms of that. And the available waste, as I mentioned, does not include the organic waste mentioned by Mr. Hubby, and also not the construction and demolition waste currently being disposed of landfill. That can also be utilized as cover material at the various landfills. So that's my presentation. Thank you. Here's my contact details. Yeah, we will make all the studies available and reports available. But if you do require any more information, you're welcome to contact me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Johan and Morten. Really a very clear picture is emerging from the garden route with regard to the biomass and availables and the characterization studies. I'm going to jump directly to John Wilson. He's going to give us a presentation on alien invasive species management and plans in the Western Cape. John, you can take it ahead from here.
Sorry, Albert's trying to share the screen and also unmute myself at the same time. So let me do that again. Okay, share. Please let me know if you can see the screen in presentation mode and there are no windows blocking your view.
It's in presentation mode, thanks. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Everybody, my name is John Wilson. I work for the Western Cape Government Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. And today I will be presenting on the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework. So the main take-home message I'd like to leave everybody with is an understanding of what the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework is and what sets it apart from other plans and programs in South Africa around alien invasive plant management. From a content perspective, I'll do a brief overview of Actually, I'm going to skip over the ecological infrastructure overview because Gray did a fantastic job at that at the beginning of the session. I'll provide you with an overview of the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework, which will include a sort of deep dive into the investment objectives arrived at in the framework. I'll briefly touch on the management unit control plan tool, and then finish the presentation off with a slide on financial and supporting mechanisms for implementation, including an understanding of what our department has already sort of embarked on in terms of facilitating implementation of the EIIF. Right, so needless to say, ecological infrastructure is vitally important. It is an additional option to investments to built infrastructure. Another term often used for ecological infrastructure investment is nature-based solutions. So if you're familiar with that terminology, the two are one and the same. Looking at the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework, it's important to just note how contextual this document is. I'll get into why it's different from the other programs, but its value is in that it's a collaborative product. It's a co-created product by multiple stakeholders and role players around alien invasive plant biomass management or plant management. And as such, it is quite subjective. It looks at threats to ecological infrastructure. It looks at prioritizing these threats to coordinate investment. So it must be seen as a living series of documents, and it will definitely change with changing context, and it will definitely change with implementation of the actual ecological infrastructure investment framework. It's made up largely of four documents, four documents being the consolidated report, which is sort of the glue between the components. It links all the various documents together and provides the high-level rationale, principles, and objectives of the framework. We also have the catchment prioritization report, which is the document that prioritizes catchments for use in the management unit control plans tool, the MUCP tool, which in turn prioritizes investment into key ecological infrastructure. We have the MUCP report, so the Management Unit Control Plan Tool report, which outlines the method of generating MUCPs from the catchment prioritization, as well as an overview of how to use the tool and important assumptions and limitations in its use. And then probably the most importantly, where the tacky really hits the tar, is in the implementation and monitoring plan that serves to act as a monitoring and evaluation framework, kind of completing those feedback loops around implementation. It takes the vision and objectives of the EIIF and it breaks it down into targets, actions, and indicators, and sets roles and responsibilities around those, and including timeframes. So it's really where the implementation happens. And then a value add is the alien invasive species strategy, which is currently in a discussion document. It is envisaged by the Western Cape government that this document will be participated with the public and will inform a future strategy on eradicating alien invasive species in the province. So those are the deliverables from the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework project. So looking at ecological infrastructure, so the EI in the EIIF, there are three main categories of EI that the framework looks at, and those are mountain catchments, rivers, wetlands, and estuaries, coastal environments, and rangelands. And those are important based on the threats that were identified in the process, but also in terms of the vital ecosystem goods and services that they provide. Some of these being water security, water purification, absorption and dissipation of flood energy, the underpinnings of both economic and livelihood strategies and activities, and then supporting our food security, as well as the untangible benefits of recreational, spiritual, and cultural values that many of us enjoy in these spaces. So what sets the EIIF apart? Well, it has the benefit of hindsight. So for the past 26 years, the South African government has been investing in ecological infrastructure. It's by no means a new tool. It's been around for a while, and I think that this is a point of convergence or a point of confluence between the various stakeholders who've been operating on that space over the years. Over the 26 years, more and more people have joined the fray, and I think people have realized that there was a sort of a dearth of collaboration and coordination around investment and investment in catchment. So there were instances of people not collaborating, not seeing additionality from previous efforts. And that's where the value of the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework comes from. Its participated approach means that it holds multiple perspectives on ecological infrastructure in the province. And many role players participated in it, all spheres of government, national, provincial, local, as well as within those spheres, state-owned entities, non-governmental organizations, water user associations, academia, and membership organizations. So it does reflect multiple perspectives on ecological infrastructure investment, as well as multiple priorities. This resulted in the identification of a vision that everyone could support, as well as the prioritization of interventions and investment. There were 4 investment objectives arrived at by the collective for 6 catchment clusters, and one of those catchment clusters being the garden route cluster. The outcome is a spatial representation of where investment should be targeted for the greatest return from investment on focal ecological infrastructure for prioritized threats within and between the 6 catchment clusters identified in the report. So this just gives you an understanding of the catchment clusters. The colors are very similar, so it's not easy to distinguish them, but most importantly is the catchment cluster K, garden route, which is a light gray color towards the southeast of the map on the screen. So just to quickly touch on the vision is, once again, it's a policy confluence. This isn't something that was dreamed up by the people alone. It was sort of converged at through the policy framework that supports ecological infrastructure, as well as participated with the role players, and reads as follows. By 2040, People of the Western Cape live and organize themselves in a way that promotes healthy and resilient ecological infrastructure, so it yields goods and services that support physical, psychological, and spiritual well-being in the face of population pressure, rapid urbanization, and climate change. So moving on to the investment objectives, the first one is to improve water quantity and quality in support of people's health and livelihoods in the province by controlling the threat of any invasive plants specifically and improving the ecological status of rivers, wetlands, and estuaries more generally. So each investment opportunity includes opportunities and constraints in the actual report. It also identifies key strategic actions that encompass that investment objective, as well as the policy context for each. So practitioners can see which policies they need to comply with and align themselves with. Some key strategy actions are improved water resource allocation and management within the province, improved resourcing of interventions, and creating opportunities for livelihoods through skills development and capacitated institutions, as well as through value-added industries. And that speaks specifically to today's conference. Looking at the second, this is the geographical or the spatial representation of this threat, so water security, for the Western Cape province broken down into the 6 cluster catchments, or catchment clusters, apologies. Catchment cluster K is where your eyes should be, and that you can see that this threat, water security, is of high to moderate importance, red being high priority, blue being low priority. So you can see that it's actually quite a high priority for the garden route cluster. Looking at the second objective, which is to reduce the vulnerability of people, property, and the environment to the threat of uncontrolled wildfires. Key strategic actions include supporting fire protection agencies in the drafting of fire risk assessments and the incorporation of these into disaster management agency actions and plans, maintaining appropriate fire regimes through integrated fire management principles and appropriate policies and plans, promoting opportunities for livelihood creation through invasive alien plant clearing and beneficiation, capacity building, and SMME development. So again, directly in line with today's conference and how by doing this beneficiation, we will fulfill many of the canons of the Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework. Again, this is the spatial representation of this priority, and as you can see, it is a mixed bag for the garden route cluster, but of some catchments of high priority, some of low, and quite a lot of moderate priority. Investment objective 3 talks to sustainably support local livelihoods and food supply provided by the province's rangelands through improved land management practices, particularly relating to grazing. Key strategic actions include supporting and incentivizing livestock farmers in the implementation of sustainable agricultural practices, increasing compliance in compliance with applicable legislation within our rangelands, and improved resourcing of efforts. This threat is spatially represented as follows. And as you can see, it seems to be a higher priority sort of inland from the coast, and not a very high priority in the garden route catchment. The last investment objective is to reduce the exposure of communities, the environment, infrastructure, and economic activities to the impacts of increased flooding within the catchment and along the coast. And key strategic actions include exploring incentives for the private sector to promote flood safety and mainstreaming the role of ecological infrastructure in flood prevention and mitigation in planning professions. So engineers, town planners, environmental management being aware of these, the role of ecological infrastructure. And the increased flood urbanization threat is quite a significant threat for the garden route cluster. Garden route cluster, and as you can see in catchment K. Now, quickly just touching on the management and control plans. This is a nifty tool, a modeling tool that the EIF uses. It takes a catchment. This is the Holstead catchment. You can see the dot of Rawsonville over there. This map shows mean annual runoff. Light blue and blue denote high mean annual runoff. Red and orange denote low mean annual runoff. So you can see that the light blue and blue are mountainous areas, and the red areas are low-lying, and it breaks the catchment into compartments. And then for each threat, so for example, water security, it breaks the compartment down and prioritizes each compartment based on that particular threat, so water security. You get an immediate understanding of where your compartments are that require attention for water security. And what it does is it allows practitioners or allows investors to approach the custodian of the MUCP to go, we've got 10 million Rand. Where should we be focusing on into the interventions? And the custodian of the MUCP can actually direct them and say, these are the compartments you should be clearing, and that will be your greatest return from investment. It also allows for a temporal sort of phasing of clearing activities, as well as blended finance. So multiple investors, multiple stakeholders participating on a landscape to clear it incrementally over a period of time. And then to finish off my presentation, just to quickly talk about some of the things that we've got underway. We're looking at financial mechanisms to improve the financial quantum of investment going to ecological infrastructure. Our main efforts have been around water tariffs. We had the Keurboom's Karatra Payment for Ecosystems project, which started in the last financial year and concluded in that financial year. It gave rise to the Keurboom's Karatra Ecological Infrastructure Investment Working Group, which I think will be touched on later on by Pam and Petrus. We're also involved in the Greater Cape Town Water Fund, which is making massive inroads in terms of blended finance towards ecological infrastructure. And there are lots of synergies that we are observing and will be learning from for the ecological infrastructure investment framework. From a supporting mechanism, we've realized the use or the value of philanthropic organizations and NGOs in convening and coordinating private and public sector. They're a very good glue for these two sectors, and they're doing massively good work in that regard. We're also encouraging recognizing ecological infrastructure as a set of infrastructure in municipal speak, so that these interventions can be eligible for infrastructure grants that are made available to municipalities, and then encouraging markets for beneficiation around these byproducts. So we had a project, the Biomass and Carbon Economies project, that started at the beginning of this year, end of last financial year, also concluded in that time. And that sets out to establish a business model around biochar, activated carbon, and wood vinegar in the Karatra catchment. I think that will also be touched on later. And lastly, we're constantly looking to improve our understanding of alien invasive plants in our province. So we've got the Horseshoe mapping project, which is being undertaken by Cape Nature, where they're trying to generate, or they are generating, better information around alien invasive plants in the Horseshoe catchment, and setting a 3-year clearing program in place. And then we've got the Keurboom's and Karatra mapping initiative, where we are identifying what constitutes conservation clearing, and then mapping available biomass based on that approach to clearing alien invasive plants for the Keurboom's and Karatra catchments initially, and then rolled out to the province at a later time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. That was quite succinct, and thanks. Yeah, it provides for a very good view of a wall-to-wall provincial kind of approach in ecological infrastructure. Thanks for that. I'm going to jump to the next presenter. It is about the strategic framework for an alien and biomass economy. I'm introducing Paul Buchholz from the Southern Cape Landowners Initiative, an environmental NPC. Before you start, Paul, I just want to say that we're running over time in some aspects. So I would like to ask participants if they have questions, to do it in the Q&A area, and that we as panelists try to answer most of them. If we've got time left, I'll go to the question and answer open questions, and then also if there are time, any hands that we have with regard to that. Thanks, Paul. Please take us away.
Thank you, Albert, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for the opportunity to provide brief feedback on the project that we're busy with. I think before I start, the project we're busy with is a national project, but I think just to provide a bit of context in terms of the garden route and my involvement in garden route, I think Morton mentioned the invasive alien plant biomass assessment I did as part of their study. Then also in 2010, we surveyed a large portion, about 1 million hectares of the garden route district municipality in terms of invasive alien plant distribution that has been used in the study that John just mentioned to look at the catchment priorities in the garden route. And then also I compiled the invasive alien plant clearing strategy for the garden route, looking specifically at fine scale, at catchments, prioritizing them, and then also looking at costs to clear, and then potential water gains out of the catchments should we clear those invasive alien plant stands. So that's just a small piece on the garden route district and my involvement. Now jumping to the project we're involved with. We have been appointed by GIZ to develop a strategic framework and action plan for an invasive alien plant economy in South Africa. The project partner, Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. And we started in July with the project. My presentation or quick information on the project context. We look at the project objectives and then finally implementation. So as we've been discussing, invasive alien plants poses a threat to biodiversity in South Africa. And I think at the moment, based on the latest information, more than 10 million hectares is invaded with invasive alien plants. And then we're also looking at bush encroachment, and also about 7.1 million hectares affected by bush encroachments. So the study only looks at invasive alien plant biomass and bush encroachment or encroachment biomass. Then climate change impact in South Africa, but also if we look at the recent news on the huge fires in Turkey and the US, it's a real thing, and it's going to happen. And I think a lot of the studies, and John alluded to that in his presentation, that invasive alien plants has been identified as one of the big threats when it comes to mitigating to the environment, but also to assist in climate mitigation. So kind of the rationale for the studies that we must look at the available biomass from invasive alien plants and see how we can put it together in a strategy document. So the key objective of the study is to look at nationally. We look at what's being done in the country and how we can put that together in a strategic framework and action plan to unlock economic opportunities, look at ecosystem rehabilitation, and of course, job creation. As part of our study, we will be looking at the establishment of an industry platform that I think is sorely lacking. A lot of fragmentation in the invasive alien plant biomass industry. We were also looking at identifying leverage professionals. Those are individuals that play quite an important role in coordinating activities within the industry, and also communities of practice, groupings of people that specialize in a certain part of the biomass economy. And then identify business cases for specific geographic sites in South Africa that can help accelerate or fast track the implementation of the biomass economy. Albert, the next one, please. The project will be implemented through 3 phases. Phase 1 being a desktop analysis, looking at what's happening in industry at the moment, and then also assist in identifying stakeholders. Phase 2 will be engaging the stakeholders through a series of dialogues, getting feedback from them, and then putting that into the final document. Phase 3 would be then combining phase 1 and 2 of the project and compiling the final strategic framework and action plan for invasive alien biomass economy in South Africa. We kind of, at the moment with the project, we're busy starting in end of August with the stakeholder engagement process. The desktop study is on the way, and the completion of the project is end of October. And that's it. And I think very importantly, if anybody would like to register as a stakeholder in this project, please, you can contact me and please be involved. It'll be valuable to get your input on this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks. That's very concise, but I see it's a very, very important piece of work. We're going to allow some time for questions and answers. Is there anybody specifically that have an answer to ask any of the panelists? Or any of the panelists?
If you can read from the Q&A and then the panelists can perhaps answer 1 or 2, that's important for everybody. So maybe use it in that perspective.
Good, I'll do that so long. First off, there was a question that's not been, well, that was answered. Gray, there was a question from David Condi. Hello, Gray. Does one register projects for offsets? And we believe the costs are prohibitive. Dave Condi, Waste and Energy Solutions. Gray's answers, it depends mostly on scale. Do you have existing projects and projects in the pipeline? I think that can be resolved by an online or offline communication. Gray, did you want to add anything to that question particularly? you're on mute.
Sorry, Albert, are you calling for me? My internet just dropped.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, no, there was a question about how does one register for projects for offsets from Dave Condi. You said it mostly depends on scale and whether there's existing projects or projects in the pipeline. Just maybe to give clarity on the process that can be followed.
Yes, so just a brief comment on that. It is a very expensive process to engage in carbon offset generation, and it does take quite a long period of time. So really it comes down to one of two angles. The one is really where there is sufficient scale, companies like Climate Neutral Group can engage in the development of the carbon offset asset at risk. And then we would take a share in the sale of in the revenue from the carbon offsets themselves. Where we're less sure.
I think you dropped off, Gray. In the meantime, while I think Gray has problems connecting or is dropping off from the internet, I'm going to go to the next question in the meantime, since we can't hear you, Gray. It was a question by Dion Jerling, and he's asking Johan G. Further to my earlier question, based on your study, is there an argument for a centralized district mega recycling processing plant rather than distributed plants? So, and Morten answered in the chat, he said, hi Dion, we have started to compile waste minimization plans for each of the local municipalities that are nearly finished, that will steer in a different direction on what will be most effective way to follow. The outcomes of the municipal plans will be combined in the district plan to look at possible district approach to implementation of actions. The individual plans will be available at the end of September. Does that answer your question, Dion? And Morten, do you want to add anything to that?
No, Albert. We are waiting for the plans to be finalized, and that will give us indication on the way ahead. So I think we must wait until the plans are finalized.
Thanks, Morten. Then the next question was by Stephen Stead, but the question has been answered live. So I would like to ask if there's any other question from or question or clarity from some of the panelists. And I have one for Paul Buchholz. You were talking about a South African-wide study, is that right, Paul? And in that sense, how does the garden route particularly stand with regard to a bush encroachment, and whether it is not necessarily alien invasive, but just invasive? Is there maybe some clarity on that?
Thanks for the questions, Albert. So answering your question one, yes, it's a national project. So we're looking at all the provinces. In terms of bush encroachment in the garden route, I don't think it's a problem in the garden route. In the garden route, it will be more invasive alien plants. So bush encroachment more in our northern provinces, where it is a challenge. But I think in the Western Cape, bush encroachment is not as a big a problem as our invasive alien plants invading our important catchment areas. I don't know, does that answer your question, Albert?
Yes, thank you, Paul. So, and the question with bush encroachment as well, it's not necessarily invasive. It could be indigenous plants that encroach.
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely. Sorry, Albert, yes. So that could be indigenous.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Is there any other questions from the panelists? To any of the...
He's got his hand up there, Albert.
Sorry, Albert. Yeah, I got cut off again with my internet. Not sure why.
Thanks,
yeah, how far did you hear in terms of my response?
Halfway.
Okay, look, so long and the short of the story is the scale is the real issue. And unfortunately, one also requires expertise in terms of being able to identify which methodology is applicable in the terms of the specific intervention. So It does require some specialist input. We do that as just a basic assessment anyway, but generally speaking, one would need to have at least 15,000 tons of carbon being offset per annum in order to be able to justify the development of a carbon offset asset. So that's just a general rule of thumb.
Thank you, Gray. Thanks for that input. Honorable Mayor and dignitaries and colleagues, all protocols observed. This is the first theme that we've now dealt with. I'm going to hand over to the second theme to Gray.
Albert, sorry.
Yes, Paul.
Apologies. I see Stephen said his question hasn't been answered, so maybe just quickly check.
Sorry, I saw it was answered in.
Yeah, but it says it hasn't been answered. Where can he check? So maybe it can be answered. It said it was answered live, but he has responded now.
That's Stephen Stead's question. Supporting recycling, but no talk of reduction. Preliminary review of international waste to energy research indicates risk, regional air quality from toxins. So I think Morten said it was answered in, but Morten, can you provide more clarity on that? Or any of the other panelists?
Thank you, Albert. I might have done something wrong, but I've answered him. That is also part of our waste minimization plans, and we look at the hierarchy of minimization, and we look at reduction, reuse, reduce, and recycling.
Thank you, Morten. Stephen, does that answer your question? I'm going to go to the last open question, also from Dion Zerling. Thanks for the answer on waste recycling plants. Great to know there are considerations and look forward to the outcome. A question on my field, smart tech. Who is the district contact to discuss the use of AI, blockchain communication technology I should get in touch with? Any of the panelists have a response to that?
Albert, can he explain what he means with all blockchain community technology?
Yeah, sorry, perhaps Albert, I can just jump in there. I'm going to just suggest on that front, in my experience, there isn't anybody who's working from a state perspective on AI or blockchain at this moment in time. The best people that I know who are working in AI and blockchain in the province are probably at the Bertha Center at the Graduate School of Business at UCT in Cape Town. So I'd suggest potentially getting in contact with them.
Thank you, Gray. Yes, I think that makes sense. Thanks for those questions and answers. We appreciate the input from the panelists there as well. Paul, do you want to hand over to the next theme, or?
You can do so. It's great. So you can continue.
Yeah, thanks very much. As I said, Honourable Mayor and dignitaries and colleagues and protocols observed, that was the first theme. We are going to the second theme, and that will be moderated by Gray Maguire. Gray, can you take it from here for theme 2?
Yes, indeed. Sorry, can I just check, Paul, are we intending to have a body break now, or are we going to wait?
After the session, Gray. So that's,
okay.
Yeah, that's after.
All right, well, that's great, because then we are running exactly on time, and
correct.
Thank you to my colleagues for keeping us on track. The second theme, which I'm going to be introducing, is that of logistics and infrastructure. We have, well, it's actually going to be 5 different speakers, but we have Chasabal Rental from WWF, who will be speaking to us on the technical and economic pre-feasibility of biomass waste utilization for production of sustainable aviation fuel. Then Jan-Louis Spoelstra and Gert Ludik. I am actually not sure if both of you are going to be presenting. I know that Gert is going to be presenting from Transnet, and the Ports Authority at Mossel Bay. They will be presenting on the Port of Mossel Bay and freight rail as an alternative to logistic modes. Then Lusanda Menze and Pas Modongi from the Garden District Municipality on the conversion of landfill site into a centralized waste beneficiation center and dedicated economic zone. And then lastly, our main host of the day, Paul Hoffman from the Western Cape EDP, Economic Development Partnership on Waste Beneficiation Cluster Concepts. Tiasa, are you ready to go with your presentation? Yes, I see you are. You're up on the screen and good to go. So please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gray, and hello to everyone from my side as well. It's an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to share with you the findings of our research into the technical and economic pre-feasibility of using biomass and waste for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. I have to say that what I'll be presenting to you today, it's not only my work, I'm presenting on behalf of a joint effort of WWF, the Center for Process Engineering at Stellenbosch University, the CSIR, and Imperial Logistics that all contributed discrete parts of this analysis. So I will give you a little bit of a background on why aviation emissions are an issue and why a market for sustainable aviation fuel is emerging and where and how. I'll try to make the point that sustainable aviation fuel are an opportunity for South Africa. And indeed, if you're following this space, there has been a couple of announcements to this effect. So there's definitely interest, and operators are looking to jump this bank. Local operators are looking to jump on the SAF bandwagon. To understand what is the opportunity, we first need to understand what is the feedstock base, that would be used to produce the sustainable aviation fuel, and then what are the routes to do so. And this is what the techno-economic assessment essentially does. So aviation is considered a hard to abate sector, which means there's few options for its decarbonization. So electrification is not really going to be an option for long-haul flights, at least anytime soon. There is a basket of measures that the industry is looking at to reduce its emissions. It consists of operational improvements, technological improvements, but really by and large, it is sustainable aviation fuels that are the main in-sector mitigation measure. The other ones, of course, being carbon offsets. So it is really, in view of ground transportation being electrified quite quickly and some heavy duty transportation, looking at hydrogen, it is really the aviation sector that is providing the demand pool for biofuels these days. While sustainable aviation fuel is not only bio-based, the expectation is that in the short to medium term, most of it will still come from some form of biomass or biogenic waste. So a number of countries have, over the past couple of years, been putting in some measures to start reducing emissions from their aviation sectors. But in 2016, the International Civil Aviation Organization set the goal of climate neutral growth by 2020. And with that, they set a mechanism to start incentivizing emission reduction on international aviation. That mechanism is called CORSIA. And by 2027, latest, all countries or all airlines will have to start reducing their emissions. That includes South African airlines. There's pilots and voluntary stages before that. Some airlines are already doing it, but at the very latest, by 2027, airlines are going to have to start reducing their emissions. And like I said, sustainable aviation fuel is expected to provide the bulk of those reductions. On domestic aviation, our emissions already fall under the carbon tax net. However, the carbon tax, unfortunately, is far too low at the moment to incentivize uptake of SAF domestically. Because carbon pricing generally is not high enough yet to incentivize SAF uptake, the EU started introducing blending mandates. So from very recently, they require that SAF accounts for at least 5% of aviation fuels by 2030 and a very significant 63% by 2050, which definitely represents an important export market opportunity for countries that have significant production potentials for those fuels. And South Africa is one of those. This is why at WWF, we are busy developing a master plan. The key objectives are really to explore a wide feedstock base for SAF production in South Africa. We had previously done work on energy crops, which I will present to you under theme 4 today. So we are expanding our understanding of what's possible from energy crops to what's possible from invasive alien plants and garden waste, as well as waste gases that can also be fermented into ethanol, which can be converted to SAF. Unlike conventional kerosene, SAF can be produced from a multitude of feedstock following a multitude of conversion processes. So we're looking at many of those as well. And then we're trying to really cost those supply chains to determine how South African produced SAF would measure up with what is available globally right now. As well as importantly, we're trying to get a handle on the socioeconomic impacts of a domestic SAF industry. So watch this space. For that, we hope to be able to publish this master plan before the end of this year, hopefully October, November. But what I will present to you today comes from a study that has been funded by UNIDO in the Global Environmental Facility. And the title of the study was Technical and Economic Pre-Feasibility of Biomass Waste Utilization for Production of Sustainable Aviation Fuel by PetroSA. This is because PetroSA is one of the two facilities or owns one of the two facilities in South Africa that could be producing SAF today, which gives it a considerable comparative advantage since its capital assets are essentially in place. So we were really wanting to understand whether that's a possibility or an opportunity for PetroSA, and UNIDO kindly agreed there should be research and provided the funding for this work. So I think you will hear from PetroSA themselves a bit later on another opportunity for PetroSA to utilize biomass. Indeed, there are many opportunities or many ways that biogenic material could be introduced to PetroSA. But we focused really on their oligomerization process, because this is the one that could produce sustainable aviation fuel immediately. It's not the only one, but it's probably the easiest one or the most obvious one to start with. That could also be operated relatively independently from the GTL facility, so it would be just easier to organize. So if we zoom in a bit into that process, we see there's still a variety of feedstocks, starting from sugar juice or molasses, and then a variety of lignocellulosic feedstocks, so bagasse, garden waste, cleared AIPs, possibly even woody crops, and of course industrial waste gases that could be either they could go either through chemical or a biochemical, thermochemical or a biochemical conversion, or a combination of the two, to produce first, second, or third generation ethanol, which could then be supplied to the oligomerization plant, also known as the conversion of olefins to distillates plant, where it could be then further processed into sustainable aviation fuel. This could be, so the potential ethanol requirement of this plant could be up to 300 million liters per annum. So how do we supply these 300 million liters per annum? We looked at some potential feedstocks. We looked at, as I mentioned, sugarcane or molasses from sugarcane. And we know where those can be found. It's with the existing sugar mills. We looked at industrial off gases. This is mostly carbon monoxide, which is an exhaust fume of steel and ferroalloy plants. Again, we know where those are. We also looked at the garden waste for, again, where we know which are and which statistics are collected for it and published, which is, as we heard, not in very many municipalities. But the big one is really the alien invasive plants. And while we're waiting for the next national inventory on alien plant species, we have asked the CSIR to give us a deduced estimate per province, because the last national inventory is now over 10 years old. A lot has happened since then. So the CSIR managed to kind of give us a shortcut to, a more up-to-date estimate. And they basically came up with around 37 million tons dry, that is oven dry tons of alien invasive biomass in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape province, which are likely to represent the most obvious catchment for any ethanol that should be produced for petrol-based consumption. And then there's another 26 million tons in total that is fairly accessible. So we use the 35% slope threshold as something where conventional harvesting machinery can access. So that would not be really the high cost, most difficult to access alien infestation areas, but what can be reasonably achieved at scale. Of course, just because something is a waste doesn't mean it doesn't carry any sustainability risks. So the RSB, so we follow the RSB sustainability principles and indicators for a quick high-level sustainability risk assessment. And essentially the feedstock that we are looking at don't pose high sustainability risks, and they also pose low indirect land use risk. Well, some. The main concern really here is on the actual carbon fluxes or the actual greenhouse gas benefits of some of those. For the molasses, for example, it's important to note that the sugarcane production in South Africa is quite carbon intensive, at least some of it, certainly the irrigated cane, and molasses as a byproduct or a co-product of sugarcane needs to be attributed with part of that greenhouse gas burden. And so it can happen that the SAF produced from those molasses might not meet the minimum savings threshold for that SAF to be certified under any of the accredited sustainability certification schemes. And there's also some concerns around invasive alien plants and labor practices used in some cases, and the use of biological agents to limit the spread that could negatively affect other species as well. So it's not, it's not a slam dunk just because something is a waste or a co-product, then it's for sure good to use. Now that a sustainability risk assessment still needs to be carried out and any mitigation measures might need to be introduced. But back to our ethanol supply chains. So Imperial Logistics developed a network overview for the different options. So you can see here on the diagram that some of the feedstocks, so the lignocellulosic feedstocks especially, would have a primary transport leg and would need to be pre-processed in these facilities before its secondary leg to secondary transport leg, that is, to PetroSA. Whereas molasses and industrial off-gases would be converted to ethanol where they are produced. So they only need a secondary transport leg to PetroSA. And that obviously has a bearing on the cost of the supply chain. In terms of just availability, any of these feedstock individually should be able to supply the necessary ethanol that PetroSA could use in a year. So there's a possibility to have a single feedstock sourcing strategy or a multi-feedstock sourcing strategy.
So you're going to need to start to wrap up, please.
Okay. Let me then, so for the invasive avian plants, we needed to conduct a center of gravity to determine where the best place to convert them to ethanol would be, considering how, the density of the infestation. And that this exercise identified Ceres, Mossel Bay, Mthatha, and Queenstown as the best locations for a second generation ethanol plant. And then when all the full supply chain has been costed, this is pretty much the result. So it shows that ethanol, so this is the average cost per liter of ethanol delivered to the gate of PetroSA in Mossel Bay. And we can see that the molasses are considerably cheaper than other options. So that's first generation ethanol could be delivered to PetroSA under 10 Rand per liter. The industrial off-gas is at around 15 Rand per liter, whereas second generation lignocellulosic based ethanol at around almost 20 Rand per liter. So if you look at the cumulative costs over 20 years, we can see where these costs lie. So the feedstock cost, so the clearing of the aliens is really the bulk of the cost, or a very significant part of the cost of second generation ethanol. And this is really where a partnership with public works programs such as the Working for Water would make a lot of sense to lower that cost. So just, okay, my last slide. It's clear from the result that if you really just wanted to minimize the cost, we would source all the ethanol from molasses. However, if you wanted to have additional objectives, such as more job creation and improving drought resilience as a benefit from these supply chains, then it would make sense to introduce at least one IP-based facility. And interestingly, actually, then it would be the one in Ceres and not the one in Mossel Bay that could provide the cheapest IP-based ethanol, as well as having one or two industrial off-gas-based facilities. Then you could achieve multiple objectives with this value chain at an additional cost of around 1 billion Rand per year. And yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chasa. That's an incredibly information-rich presentation. So yeah, I think we'll definitely be looking forward to going through that report more in depth and being able to wrap our minds around the outputs from that. We are running a few minutes over time at the moment, so I'd like to then hand over to our colleagues at Transnet and the Ports Authority. Are you gentlemen online and ready to go with your presentation? Outstanding. I see the presentation is up. Excellent. And then if we can hand over to you, Jan-Louis.
Yeah, good morning to everyone on the conference, also to the Executive Mayor It is quite a privilege to be able to talk to you just in brief, and I will try and stick to the time. My name is Jan-Louis Spoelstra, Transnet Freight Rail. I'm talking to you from Johannesburg today, but quite passionate about the rural lines. I am responsible for the branch lines in South Africa, so the lines in the area of the Garden Route District Municipality are all part of what we are responsible for. Just before I start with the presentation, just a comment from on the previous presentation. Just take note that when we need to transport any material for processing, the selection of rail as a solution reduces the CO2 emissions by at least 80%. And that is when we use a diesel electric locomotive, not an electric locomotive or any future technology locomotives. So when the WWF talk to Imperial, they may perhaps not suggest rail as a solution. So perhaps if I can just start with that. As a bit of an overview, you find that we have rail lines covering every local municipality in the bigger district municipality area. I try to indicate it on the map itself. The operational lines itself, giving us the linkage to Port Elizabeth and in future also back into Bloemfontein via the Graaf Reinet line. We also have the link from Mossel Bay to Worcester. And then what will become operational in future, and I will touch on that just a bit later, is the George to Knysna, which will go out as a public procurement event for a concession to be awarded to the private sector for the refurbishment and then operations on this line. And there is a relevance to what we are talking about here today on this conference with this specific line. We also have some non-operational rail lines, like a line from Oudtshoorn through to Calitzdorp, and then the portion of the Port Elizabeth narrow gauge that ran all the way into Avontuur, which is in the George municipality, which for now is also not operational and will require quite a bit of investment to get up and running again. An old line that used to run from Toes River through to Ladysmith was abandoned in the 80s after the Laingsburg floods, for the people that may be interested, just in a bit of history of the Transnet network in this area. Now, just before I start talking about how we are changing and the focus inside Transnet Freight Rail, I just wanted to touch on some of the important changes that is happening in rail transportation in South Africa. Now, the first is there's a white paper on rail reform that defines the new national rail policy. And this is very much to address the situation where all the responsibility was placed on two state-owned entities or state corporations, being PRASA and Transnet, creating two monopoly companies. And with the difficulty in state funding, the funding models of these two entities, Transnet and PRASA, means that rail is not playing the role that it must play as a competing transport mode. And for that, the changes is then proposed. Part of this changes must then enhance the competitiveness of rail, but then also adjust the institutional arrangements so that we can see growth of freight on rail, but also passengers where it can be used. It also means that what is important, perhaps as an example, that proper integrated transport planning is required. For example, central government made available to the George municipality about 400 million for the bus rapid transit system. Yet we have rail lines running in the municipality, and when the municipality and the transport engineers looked at how do we address proper transportation, the use of the rail, especially linking places like Victoria Bay or Wilderness back into George, was not yet considered. Hopefully, with the implementation of the white paper on rail reform and the new rail policy, that will happen. The second is that private sector participation in rail activities is becoming more and more important. And I just refer to what the President said in the State of the Nation addresses last year and this year. First, the establishment last year of the Infrastructure Fund, and that team is working with us on looking at very specific projects where we can bring in the private sector to invest with us in the railway environment. So the George Knysna branch line is one, and then perhaps just outside of the Western Cape, you will quite soon also see some more branch line opportunities being advertised in the Eastern Cape, in the Free State, and then through terminals in the Western Cape towards Elgin, that we also want to insist to get the traffic moving with the help of the private sector onto the different most effective and lowest emission-based transportation. The second part, and that came from this year, is the whole focus, again, that the President announced, the importance of our port strategy, as well as the fact that we need to bring more automotives down to the Port of Coega, creating more space for growth in the Port of Durban. But with that, also the announcement of the separation of the Ports Authority from the rest of the Transnet business. And I think Gert, who will follow up on me, will just take some steps to just explain what's happening on that side. Mr. Pravin Gordhan, the Minister responsible for Transnet, made a very good opening statement at the launch of ARIA, ARIA being the African Rail Industry Association, where he talked about open access and allowing private operators on the rail lines in South Africa. And this is linked to part of the implementation of the National Rail Policy, where there will be a vertical separation happening to allow for an operator to be given access other than just Transnet Freight Rail to operate freight trains on the rail networks in South Africa. It is not an overnight process. It will take a bit of time, but also what the Minister stressed, it will start with the branch lines. And all of these changes will lead to attract, encourage and regulate the private sector, their activities within the rail environment. And hopefully this can lead to more investments taking place on the rail environment inside South Africa. So how is freight rail adjusting, or Transnet Freight Rail? First is, and this started last year, we have refocused structures. We have 6 main corridors, and the Garden Route District Municipality falls under the Cape Corridor. And we're trying to bring much more decision-making down to the different corridors. So from Cape Town, Russell Baatjies, who is in charge of the Cape Corridor with his team, is very much working with us to see what it is that we can do for all the rail business that we can attract in the different areas. The whole process to allow for the private operators to be allowed is happening. And so the separating of operations and infrastructure, and especially the accounting separation, will hopefully be concluded by the end of this calendar year. you know, we promised initially to the minister at the end of September. It may take a bit longer after we lost quite a bit of time after the hacking, as well as a refocusing of attention during the problems with the looting in the KZN province. With that, the concessions on branch lines is being expedited, and we will, before the end of March, advertise at least 12 to 15 different opportunities in the country for the awarding of concessions. And this will be integrated branch line concessions, similar to what we awarded on the Ceres line throughout the country. And this will also then ask Transnet to redefine some previously core networks into branch lines for inclusion of these lines as part of the private sector involvement in this infrastructure. The focus will then also be on the growth of freight on rail, and we need to expand into more commodities. Our initial commodities, I list them there, but it was mainly based on mineral and mining commodities, then with containers and automotives added to that. Part of the problem with that for Transnet, in my view, is that iron ore, manganese, and mineral mining, which is mainly your chrome and ferrochrome, is all linked to one industry, and that's the steel industry in the world. If the steel industry goes through a depression, Transnet suffers. We know that coal exports most probably already reached its highest point last year, and it will start to decline as more and more countries move into renewable energy. So the future of Transnet cannot be built on just mining commodities and export of coal. Containers and automotives will provide a growth opportunity, but it will then also be supported by the expanded commodities that we're looking at. First is agriculture, where we've started with the fresh fruit initiatives as well as grain, trying to define how we can actually gain a lot of that specific commodities on rail. And we are making good progress, especially with citrus fruit on rail in reefer containers in the Limpopo province, going through to the port of Durban. From Ceres, there's now regular trains running through again to the port of Cape Town. From Elgin, we want to do that, but we also need to understand how we are going to start to attract the fruit coming out of the eastern border of the district municipality, which is the Langkloof. How do we get that traffic through to the port of Cape Town or the port of Nuga, also back onto rail? Then fast-moving consumer goods, very important for us to focus on, and then also waste on rail. So if I can jump into the waste on rail, and our understanding of the inclusive opportunity is that the countrywide opportunity is in the region of 109 million tons of total waste that is being collected, that for now is being transported either into dumping sites or to some extent into treatment plants or energy generation. And this will continue to increase slightly. We don't have proper waste mitigation strategies yet in the country. But what is important is that the total waste being transported is more than the double of the export iron ore. You know, our Sishen Saldanha line, where we run these massive 342 wagon trains, 7 of them per day. If we had to move waste in the same way on that line, it will mean that we will have 3 times the number of trains running. For the Garden Route District Municipality, in the region of 210,000 tons in total, the estimates that we've gathered from the Western Cape studies, and that's about 7,500 lorry loads per annum. What is important is also to understand that the Western Cape Freight Strategy, as published by the Provincial Department of Transport, already identified that the value of moving waste on rail is immense. particularly with regard to the potential cost savings. And efforts must be taken that we can complete the feasibility studies and ensure that we can use the branch lines, get the connections required, and we can have all the transfer stations located so that we can actually get the private sector to work with us to look at using rail for the movement of the waste, whether it's to Petro-SA at Mossel Bay or whatever other site it is. The development of the intermodal transfer stations will enable other commodities to be containerized and to be then also loaded on rail, with the added benefit that we increase the amount of rail freight. And what is quite clear, and I didn't include that as a specific slide, is that density on rail reduces the cost of traffic on rail, meaning my current activity between Worcester and Mossel Bay is hardly anything to talk about. You know, if I'm lucky, I have 1 train of cement per day. If I double up that amount of trains on that system, I nearly half the cost. So the marginal cost for that additional traffic becomes quite low. And if I again double up, you will find that I can move down to about 30% of my current cost. And very soon I can become cheaper as a rail environment than the current road. And all of that will allow the competitiveness of industry in the Garden Route District Municipality to become more competitive for the linkages of the products that they produce for the rest of the country, whether it's up to Gauteng, KZN, or to the Cape Metropole. You also have
to wrap up for us, Jean-Louis.
I will be quick. The other benefits is just the externalities in accidents, infrastructure damage, congestion of roads, air pollution, noise, and land use. And remember that the Garden Route wants to be known for tourism. So I think that we need to get a lorry that may smell a bit bad off the roads and onto rail so that the tour buses cannot look at that. Just what is required when we start looking at waste on rail, we need to look at the complete design, an intermodal solution, where we look at the collection bins, the locations where we need to get these terminals located, the wagons on rail that we need, but also the road vehicles that will be compatible for using these bins for the collection or the movement into the terminals and the centralized waste processing location. What is just important in the little graph I'm showing is that we need to also understand that the length of haul on rail, there's a break-even point where it will become cheaper. If it's too short a distance and the road is perhaps too long, it becomes a problem. So we need to do that intermodal work just jointly. Just also for sharing the information, we had some examples of moving waste on rail. We used to run the Knysna municipality's waste to Petro-SA up till 2006, when unfortunately the severe 1 in 1,000 year storm damaged the rail line, and Transnet took the decision not to repair the line to save on insurance claims. They were worried about the impact of claiming and fixing the lines of future years' insurance premiums. But we are still a service provider, and the photo that I'm indicating is from the city of Cape Town to from the Athlone Centre to Kolbaskrol. And we are in the process of looking for the future of getting more of this services running for the other metropoles, whether it's Nelson Mandela Bay or the Johannesburg Metro, the Tshwane Metro, that we are working on this. And what is important is that we are asking in the George Knysna Railway concession tender that the consideration of reintroducing waste by rail from the Knysna Centre, where the collection of both the Bito as well as Knysna municipalities waste can be placed on rail, that must be a consideration for the bidders, for participating in this specific part. So just to wrap up, the feasibility study is required for us just to look at the location of the waste, the design of the equipment, to also understand, is sorting taking place at source or at destination? That will also impact what we are left with, to move the sorted waste with value, perhaps to other recycling or further value add centers, like the paper or the steel, aluminium, and the like. And then the use of technology. And I just need to mention it here. We're also working together with NEXA, the Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa. Dr. Jaco van der Walt, working for NEXA, developed a very nice plasmaification plant for the treatment of waste. And we believe that that's a scalable modular solution that can also be considered. One of the spin-offs, it also produces syngas that can be used also for the production of ethanol or other commodities. But we need to ensure that this collaboration can take place going ahead. And with that, I'm wrapping up. Can I hand over to Gert? I'm stopping sharing on this side.
Yes, thank you very much, Jean-Louis. And Gert, if you can bring up your presentation.
Morning, colleagues. Yeah, I've asked Paul to drive, so I see it is on screen. Can I confirm that you can hear me and that you can see me?
You're good to go. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Gert Ludik. I'm the port engineer here in Mossel Bay from the operating division called Transnet National Ports Authority. We're one of the operating divisions and soon to be corporatized, like Jan-Louis said, to give effect to Section 2 of the Ports Act of 2005. So just to give you a little bit of context of what the NPA does, we manage 8 commercial ports along the coastline of South Africa, starting on the east with Richards Bay and Durban, then the central ports being East London, Kuga, and Port Elizabeth. Then where I sit currently, the first in the western ports, Mossel Bay, then Cape Town and Saldanha, and then close to the Namibian border, East Port Nolloth, currently being managed by Dbsa, and then there's a plan for Boegoebaai to be developed. If you look at the core functions of the National Ports Authority according to the Act, we are a landlord to promote the use and improvement and developments of ports, as well as controlling the land within port limits, and then having the power to lease land to port users. We are also the master planner, which is the bulk of the presentation today, to give you an indication of how we plan, improve, develop, and maintain port infrastructure. We're the regulator and controller, so we do apply rules to control navigation within port limits and then approaches to ensure the safe navigation of vessels. We're the controller of port services and facilities. We must ensure that there are facilities for the port users, and we also have the authority to enter into license agreements to license other parties to provide these facilities. We are marketer and administrator to ensure that the facilities are adequate and affordable. We are change agent to be transparent and to the advancement of previously disadvantaged people, promotion of representation of participation within the port system, and then we also coordinate with other state agencies, all to serve the economy. Now, if we just to look at, I see there's 5 minutes, I'll rush through the slides, but giving importance to the slides. The role of Mossel Bay Port mainly is to serve the oil and gas industry, as well as fishing and tourism. If you look at the picture on the right, there the pink is our multi-purpose terminal, where we do the bulk of our cargo, then fishing as indicated along Key 3 and Keys 5, and then we also do have a ship repair facility as well. And our objective is to expand our infrastructure to support oil and gas exploration, provide facilities for cruise liners, and then also to develop a waterfront on the western side to also enhance the tourism industry and support it. That is important to the garden route. We move to the next slide. That just gives you an indication of our ambit of control. It's the port limits on the left-hand side. On the southern side, it's St. Blaise all the way across the bay to the mouth of Kleinbrak River. Then if we move to the next slide, just highlighting connectivity of the port. If we look at road network, we have a good connection from the regional access road, the R102, which is connected to the N2 freeway. The N2 freeway links Mossel Bay to George on the east, as well as Cape Town on the west. Then there's lower capacity urban roads also supporting connecting the port, George Road being the main one, and then access from Marsh Street. Go to the next slide. I don't want to hop on that too much. There is rail connectivity. Like my colleague Jan-Louis mentioned, there is an abundance of capacity. It's underutilized. So there is a great opportunity to bring in cargo via rail into the port. Then just to give you an idea or an understanding of how planning works in the port, we divide our horizons into three spheres: short, medium, and long term. Short term being 0 to 10 years, medium 10 to 30 years, and then long term beyond 30 years. So what is important to understand in the short-term layout, there is projects and capacity that is based on validated demand. So that is projects that will occur in the next 10 years and will support the port users and the local as well as the national economy. Key to the projects for Port of Mossel Bay will be the extension of the breakwater, the refurbishment of Key 4, which is our multi-purpose terminal, as well as the refurbishment or total renewal of Key 3, which is the fishing quay. Quite extensive work that will be done on that. Then if we move to the next slide, the medium term, then you will see where we are aiming to. With the breakwater extended, we can then develop further the multi-purpose terminal, which is currently in pink, and then to also have a cruise liner facility on the outer side that will support the tourism industry, as well as we're moving the small boat harbor from the inside of the port basin to the outside, indicated at point 3. Long-term plans beyond 30 years, that is also repurposing of the multi-purpose terminal for more maritime commercial activities, and then the upgrading of our SPM. I didn't mention that. Our key activity for the Port of Mossel Bay is our 2 offshore mooring systems that we do have, the offshore terminals, the SPM and the CBM, and then we will be looking to upgrade that in future. Then with a minute to go, artistic impression, there is we have gone that far to create that for those of you that know Mossel Bay. So there is an artistic impression of the extended breakwater with the Key 4 expanded to the northwestern side or your bottom right hand side. where we coexist with the tourism industry. Then just I think what's of importance to the audience to consider, what do we have to offer if you're considering the Port of Mossel Bay. Key vessel characteristics that we can accommodate: maximum length overall of 130 meters, maximum draft of 6.5 meters, gross tonnage 10,000 tons, and then in closing, we do have spare capacity on our multi-purpose terminal to cater for your needs. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Indeed, Gert, thank you very much for your presentation there. And then I see we're actually back on time again now, which is very well done on your part. I think I'm going to be handing over to Paul. Paul, are you ready to present?
I think it's Passmore first if he's ready.
My apologies, Passmore.
No problem, no problem.
Passmore, are you there? Perhaps it might be Paul after all.
I can hear Passmore speaking. He must unmute. Passmore, please unmute.
Let me see if I can unmute him from this side. Passmore, we can't hear you.
Hi, Gray, how are you?
There we go.
I was
Excellent.
kicked out of the meeting, so the IT were trying to assist me.
Who kicked you out? Who kicked you out?
Yes.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Let me try
Are you ready to share your presentation?
Yes, let me try to do that. All right. Can everybody see the presentation?
No, just give it a sec. There we go. It's come up now. If you can put it onto slideshow so that we can maximize the slide, that would be great.
Okay, it looks like it's processing. Sorted.
Just a sec. Perfect. Thank you. Go for it.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Passmore from Garden Road District Municipality under Planning and Project Management. We have been doing a lot of work around, clean energy, around how do you create this circular economy. So now we engage quite a number of stakeholders thanks to Paul's facilitation to that. And we hope this platform then provide a space where we can then take all the initiatives and the work that we've been doing before to another level now, where we can have probably actual projects that are being implemented. You would know those that have been probably partnering or engaging that we have always been very clear. We have always been very clear in terms of how do we want to leverage anything that we have to ensure that there is prosperity for the residents of this region. But today I've been asked to talk about, that is our vision, but they asked me to talk about converting the landfill site into a centralized waste beneficiation center and a dedicated economic zone. It might not be probably a dedicated economic zone in terms of the size, but we think it creates a space where you can quickly demonstrate how landfill site can be turned into economic opportunities, not just to see them as dumping spaces. So as such, in Garden Route, we have therefore decided not to call this landfill site. We call it a regional waste management facility. To us, it's waste management. It's not really a landfill site. And in so doing, we are considering alternative technologies in dealing with waste and see how best we can benefit from the waste and make use of it to create jobs, to create economic opportunities, and even to deal with issues of climate change and also to deal with the issues of energy shortages in the region. So I then decided to put this in terms of the national context. So in terms of the national waste management strategy for 2020, they talk of two entry points when it comes to waste. One, which is minimization, and the second one, which is a circular economy. So in a circular economy, then they talk of prevention and the waste as a resource, which I have already talked to in terms of using waste, to create opportunity, using waste to generate energy. That then becomes waste as a resource. So therefore, in terms of prevention, emphasis is more on avoiding and reducing. And on the other hand, in terms of waste as a resource, emphasis is on stimulating a secondary resource economy. For example, recycling, recovery of material, energy from waste, that's where you look at waste as a resource than as a problem, Then I then continued with that national context. So therefore, the circularity, that we are talking about here can deliver substantial savings, of course, throughout the value chain and also through production processes, and can even go further to generate, extra value. So then what we are saying by that is that the moment you look at waste as a resource and look at it from a different perspective, you can then start to generate savings. How do you generate savings? When you talk about minimization, you're already generating savings in terms of the cost of transporting wherever that waste is being generated to the regional waste facility. You are already generating savings to the municipality in terms of the cost of running that service. Then you also create savings along the value chain. You also create opportunities for the different activities, for recyclers, for people who generate energy from waste, pyrolysis and any other technologies that are used to generate energy from waste. So then we think as the region that the main economic driver lies in exploiting the full potential of waste. The full potential of value of waste needs to be exploited. That's how we see it. Then in terms of the national context then, South Africa's strategy of waste minimization and implementing the circular economy would then result in the diversion of waste from the landfill and then the displacement of the demand for virgin material, So that's how this should be looked at in terms of what I've been asked to talk about in terms of waste, and then, using it to create a circular economy or to create an economic zone in the Garden Route. I then zoomed into to the Garden Route scenario, whereby in 2017, Garden Route District Municipality, they reaffirmed their commitment and the greater collective, to climate change response. And the council committed for the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and the National Development Plan. This is captured then in our SDF, the Garden Route Spatial Development Framework. It was then Eden, but now it's Garden Route. So as the district municipality, we recognize that the energy sector in this country is undergoing fundamental changes that they normally define as a sustainable energy transition. And we then took this and put it in our growth and development strategy. So you realize when I'm talking about this regional waste facility, I'm putting it into the bigger picture of the region, not to treat it as a separate entity or as an isolated case. So then our spatial development then acknowledges that the economy is the environment. And as such, we therefore need to do rehabilitation, we need to do restoration to ensure that there is sustainable development in the region. Then the executive mayor of Garden Route in 2019, in his State of the District address, he commented that Garden Route is committed to working with all the stakeholders to realize the region's ambitious energy objectives of energy-driven regional economy, energy-driven job creation, and energy-driven livelihoods. This then, links with what I have been requested to do to demonstrate how a regional waste management facility can be used to stimulate, the economy, to create the nuclei where economic activities can then, sprout from, where you then derive a whole lot of these spin-offs, from that one aspect of the economy, and how the regional waste management facility can be linked to a whole lot of other activities, economic activities that are beneficial to the socially and economically, and also to the environment. So when then one looks at our regional regional waste management facility, we see it as a hub, that we have a whole lot of activities, I'm now talking to things that are linked to the economy as I have been requested by this conference. So number one, it's going to be waste to energy facilities using different technologies, producing biogas. For example, this regional waste management facility is next to Petro-SA. So we see Petro-SA as a client and as a partner, in trying to deal with the issues of waste, but also in partnering with them to drive the local economy and the country at large. Number three, it will be producing steam to industry. Number four, will be producing electricity directly to the national grid. Number five, will be producing hydrogen. I'm sure colleagues, you are aware of how much value is now being placed to hydrogen as a clean energy. Car manufacturing companies are busy producing hydrogen-driven cars. So this is the next future, and we see our regional landfills at management facility, playing a role in that space, capitalizing on the heaps of waste that are going to be collected there and then generate that hydrogen. Then there's also an issue of recycling. So all those things are things that can, come out of the regional waste management facility. Then in conclusion, I then talked about proposed future of the regional waste management facility, that RWMF. The future that we see with that facility is that we must have waste to energy projects, which we are, as Garden Route, open to partner with anybody, like-minded, institutions that want to do that. And we know we can't do this alone. So we need to partner and make sure that we become an energy secure region There's also an opportunity for tire recycling. We're already in discussions. My colleagues, I know Johan Guy and Morton, they've already talked about discussion that we have had with West Bureau in terms of giving them a depot there. There's a council resolution to that effect. The third one is we need to look at liquid petroleum storage. We have companies that we're discussing to provide them space there to, you know, in light of the discoveries in the provided discoveries and any future activities that might need this particular, you know, facility. Then we are also in discussions with companies that can do chemical industries there, linking it to our regional waste management facility and also to Petro SA there. You know, there's going to be lubricants or all sorts of product that can come out of the arrangement that we have there, or of the two entities, which is Petro SA and Garden Route Regional Waste Management Facility. Then we are also looking at, you know, recycling of waste to reusable products. I know colleagues, they are experts here who know that you can recycle that material from a landfill site and probably use it for other products like, you know, making roads. I know there are trials like that in the any other uses. And we also see it as a logistics hub, this regional waste management facility. This is just but to mention a few. A whole lot of other activities that are linked to this, that basically, you know, power the economy and also contribute to the economic development of this region, and in particular where it's located in Mosa Bay. So in conclusion, we are saying the one district plan should be looked at from an eagle's eye, where you look at waste, energy, water, agriculture, all these activities, and see how do you make sure that you create as much synergies as possible, so that you have a one plan. And the beauty of having a one plan, therefore, is that you don't plan it tangent with other government departments or private sector. You plan together, and then you make sure that all the resources are pulled together and they talk to each other, there are linkages, and then you don't duplicate and end up, you know, wasting a lot of resources where it's not necessary. So to us as Garden Route, that is a practical guide for how we share and shape our future together. So our plan for building one district focuses on three priorities. One is creating a new economy of the district that is growing and diversified. I have already articulated to that when I demonstrated the links between waste and other, you know, facets of the economy. Then the second one is that ensuring the district residents are prepared for the jobs of the new economy. Obviously, with technology and clean cities and all these fourth industrial revolution and fifth industrial revolution in place, you need to prepare, you know, the residents for the new economy. The economy will change, definitely. So you need to prepare for that change. And as such, to this end, Garden Route District Municipality have launched what they call a skills maker. And this is specifically meant to address that gap. Then lastly, we would like to improve the quality of life for all that live in the Garden Route. I thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Passmore. Really appreciate your presentation there. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you before we close up the session. So yeah, looking forward to engaging with you shortly. Paul, I believe this is your slot.
Can I stop sharing, Chair?
Yes, you can. I'm going to do that for you. There you go.
All right, thanks.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jay. And yeah, glad to be part of this process. Been looking forward to this for quite a while. And so far, I've been very intrigued with, and I've actually seen the presentations beforehand, and it's actually still intriguing to actually hear it from the presenters. And again, to everybody being on board and being part of this process, thank you so much. And participants sitting nicely. I mean, so I think you're the only ones that can actually stretch a little bit while you're busy. The rest of us are waiting in anticipation for the body break, so we'll get to it very quickly. So I'm Paul Hoffman. I'm from the Western Cape Economic Development Partnership. I'm the project manager for the Garden Route Growth and Development, the Garden Route Development Partnership on this site, working with the district and the 7 municipalities on a growth and development strategy. So obviously the circular economy falls slap bang into it, as the mayor alluded to when he had his intro speech. And also the other side of what we're trying to talk about is to see whether we can get cooperation between private sector and public sector, as Passmore just mentioned, to look at potential clusters, and which is this waste beneficiation facility or center or whatever we want to call it. So I'm just going to very briefly run through that. So we want to create those partnerships, we want to create collaboration, otherwise we won't make it. You know, alone it's not going to be possible. I think especially after our body break, we will hear the kind of requirements that's needed, and whether single companies can do it is one side of it. But I also believe in the principle of private sector driven, government supported, and I think we need to bring that a lot more into play. So without any further ado, I'm just going to just in terms of just placement of the landfill site, for those of you who don't know, a lot of the local people will know, but it's just to the west of Petro SA, as they've alluded to, right on the N2. So there's a space here, it's roughly here, where the landfill site has been allocated, which now can be potentially turned into this waste beneficiation center, as we spoke about, or zone, or whatever we want to call it. I might mention that obviously as a district, we are intending to look at an SEZ, a special economic zone, and this could be a starting point for that looking forward. So very quickly in terms of clusters, and this is a bit of a theoretical approach, but obviously we don't have time for longer thinking about it. So that jumpstarts economies, and it jumpstarts industries, and it helps in maturing and developing markets worldwide. It's been shown and proven across the world. It can be a special economic zone, it can be an industrial zone, a free zone, a technology cluster, whatever you want to call it. So that's the name, that's what's in the name, as they say. So obviously you'll be focusing on sectors and parts of the value chain, and I think today's conference, we're trying to bring that whole value chain into consideration, as Mr. Grant said in the beginning as well, so that we just don't look at a specific short or a small portion of the chain, but actually the whole longer chain. And then obviously look at the right ecosystem, and lastly create that sustainable link, not only to our region, but to the province, the Western Cape, and also to the rest of the country. I think we've got a big role to play. And I'm very glad to hear that Mr. Grant mentioned that, you know, this process might be duplicated elsewhere. So that's very positive to hear. So just to quickly indicate what does a cluster mean? What does it mean to be in that setup? So obviously it's about market access, and sometimes it's better to have that access as a centralized function rather than decentralized. So if it's all in that one spot, it makes it a bit easier to go and look for business. It does give a focused strategy. It will allow for robust facilities and infrastructure. We hope to actually help the process along by favoring regulations, not favoring them, but get favorable regulations and start doing ease of business, referring to EIAs and things like that, for instance, where we actually have to start bringing in potential pre-EIAs in certain instances where it's possible, and help more of a turnkey project process. Development of talent, the Garden Route Skills Mecca is an example of that, helping to find capital and financing, and we'll talk a little bit about financing later today, and obviously promoting SMEs and entrepreneurship, which we'll also be talking a bit later today. So there's a couple of economic clusters that you can work. So sometimes you can work from a business perspective, or you can work from a public sector perspective, a government perspective. And it does take time to get through things. So if you work together, you get to that target a lot quicker. So both will get there in a certain sense, but you know, there's a lot of processes that you need to follow. You're not always sure. These guys are always more looking at economic development, maybe not business growth. But if there's a collective here and a partnering process here, that target becomes a lot easier to create. And just some examples. And I think we're basically sitting in this clean tech area here, which we're talking about. So it's a small portion in the international sampling that's been done through Kearney, AT Kearney. I mean, you can see Africa and the Middle East is actually quite strong on clusters rather than perhaps elsewhere in the world. It's just an example of some of the ideas. And what I want to just quickly look at is some of the enablers that an ecosystem like that does bring. So if we can sort of centralize it, for instance, at the landfill site, current landfill site, or at the waste facility, as Passmore mentioned it, so that does give us that potential to put up a proper infrastructure and facilities in that area. So it can be a collective process, access where the raw material comes in, access to the potential rail, and you know what I'm talking about there. And then obviously looking at regulations and ease of doing business, as I said earlier. And then the differentiating ones will be talking about the focus sector, which in this case is specifically the waste to energy, or the waste to something of value. Let's call it that rather, because it's not only to energy, there's a couple of other things. Maybe as an example, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but we'll only be talking about 2 or 3 of them. But I mean, for instance, waste can go into furniture, it can go into compost, there's into pellets. There's a couple of people on the call that actually are sitting and waiting for this opportunity to start going, and it doesn't necessarily mean it will either be in gas or electricity. There's so many other things that it can go and be turned into. And I think that sector in this whole economy that we are talking about is there. So capital and financing, and again on the call there are people that's actually in that business. Looking at co-investments, it's big money to start putting this together. You saw from Chaza's presentation the kind of money, and is that necessarily for one person to get? And I know that Skalk will be talking about something similar at the end, so I'm not going to preempt it. But there is money more than projects at the moment, so we need to perhaps see whether we can find the right projects, get the right talent developed, and promote entrepreneurship, as we said earlier. So if you look at the whole cycle that happens, I mean, so the first of all, you have to create the demand, and I think that's part of what we're trying to do today, is to enable technology providers or solution providers to speak to solution seekers. So, you know, I'm seeing one of the next steps is actually to combine those two, or to get those people together after this conference, to start talking about that. And then it can go into the facilities. Then it can start looking at the ease of business. It doesn't have to happen step by step. Obviously, it can happen at the same time. Start looking for the right people to work here. Start looking at IP protection. Start looking at other regulations. Get some people and suppliers into place that will help your manufacturing going along, and then obviously going into SMME and entrepreneurship, that we can start looking at other ways of innovative ways of not recycling, but possibly diverting, possibly totally not even get to a landfill, if all that can work well. But I mean, at the moment, we're sitting with that. We're sitting with the invasive species and all those kind of things we want to try and just bring into some kind of place. So yes, there's going to be higher investments as we go along, as time progresses, and we can take it from there. So the value chain elements has been explained on the side here. We were looking at increased sales or increased turnover for everybody in that cluster, looking at services, and looking at final assemblies, and looking at new systems that can be designed. So it must be a continuous process taking place, rather than just here's the cluster, go on and let's see what happens afterwards. So as we pick up on technologies and innovative ideas, and I'm also very grateful that I've seen a couple of international companies being represented from our friends in the Nordics, the Netherlands, a couple of those places that's hopefully hearing this and coming back with their technologies to this process. So some of the things that we will quickly look at here at this point in time is to start looking at the central logistics. So if we can manage that all the alien species, the waste comes in at the central point and then be distributed to the partners in that cluster, that would be great. Perhaps look at a central procurement, bulk buying, central collecting, look at the regional industry marketing process. So obviously the guys in the cluster will form part of that, and there could be a team working on that, a steercom or something. And then we can obviously share infrastructure there, that you don't have to build your own building, your own road, your own electricity connection, everything like that. That will be part of this kind of cluster or this kind of zone that we're talking about there. So sorting, redistribution, and then obviously a training component there for whoever is involved in that process. So yeah, so next steps from this, and as I said, this is very quick and dirty. So I think we need to actually start doing this a little bit more in depth and in detail to look at that potential task team between government and private sector, to work on this cluster concept, to start engaging with some other stakeholders that may not be on the call. I think we've actually got quite a lot of a good variety of people on the call today, so it's actually quite good. And then obviously looking at that industry body that we can work with this. And again, I'm sort of sensing that it can be private sector driven, government supported in a certain way to take this forward. So yeah, open for discussions and questions. Graham, that's been very quick. So we can ask questions if there's anything, or otherwise, if we want to take an earlier body break, we can also do that, obviously.
Yeah, no, thank you, Paul. Very much appreciate your presentation. I think there will no doubt be a few questions. I have a few questions for some of the panelists as well. So we can open up the floor. I see, let's just have a look here. I see that Stephen has written in the Q&A, much talk about circular economy. MacArthur Foundation identified 3 core themes: regenerative ecosystems, design out waste, keep products in use for longer. Please, can we comment on how the Garden District Municipality will be involved in designing out waste as part of their move to circular economy? I think that this is actually quite an important point that also needs to intersect with quite a lot of what it was that Passmore was commenting on. And I wanted to check in and sort of, if I can dovetail with that question from Stephen about how it is that the extended producer responsibilities are being looked at in terms of having a impact on overall supply of waste and different sources of waste. And then also very specifically to Passmore around, you'd mentioned this regional waste facility and about your potential to be able to generate particularly waste to energy, biogas, and potential for hydrogen as well. Has there been investigations in terms of feasibility studies? So I think that's 2 questions just off the bat. And potentially, Paul, if you can also mention about sort of a community of practice, would you be looking at being able to try and develop a physical location for that? Have you started to investigate that? Perhaps, Paul, you can go first, and then maybe we pass over to Passmore.
I think it's early times for that, Gray, and yes, obviously the facility is what's currently the landfill. I mean, that that's a potential of developing that into that kind of a facility. But yeah, it's early times. So I think what we obviously would like now is afterwards to get those guys that may have the potential to look at technology provision and ideas and putting that together. So yeah, we will be chatting to a few other companies and other support agencies to help with that process, because obviously it's quite a big process and a very intricate process that we can't just rush. But at the same time, we don't want to take 5 years to do so either. So I think we obviously want to try and in the next 18 months to 24 months to complete that and actually start working on the site itself. I start to implement. I think we have the technology providers, we've got the technology. Hopefully we can find the money, and then we can take it further from there. So on those other questions, I think I'll hand it back to Passmore, and maybe Morten or Lysandra can come in on that as well.
Passmore?
Thanks, Graham. Look, in terms of the question on the feasibilities, there haven't been any proper, feasibility done. But all the people that have shown interest, they have indicated that with the quantities that will be receiving at the landfill site based on the integrated waste management plan, the details, the data from there, they are saying it's possible to be able to pursue these different, technologies like waste to energy, hydrogen. They say the numbers are fine, but definitely when something then has to happen. I'm sure whoever we are going to partner with, they are going to then do a proper due diligence and feasibility so that they are able to, get the finer details before whatever project is launched. But preliminary, information indicate that it's possible to pursue those other things that I referred to in my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pasmal. Yeah, I see that there's a comment in the overall chat. Okay, that's just about a waste energy project in Cape Town. It's all very well and fine, but I don't think it's not a specific question. I did want to ask of Chasa about the oligomerization facility, just in terms of being able to access that. What is needed in terms of accessing that? Is there going to be sort of national level buy-in at DTIC or DMRE? What level of input is going to be and approval is going to be required in order to be able to facilitate that, as well as initial financing costs in order to be able to run a pilot on something like that? I don't know if you have information on that. And then I also wanted to ask of Gert, in terms of the plans that you have for the Mossel Bay, the harbour, or the port rather. Certainly we've seen in the city of Cape Town, there's been, we've had a number of logistical challenges in terms of being able to ensure that that our ships coming into the harbour are having their needs met. Even things like being able to access electricity on the ships has been problematic over recent years. How do you feel that your plans for the upgrading of the port are going to be impacted on by sea level changes and the increasing likelihood of extreme weather? You are looking at a longer term horizon. We're going to see more and more of that taking place, and there's already been a number of mentions made by speakers in terms of 1 in 100-year events and 1 in 1,000-year events across the district. How does that impact on your plans, and has that been incorporated?
Great.
Oh, sorry, Gert, I see you're coming in there. Gert, please.
Yeah, on that climate impact of climate change, we as a port system are doing a study to see that, to understand the effect that it might have on the entire port system going forward, that will then influence the design of our infrastructure. And maybe, well, there will be changes that need to be incorporated into it. So we are taking care of it currently, but it hasn't been concluded yet.
That's good to know. Thank you, Gert. Chasa?
Look, when we were preparing the budget for a project that would bring like culminate in a pilot campaign of self-production in South Africa that unfortunately didn't, then we were not able to implement fully, but the whole project was costed at 1.7 million, no, yeah, sorry, 1.2 million euros, of which I think only about 10% needed to go to some like kilogram scale or testing, and there was about 30,000, I think, was in the pot to supply that biomass for the biomaterial for the pilot run. So it's not huge numbers to prove the concept with an actual final product that you can send to the ASTM for testing and to confirm that it conforms with all the quality requirements and standards for jet fuel. In terms of access to PetroSA, I suggest you address this question to PetroSA. I would imagine that the board might be interested, and I know that the DTIC is on the board. I think CEF is on the board on behalf of the DMRE, but I haven't interacted with the board, so I cannot comment on that.
Okay, but I mean, overall, in terms of your overall projections around what the scope of production is, a 1.2 million euro investment really is not significant at all. And we have been, we've been seeing quite a lot of interest, particularly out of DTIC, in terms of pursuing both green hydrogen, but also biofuels as well.
Yeah.
So yes, I think obviously it's good to have their support. I'm wondering if we are seeing a similar level of support from our colleagues at DMRE, and perhaps that's a point for some active engagement from members who are busy sitting in on this meeting now, in terms of being able to create some pressure, particularly at DMRE, in order to be able to get behind a pilot program of this nature.
Yeah, sorry, Gray, if you allow me one more thought on this. It's not even necessarily needing to be public money. There is donor funding available. We had donor funding available. There would be private funding available for that. All really need is a change of mind shift, and a mind shift in just accepting this as an opportunity and exploring it, and exploring partnerships that would allow like for a full feasibility and so on. So it doesn't have to drain on any public finances, not of the provincial government, not of the national government, not even of the state-owned entity in question.
Well, that's good to know. I really do hope that our colleagues at Petro-SA are listening to you now. If there is an opportunity in order to be able to explore more green fuel production options, and particularly if there are opportunities to be able to get that donor funded, we do hope that we can start to see more appetite from Petro-SA in engaging with that particular gift horse. Thank you very much, Chasa. And then if there are any other questions.
If I may.
Yes, Paul.
I think just Stephen also asked a question about the designing out waste process. Obviously, that's one of the things that the cluster can work very hard on and actually make it happen. But there's that fine line between that sustainability of what we want to do there with what we're getting as a source, which is your waste and your aliens and whatever else comes in there, versus the long-term, as I said, the long-term sustainability of that specific entity. So so one must sort of just play those numbers a little bit and see where it goes. And I agree with him that the DOW is definitely much of a mustness, and it needs to happen at some point that to fully be a circular economy. Otherwise, we're not a circular economy. Although we talk the talk, we must walk that walk as well. So I think that's very critical what he's mentioning there. So we'll take it internally and start working on that process, Stephen, to see how best we can, as I say, marry the longer term sustainability for whoever's putting money down versus doing what we're supposed to be doing in terms of the full circular economy. So I think hopefully that answers that. So it's definitely on the cards, but the how we just need to obviously look at a bit more carefully.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Paul. I see that we are running almost exactly on time to the minute. Before we break for our body break, which will last until 1 o'clock, then our restart will be at 1 o'clock. If I can just ask Ismail Wambi to come on board, one of my former colleagues from Western Cape Government. We have a poll that we would like the participants to participate in, which you can fill out over the course of the next, I think, 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll be able to just cover some of those responses and get a bit of an idea about who is represented here once we come back. Ishmael?
Thanks for the short introduction, Gray, and thanks to the colleagues for sharing some valuable knowledge on this platform. I will be sharing the link to the MS forms that we've created, which all of you can please participate in for us to be able to generate results that will be presented after the body break. So please be on the lookout for that, and yeah, please participate. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Ishmael. So yes, that will be in the chat. Right, then I'm going to adjourn this particular session. Thank you very much to all being at 1 o'clock exactly. Thank you very much, colleagues.
We're now 100%. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, good.
Yes, there we go. Okay. That's good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Another 5 minutes or so before we start on the next presentations, theme 3, which will be looking at waste and biomass to value. So we hope that you had a good body break and that you're all ready to come back. I know it's a long day, but hopefully you have gained some benefit from this process. So definitely looking forward to the rest of the sessions. I think it's all important to help you as the service provider or the solution provider, and potentially the solution seeker, to get more information and actually start building your own business case around what's available here. So yeah, another 3 or 4 minutes, then we're back on, and then we'll take this graveyard shift, and let's make it a song and dance shift rather than a graveyard shift. So we're looking forward. See you just now. There we go. It's 1 o'clock exactly, as they would say on the radio, and it's time for the news. No, it's time for the next session for theme 3. So we will be discussing, as I said earlier, the waste and biomass to value processes, and we've got 3 very good speakers on this session as well. So I quickly introduce them to you. First of all, it will be Gareth Shaw from PetroSA that will be talking to us about the options. Some things have been said on during the first part of this morning, and hopefully Gareth will shed some light on that. Secondly, we're going to listen to Yassine Salih from Green Cape. He's going to talk to us about the independent power provider legislative impact and what's the possibilities of converting some of our waste and biomass into energy and into electricity and become independent in that regard from whatever is happening out there. And then thirdly, and she's been mentioned as well by various speakers up until this point, Melanie Ludwig, talking about organic recycling solutions, and she's heading up the Organic Recycling Association of South Africa. As we said earlier, it's only potentially 3 solutions, and I know on the call there are many people sitting here with more solutions, but we thought it wise to just to touch on these ones as possible options, purely because they came up quite a lot during conversations during the preceding couple of months, and obviously during the course of this day today as well. It has been mentioned from all 3 those potential processes. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Gareth, who's going to take us through what PetroSA has got to say. Again, please guys, questions in the Q&A, we'll manage them, either direct answers to you or we will ask them in the Q&A afterwards. But maybe before we start, Ismail, have you got the feedback already from the MS, or do you want people to just spend a little bit more time on answering those questions there? Any thoughts from your side quickly? Maybe we can give them another bit to answer.
Thanks, Paul. A bit more time for them, please. As far as I'd looked, we had just had under 20 responses, okay. So there was 19 out of the 120. So we need a little bit more time on that. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much. So what I'm sensing is that people did use the body break wisely. So well done. Something to eat. So yeah, guys, if you don't mind, then answering that what Ismail has placed in the chat room. It's important information because we also would like to see what comes out of that answers in terms of potential future next steps as well. So if you don't mind doing that, and definitely we want to bring solution providers and solution seekers together at some point. So please help us out by answering those questions. Gareth, are you ready? Can you take over from us? And thank you very much for joining us from your side. And I'm assuming Dbsa is in the meetings like you mentioned, but also extend our thanks to him and to you as being part of this process. Over to you.
Afternoon. Can I just confirm you can hear me and see me?
We can do both. Thank you very much.
Very good. There's been a lot of discussion about PetroSA today, and I think it's quite important to give perspective to specifically waste and biomass opportunities. So I'm going to take you through our current situation, some of our plans, and how these might integrate into a waste and biomass opportunity. Let me see if I can make this work. So for those that are not South African, I noticed there are a few international participants. Just to give a perspective of where PetroSA is, we're on the southern coast of Africa. We have gas fields offshore, 100 kilometers offshore Mossel Bay. And we are a gas to liquids operating plant. Most notable now is that the gas reserves for this gas to liquids project are depleted. So our current operations have been shut down onshore. We're keeping the offshore operation ticking over, but we are essentially idling. What's also important to note is in the map that I show here, that there is another gas field offshore that has been discovered by international oil companies led by Total. And they do represent an opportunity in the future to provide feedstock for the GTL plant onshore. If we look at our own operations, I think this is important to note first is that we have been running a number of gas fields offshore that supply feedstock for this synthetic fuel plant. They started out in 1992, the FA field in blue. We then, in September 2000, put the EM field into play. 2007, we put the South Coast gas development into operation. And then finally, in 2014, the FO field. We've now depleted those, and to show you what that profile, apologies, what that profile looks like, give me a second, let's get rid of that. This shows the feedstock supply to Mossel Bay, how it has depleted over time and how each of these gas fields has provided feedstock. What you can see now over the life of the operation, we've now reached below our threshold for operation of the onshore plant. And this means that we have a synthetic fuel production plant shut down onshore. If we look at the potential options to continue operations, we have a number of opportunities and options to consider. We have the first being an imported LNG feedstock. This is where we have liquefied by cooling natural gas elsewhere in the world and then shipping it into Mossel Bay. That has been given some serious consideration. Then there's, of course, the offshore gas supply in the deep water from the Total joint venture. This is known as the Brulpadda or Leiperk feedstock supply. We also have an option where we can convert this refinery into a purely liquid refinery where we import feedstock. And the scale of this can be in the order of 46,000 barrels per day or expanded to 135,000 barrels per day. Now, we've looked at both these designs and have put forward proposals to our board for these cases. You've heard a little bit of talk about hydrogen production. We are able to convert completely to hydrogen production. We are a very large hydrogen production facility. And then failing all of the first four options above, we can go into a carbon capture and storage option, or we can abandon the whole operation. I just want to talk through a number of these options. So if I look first at what do these these options look like. So in a block flow diagram, we have an offshore gas supply coming through to a reforming plant, so we make largely hydrogen and carbon monoxide, otherwise known as syngas. Then we convert that syngas into liquids and refine that to fuel. If we now shut down our own offshore gas supply, which we have done now, we then could go to importing LNG or indigenous gas from the Brulpadda gas fields, and then run essentially the same operation. That does seem rather logical. And in all likelihood, that should be the basis for our future plans. We can, however, switch off the gas processing facilities in option 3, and then just run the refinery end at 46,000 barrels per day, current capacity, or expand it to a much larger refinery. Then if we look at the potential that we have with our offshore carbon storage facilities, we can look to produce hydrogen. And here the international community talks about blue hydrogen versus green hydrogen. I won't go into the discussion of that other than to say is that we're very well suited to storing CO2 offshore. We have depleted gas fields linked to the onshore by pipeline. So we can do this. It will take quite a big change to the operation. We have looked at in conceptual form how we would do this, but have gone no further with option 4. So I want to then take you to the onshore plant via Google, just to give you an idea of how the layout is on the land, and with a particular reference to the waste disposal site, because there is a lot of interest in seeing whether we can couple the waste disposal site to the Petrosay GTL plant. I think why I took you through the various options will become more apparent as I close out the presentation, in that depending on what plan we ultimately take on in Mossel Bay, this will present opportunities for supplementary feedstock from any waste disposal, biogas type opportunities. I was asked to talk a little bit about, to include Eskom in my presentation. I prefer not to, so I will exclude any reference to the power plant other than to show you its location in respect to the GTL plant. It is right alongside us. If we then look at the layout from Google again of the GTL plant, we can show you which parts of the plant, what they look like as different pictures of process plant. And then following on from that, we can put this into a flow scheme. And I'm doing this to show you where the potential interfaces are for biogas or any other form of waste production, such as syngas. So just to give a perspective of how much we use as a feedstock, our natural gas design is for about 200,000 normal meters cubed an hour. I'm going to work in normal meters cubed an hour. We can talk other units if we have to. What we do with this is we bring it ashore and we run a methane reforming plant in 3 separate trains. So to look at the minimum capacity, why I'm going to minimum is because I see that most of the waste to energy plants are very small scale in respect to ourselves. So we're going to try and find the minimal requirements to support operation. So as this plant is now shut down, yes?
Gareth, sorry to interrupt. One of the people said I can't hear you. Can I just get a feel from everybody else? Because I can hear you. If anybody else is also having the same problem, just a quick indicator.
I can hear all.
Anyone of the panelists?
I can hear.
Thanks, Clark.
Maybe I'm talking too fast, so maybe I'll slow down a little. Right.
Okay, a couple of people said they can hear you, so we'll check on that. So continue. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Slowing down a little. The important part of this presentation now is to show you that the minimum requirements for any biogas that you would like to supply us is going to be in the order of 50,000 normal meters cubed an hour. That would be the minimum we would need to start up one of our trains, one of 3. And that's a minimum. That produces 200,000, approximately 200,000 normal meters cubed an hour of syngas as a minimum. So to identify where there might be an opportunity, we need to look at these minimum levels and see whether there's sufficient waste or biomass to make these volumes. Also want to draw your attention to the bottom right-hand corner, where we have a wastewater treatment plant which produces our own biogas. And this is routed to a power plant. It's a little 3-train gas engine facility, 4.5 megawatt. With this in mind, I don't want to go any further into the flow sheet other than to point out the type of products that we make. So we make a full spectrum of fuels from LPG, petrol, kerosene, diesel, fuel oil, and aromatic distillates. Low aromatic distillates. And the other part I'd like to point out is that you heard Chasa talk about using COD. This is the unit to the right-hand side of our refinery. This unit is a very specialized unit. It's the only type in the world that runs like this. We think, and we need to do some more work on it, that we can convert this to operate on alcohol. And this is what Chasa has been looking to identify the potential sources. With that in mind, I need to just then summarize to show you what do I see as the potential for biogas supply. I'm going to focus on biogas. I also understand this could be biosyngas. So I'll try and talk to both of those elements. So the minimum requirement we will need for biogas, if we were to restart our synthetic fuel production, would be a 50,000 normal meters cubed an hour as methane. And methane is just a reference. We can take a reasonably wide range of hydrocarbon gases. that translates into 200,000 normal meters cubed an hour of syngas. That's to restart the refinery. However, we do run boilers onshore, and we can take quite a wide range of fuel into our boiler operation, which we may or may not need to use at any time while the unit is sitting in its current state. And there we could consider anything between 1,000 and 5,000 normal meters cubed an hour as methane or syngas. We're flexible enough to consider any of those options. And I do think this should be an area of interest for any of the waste to energy interested parties. Then the most, let's say, obvious low-hanging fruit is we do have a power plant on site. It does belong to a party who's contracted with us, but that can be solved. The capacity here is anywhere between 600 and 1,800 normal meters cubed an hour of biogas. And it's typically designed to run on biogas. So its specifications for feedstock are very broad, up to, I think, something like 40%, 40% CO2 is possible. So I want to finish there. I see I have a minute to go, just to really say this is the scope of interface that I think we can open the discussion on, to see who believes we have sufficient waste next door to us in our waste disposal site to consider supplying more spray. My own interpretation of this is I heard from Transnet that we are in the Western Cape looking at 200,000 tons per annum of waste. This I see would translate to something like 40,000 normal meters cubed an hour of syngas. And this is really going to be something like 20% of the minimum we need. So I'm honestly not sure that we have sufficient waste coming into the center to try and restart the onshore plant. So I think I should guide you all to look to being supplementary to any operation that we consider in the future. Thank you. I'll take questions if there are, if you want me to.
Thank you so much, Gareth. Now, so if there's questions, I mean, in a minute, they can go into the Q&A, and if there's something you want to answer directly, it's fine. There will be question time afterwards, so we'll come back to you as soon as the other two have presented. So you're welcome to unshare, and then we'll come back to you afterwards. So in the meanwhile, just maybe check the Q&A box if there's anything specific you can answer. But thank you very much for that. I think it's great feedback, and also a good starting point for discussions going forward, Gareth. We appreciate that, and definitely we'll be asking some questions a little bit later to you. Good. I want to then, Yassine, are you ready for action, sir? Are you there? Are you available?
Yes, Paul, I am here. Can you hear me quite clearly?
I hear you, and your screen should be up. So hopefully, let me do that. So you can see your own screen there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
100%.
Thank you very much.
I'll drive it on your demand, my friend. So you can just shout. Okay. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Over to you.
Thanks so much, Paul. As Paul mentioned, my name is Yassine Saleh. I am the project manager for bioenergy at Green Cape. And I've been asked to give a little bit of an overview of the independent power producer legislative impact on the potential market and opportunities that have been highlighted at this conference. Next slide, please, Paul. So I think in order for me to give some background or an overview of that legislative impact, I need to sort of highlight the work that Green Cape does in our focus. Next slide, please. Green Cape is essentially a non-profit organization that drives the widespread adoption of economically viable green economy solutions. We work often with businesses, investors, academia, and government to unlock investment and employment potential of green technologies and services and support the transition to a resilient green economy. So that will include the waste to energy technologies that have been discussed, or any other bioenergy technologies that have been discussed, as well as unlocking the circular economy potential of those technologies. Next slide, please. In terms of our vision, mission, and ambition, Green Cape's vision is a thriving and prosperous Africa mobilized through the green economy. As I mentioned, we interact as an interface between the various stakeholders, key stakeholders for these sort of economically viable solutions. And we're basically trying to help Green Cape become more globally relevant and driving the uptake of the green economy infrastructure solutions in a more developing world context, which includes South Africa, Southern Africa, and other developing regions. Next slide, please. The basis of my presentation is based on some of the work that Green Cape has done. A lot of the work we do crosses a variety of sectors, which includes renewable energy, energy efficiency, utility scale energy, sustainable agricultural, waste economy, water, electric vehicles, and bioenergy. We do develop a number of
Did you freeze, Yassine? Looks like he's frozen. Can I get indicated that he's also frozen elsewhere? Or was it just me?
Yes, I also see him frozen.
Okay.
I'm also seeing him frozen.
That's the internet. Oh.
Maybe if he put his camera off.
Yeah, I probably did so. I just do maybe. Yassine, can you hear us? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll try and get hold of him, and we can then continue maybe with Melanie in the meanwhile, and then we'll catch up with Yassine just now. So is it all right to do that? So Melanie, are you okay to?
Sorry.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right.
Sorry. Yeah.
No problem. We're glad to have you back, my friend. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you so much. Apologies for that. Yeah, it seems that the internet connection seems to be very unstable. I've switched to mobile data, so that should be a lot more stable at the moment. But as I mentioned, Green Cape works across a host of sectors, energy in terms of energy efficiency, utility scale renewable energy, sustainable agricultural, waste economy, water, electric vehicles, and bioenergy. In terms of the outputs that we produce, it includes our market intelligence reports, as well as development of tools, decision-making tools like the Green Agri Portal, Green Business Support Service Directory, and other programs like the Western Cape Industrial Symbiosis, Alternative Service Delivery Unit, South African Plastic Packs, and Green Outcomes Fund. So all of these sort of works and outputs have sort of contributed to our knowledge base and our understanding of the various sector and the impact that it has on bioenergy. Next slide, please. So how does it impact the sort of bioenergy projects in the biomass and waste beneficiation sector? It essentially speaks to the drivers for these markets, and the key drivers that we can highlight and that has been mentioned earlier by a number of speakers is the legislative pressure that is rising for particularly organic waste solutions, as well as other waste streams that have value. Waste disposal costs are increasing as a result of these landfill waste bans. Western Cape has some of the highest landfill gate fees within the country. And then it was also highlighted by the executive mayor in terms of the electricity prices and electricity security. Eskom continues to struggle to meet the demand of energy demand. We heard the incident about the recent plant that had an accident and it exploded. So there is a demand for energy security, and coupled with that, it's not just energy security and increasing demand to meet that security, but it's also about lowering the carbon footprint in terms of alternative fossil fuels, and the electricity generated would be renewable energy to reduce that lower carbon footprint. Next slide, please. In terms of waste to energy projects, it can definitely contribute to all of those key drivers and those points in terms of opportunities. However, these projects need to be developed in a sustainable and viable manner. This is sort of just a diagram to show you what sort of thought process is needed to develop a waste to energy project. Ideally, you want to work on the pre-feasibility development stage of 1 to 3 months and a feasibility stage of 6 to 12 months. However, because these are developing markets, you can expect to double that timeline. And obviously, because you're doubling those timelines, you're doubling the cost, not necessarily directly, but you wouldn't likely to double the resource capacity in terms of time available to develop these projects. The section that I want to focus on is particularly the risk management side, particularly around the legislation considerations. Next slide, please. And it's quite key to know that overall, in terms of a bioenergy project, a very holistic breakdown of the project that you need to consider in terms of legislation. There's 4 aspects. One is your feedstock. The next is the project and the process itself. And then obviously your products produced and your byproducts produced. Next slide, please. In terms of your feedstock, so for waste to energy project, most likely you can use biomass. There's been a lot of discussion around the potential for wood waste and invasive alien vegetation, but there's also the opportunity for plastics as well. And yeah, I'm not referring to plastics that can be recycled. I'm talking about the non-recycled plastics, as well as the soil and contaminated plastics. Those often have high calorific values that are suitable for waste to energy projects, and as well as general waste. We had Johan mentioning earlier the big challenge around nappies as well. We see that nappies do have a potential for waste to energy technologies. So all of these are potential feedstock considerations. In terms of the legislation, it's important to know that if you are going to use a specific feedstock for your waste to energy technologies, you need to make sure that you have consulted the National Environmental Management Waste Act, and because there is a list of activities with thresholds which determine if authorization is required. And essentially what that means is that the National Environmental Management Waste Act will determine whether you need to apply for a waste management license for your project. And also, it will also give you a good indication of where the restrictions lie in terms of the minimum amounts you can work with, or the thresholds where you can work with in terms of developing your project in terms of its size. We also know that the norms and standard for organic waste treatment is currently in its public comment phase. It should have ended a few weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. And we're waiting to hear if that will be fully gazetted and what the final draft of that norms and standards would be. But that would also help ease up the legislative requirements for the feedstock that you will be handling for your project. Next slide, please. Then in terms of the actual project development, there can be a number of technologies that you can use in terms of thermal processing. There can be pyrolysis, gasification, incineration. We've heard about the fuel manufacturing, as well as a number of other technology in terms of creation of briquettes, etc. But these all have licensing requirements around them as well. Most of them are linked to the National Environmental Management Act in terms of if you are doing a thermal process and you are heating or igniting or combusting a particular feedstock, you in all likelihood would trigger the Air Quality Act of the National Environmental Act, and you need to make sure that you don't need to apply for either air emissions license or not. Then there's also the Biodiversity Act and Protected Areas Act in terms of the impact that your plant could have on the surrounding environment as well. Then from a local authorization point of view, you need to check with the local municipality all the planning laws, building regulations, engineering and design regulations and approvals, site and zoning approvals, fire and safety, environmental and waste approvals. All these approvals, you need to make sure that your project meets from a local authorization point of view. Next slide, please. Then from the product point of view, I think this sort of speaks to the IPPs. And as I've been building in this presentation, you cannot just talk about the products that's produced as IPPs. You need to talk of the the project as the whole, or the holistic consideration as whole, as Eddie mentioned in his presentation this morning. But the products that you can produce is most likely electric generation, or production of various fuels that you can use as sold as is, or use for generation of heat, so to speak, or steam. And the way you can use these products is you can either use it on site where the plant is built. You can have an third-party off-sale agreement in terms of being the independent power producer and selling to a third party, or you can have a combination of own use and third-party sales as well, which could be your small-scale embedded generation. In terms of own usage, there's an error on the slide, but the minimum you require, oh, it's not an error actually. The amount of size of your plant would be greater than 1 megawatt or 1 megawatt threshold. That is at that point that you would require generation license. That is currently being amended. There has been a level of amendment in terms of up to 10 megawatts previously. And then the president has also mentioned in previous speeches that they would consider upping it up to 100 megawatts as well in terms of required for generation license. However, the wording for that up to 100 megawatt generation license application is only expected to be released on the 13th of August, which is tomorrow. It was initially expected on the 9th, but it hasn't been released yet. So in terms of current context today, we only know for 100% certainty that 1 megawatt in writing does not require below that a generation license, so to speak. And that's own usage. And then couple with that, if you are going to do third-party offtakes within a particular municipality is a lot simpler than across municipalities. And what we mean by that is that if you are setting up your plant, for example, in a municipality like George, they have already sort of released a draft wheeling framework earlier in the year. And I'm not sure if that has been approved yet, but I can get confirmation on that. But it would be easier to sort of set up your plant within George and have an off-taker within George, because you are using their grid and they have the relevant framework in place. If you are wheeling in terms of transporting your electricity across municipalities, it becomes a lot more complex, because then you need to adhere to the municipality that your plant is set up in. You may need to adhere to ESCOM's framework in terms of wheeling as well as the municipality where the third party that is taking off the energy is set up as well. So those are all the considerations you need to take into place from a legislative point of view. Each municipality will have their own legislation found usually on their website, and ESCOM will have details on their website as well in terms of wheeling and what frameworks are available. But in terms of small scale embedded generation, in terms of when you basically generate electricity for own use and an excess amount you're feeding back into the grid, there is a status of small scale embedded generation in South African municipalities report that was published last year in November 2020 that gives a guideline on which municipalities have small-scale embedded generation frameworks in place with tariffs. But in terms of the actual infrastructure and policies you need to follow, there is the NRS 09723 and 21 specifications that you need to adhere to, and that is based on the grid code. And these are two key small-scale embedded generation standards that your project needs to comply with in order to connect to the grid, so to speak. So that sort of gives a rough overview of the sort of product-based legislation. And then it shouldn't be forgotten in terms of the byproducts that you could produce. This essentially could be like your ash or oils or sludges. You need to know whether you need to dispose of it, whether you can reuse it, or whether it's an additional revenue option. And the reason that is specified because if you are disposing of it, you would need to make sure that which legislation you trigger in terms of hazardous waste or non-hazardous waste or general waste. If you are selling it, you need to know of what sector you're selling it to and are there any legislation that impact that as well. So it's quite important to know what byproducts you're producing and not to neglect the fact that it could have a legislation attached to it on how you handle it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so to give you a sort of summary of all the content that we've sort of provided in this presentation, you can have a look at GreenCape's market intelligence reports. And then for specifically waste to energy, we published an industry brief at the end of July last month. And that gives you a good indication as a sort of private stakeholder whether it is viable for you to explore waste to energy option. And it has a lot more details on the specific legislation that impacts your current situation. Then also recently, there was a Digital Global Biogas Corporation web seminar that highlighted the thermal gasification of wooden biomass and the technology options for that, particularly for what is happening in Europe. So it would be helpful for you to have a look at that as well. And then one additional resource that I did not include on the slide, and I'll put it in the chat, it's the alternative waste treatment guide that was published by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. GreenCape supported the development of that guide. That gives you a good overview holistically of the various alternative technology treatments, as well as the legislations that it may trigger as well. I'll put that link to that website in the chat for everyone so that you can have a look at that alternative waste treatment guide. Next slide, please. Big thank you to the organizers for having me, and I look forward to any engagements moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yassine. It's been very informative. I think obviously it becomes a daunting task if you can start considering what you must and mustn't do. How that will work and how that will be taken forward. So thank you very much for your presentation and for your time that you've also spent on this. So yeah, also thank you. We're keeping nicely to the time so far. So Melanie, if you're ready and ready to go and ready to rock and roll, I want to hand over to you to talk a little bit about the organic waste opportunities and recycling opportunities and solutions that's available. So thank you so much for also joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can indeed.
And I'm going to share my screen.
And I can see the screen, so it's just on full. There we go. Off you go. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks so much. I'm Melanie Ludwig. I'm the chairperson of the Organics Recycling Association, and I also own a composting facility in Cape Town. And I'm going to talk about a waste stream that's often neglected, and that's food waste. Talking about the separation, transport, and processing of this waste. So first, I just want to define what is food waste. It's really anything that comes out of a kitchen. It can be fruit and vegetable peels, tea bags, coffee grounds, meat and bones, bread and cake, dairy waste, eggshells, and even seafood and all the shells associated with that food. What's very important to always consider is there's no point in us increasing our recycling percentages if we're actually creating more waste overall. And each of us wastes about 110 kilos of food every year due to incorrect storage, packaging, portion sizes, and poor planning. And we really need to minimize our waste on that side when it comes to food. There's a very good website called lovefoodhatewaste.com that gives lots of good tips on how to prevent food waste. And there's also quite a few publications out there. When we talk about retailer waste, where it's potentially food that is still edible, this should definitely be distributed to hungry people through food banks and not sent to waste. Why should we be concerned about food waste? About 50% of hotel or restaurant waste is food waste, and then in office blocks we see about 30 to 40%. Also in residential waste we see quite a high percentage is actually food waste. It produces methane and leachate in landfills, which causes climate change, and it also has valuable nutrients that should not be lost to landfills. Food waste is also an important contaminant of dry recycling waste streams. We're going to start with source separation of food waste, which is essential for recovering this valuable waste stream. The This is an example of information that goes out to households in Toronto about what can go where. So they have a blue bin for dry recycling, plastic, paper, glass, and tins, and then a green bin, which is food waste. So very clear as to what can go in, and it will often depend on what the processing technology is as to what must be put into a food waste container. Really, it happens in the kitchen, and that's really the best way to handle food waste. Separating it where it's produced instead of trying to separate out later. If you are thinking about doing a recycling initiative, rather start with the food waste and then move on to other waste streams instead of the other way around, because you're actually preventing that contamination of the total waste stream. It's quite a low-cost sorting method compared to trying to separate it out later. There's a lot of negative perceptions when it comes to food waste. There's something called the yuck factor. Somehow, when you put food waste into a separate bucket, it's suddenly more disgusting than if you put it all together with the rest of your waste in your wheelie bin. There's a perception that it generates odors, attracts flies. You need to do daily collections to cope. A lot of effort, you need lots of bins, and there's a lot of costs associated with it. So in truth, you can actually control odors very easily by adapting your collection schedule and using sealed bins or buckets with sawdust or bokashi. And by removing the wet organic waste, it doesn't contaminate other waste streams, and you can reach up to 90% recycling, and really make sorting of dry recycling easier and more hygienic for recycling staff. Other benefits are you get clean wheelie bins, fewer flies and cockroaches in waste areas. You save the landfill space, which is key. We prevent that leachate and methane production. We recover the nutrients to enrich our soils. We can extract energy, and we can use the compost for soil erosion prevention, land rehabilitation, and to grow food. And it's way cheaper than landfilling over the long term. So in a restaurant or hotel, we'll have pre-consumer waste, which is generally fairly uncontaminated and can be very large volumes. And then we have post-consumer waste, which is the plate scrapings, which is after the person has eaten, and this tends to be quite contaminated with small little items of plastic and glass in some cases. Here we have some food waste contamination that came from a kitchen, and obviously this requires a lot of management on the part of the chef to ensure that Tetra Pak, plastic, and polystyrene is not included in with food waste. So plastic, especially an open composting facility, actually breaks down and becomes very brittle and breaks into very small pieces and contaminates the final compost product. Glass is a huge hazard, especially small pieces, and metal will actually completely rust through the process, but you can have hazardous sharp pieces left over. Really try and keep it out of the organic waste. Here is an example of some food waste compost that went onto a lawn, and you can see after about a week the grass had really responded and there were good nutrients in the compost. The homeowner, however, wasn't happy with this amount of contamination. This was 5 cubic meters. I was ecstatic that this was the only contamination they had managed to find in the 5,000 liters of compost that had been made from food waste. A lot of municipalities have this idea that you can make a compost product from mixed solid waste, where they actually take the mixed solid waste, shred it, and compost it. What you get is a very poor product full of small contaminants, and it's actually only good for landfill cover. So please, rather don't try and do this with mixed solid waste. Packaged food waste is another important waste stream from retailers through fridge failure or expired food. It needs to all be removed from the packaging, and in South Africa, it's a wonderful opportunity to create more jobs through manual depackaging. If you would like, there are shredding machines that are available. This is the Scott Turbo separator that will break open all the packaging. What does actually happen is packaging material is mixed and very badly contaminated, and often that is all landfilled and lost, and only the organic fraction is actually taken for processing. A manual depackaging is a much better option. So transporting this waste once it's separated can be quite complicated, and bicycles have become very popular, but however they are not a very practical solution because food waste is 80% water. It's very heavy and wet. You can't use plastic bags because they tend to tear. Compostable bags are quite expensive, and sometimes they're actually not correctly certified compostable. One of the ways to transport food waste is to use bins with swap bins with no bin liners, and then the bins are washed and swapped out. Or the bins can be put into a sealed container or vehicle and cleaned at the waste producer. Difficult to compete with municipality compactor trucks as far as costs on transport go. So that is definitely something to need to be addressed. Here are some of the bin options. You have a smaller, on the left-hand side, the 5-litre container in a kitchen, in a household to collect food waste being generated there, and then 100-litre wheelie bins or 85-litre ash bins for transport on a vehicle. There are some solutions for types of vehicles that we have seen overseas where there's a vessel on the vehicle and then a bin lift, and the material is then put into that container on the vehicle. Processing of food waste is actually really very simple. You can use very basic technologies. On the right here, you can see this is food waste mixed with garden waste being burned with a front-end loader to make compost. So our composting options are open window composting, passive or forced aeration options, in-vessel composting, potassium fermentation. You can also do vermicomposting with earthworms. There's anaerobic digestion and black soldier flies. And a waste producer would have to decide if they want to have an on-site solution, depending on their waste volume, or off-site. So very important to look at the economics of processing food waste. So if you have a high value product, something like anaerobic digestion producing electricity, you often have high capital costs, a high tech solution, and low volumes of waste can actually be handled at these facilities. If you have a lower value product, something like compost produced from an open passive aeration composting facility, this is a low capital cost, low tech, high volume waste solution. The aim is always to be more economical than landfill, and also to site the facilities closer to save on landfill costs. What's really important, that there must be a gate fee, because any processor of food waste is accepting liability for that waste, and we need to ensure that the facility is sustainable. Some of the challenges we face is persuading food waste producers to recycle food waste. It's not important to them, too much effort, too much costly. But what we really need to communicate is that there's limited landfill space and there will be waste crisis. Very helpful has been the legislation, the new norms and standards that have taken the place of the compost permits. Unfortunately, no hazardous organic waste can be composted under the norms and standards. But what's always positive about legislation is that if there is a complaint against a facility, you do have protection against people who just want to close you down. And we're also quite excited about the organic waste landfill ban coming into effect next year, and we're hoping to see many more municipalities plan as industry so that we know how we can be involved. When you're looking for a site, you've always got to worry about the location. People's perceptions of waste facilities is sometimes very negative. You need to be close to your waste producers to minimize those costs, and you often need a lot of space. Always looking at odor control when dealing with food waste, and zoning also needs to be taken into account. Here are some examples of some facilities in Cape Town. Radnor is an old facility that's since closed, and Belleville Composting, I think, is still operating. I just wanted to show you, for a basic composting facility, the best site is concrete that somebody else paid for. So if you can find someone else to pay for the concrete, that will be the best, because that's often the biggest cost in setting up a big commercial composting facility. This is Kraaifontein Transfer Station, where they do separation of the dry recycling, and on site on the right-hand side, you'll see they're doing some tripping. What would be perfect in this facility is to include food waste with garden waste and do composting here to process the food waste along with the garden waste. I think it's still only doing tripping at the moment. There's no food waste accepted at the site. I wanted to show you some examples of a simple composting facility. This is New York City. The site is under the Queensboro Bridge, and they are using forced aeration, using a Gore-Tex semi-permeable cover. They are composting residential waste along with market waste, which tends to be a lot of fruit and veg. They only have 3 pieces of equipment: a skid steer, a vertical feed mixer to mix the feedstocks, and a trommel sieve to screen out the final product. There's also a lot of information out there. This is the conference for the US Compost Council. Their publication is called Biocycle, and they have a lot of information on treating organic waste, and it's a really good resource. A lot of these conferences are now virtual and online. So in conclusion, it takes some care and effort to separate and process food waste. You need to control that contamination so that you have a closed loop and you have a product at the end that you can actually use, and we can recover those vital nutrients and energy. Food waste should never be landfilled. It produces methane, which contributes to climate change, so we really need to make a big change on that one. But thank you very much. You can contact me at the Organics Recycle Association if you have any questions. Thank you.
Oh, that's a mouthful coming from a food perspective, but thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's actually food for thought. I mean, there's a couple of questions I'll ask now. It's now time for the Q&As. If there's anything more, we can answer in the Q&A box. I saw some examples in Sweden, for instance, talking about designing out waste, that in the new developments, they're actually putting in not bins to be taken away somewhere, but things that can be even on-site or underground be used to reconvert, for instance, food waste into a biogas that actually serves their buses, again, their bus system. So, so it doesn't even get close to a landfill to be reconverted. So those are the kind of things that we can actually start bringing into consideration as we go along. Just 2 or 3 questions. I'm going to start with you, Melanie. A brief answer on Jashila's question there. Based on your experience with food collection, are there any specific food packaging reduction recommendations you can make? And how would you advocate that municipalities look at implementing those composting facilities to deal with the organic waste? So maybe just the rest you can answer on the Q&A from that perspective.
Okay, so food packaging is vital to make sure that we don't waste more food. The reduction on packaging needs to take that into account to make sure that you're not going to compromise the integrity of the food. Otherwise, we just destroy more food. When we're looking at packaging suggestions, there's certain things that contaminate compost, and that's often the small items. So things like wrap on a cucumber. Often you have all that plastic going in with the rotten cucumber. That should be made from a compostable plastic, for example, or a PLA. So definitely packaging that's in close contact with food and often gets into as a contaminant in food waste should be compostable or made from cardboard or paper. But you just don't want to affect the integrity of that food. On how to implement, there's a debate whether municipalities should be putting up their own composting facilities or whether it needs to be outsourced. I know in Cape Town, they decided not to do composting. Smaller municipalities, it might be different. Again, they need to focus on where their waste streams are being produced, what the volumes are, what the best technology is, and that's often not the most fancy technology. And actually just start, because you need to actually get systems in place for separation and transport. It's often neglected, and focusing on what technology they're going to use and not actually focusing on how they're going to access the waste.
Thank you for that. Hopefully you answered, Jasila. You can continue that conversation on the Q&A if she hasn't answered everything, but I think she did. Just one quick question, Gareth, and then Yassine, I'm also having something for you. And Johan Peters, yes, we will make all the presentation material available to you guys that's been on the call and otherwise, so rest assured. I know it's a lot of information to digest, and so yeah, we'll make sure that you get it. Gareth, just a quick question. I mean, you mentioned, obviously volumes being part of the process that, if and when you will start become interesting from a PetroSA perspective, is that the only thing? Is there a price issue, a long-term supply things, just maybe an indicator? If volumes is one thing, but I'm sure there must be other potential criteria that also must be met. Mr. Shaw. Okay, Gareth, if you're back on, just let me know. Yassine, just a quick question to you. From a enabling perspective, I mean, you mentioned, all those licenses and the local authorization things. Is that something you see a cluster, for instance, if we go that route, can actually mostly do on behalf of and beforehand? I mean, so almost get it ready. For instance, if there's a blanket EIA, for instance, that can be created, is that something that you see as a possibility?
Definitely. I mean, the biggest enabler that we can say for nascent markets and developing markets and for technologies that are not established within South Africa is a standard of practices. So if there is a process that can be standardized through an industry association or a cluster, as you highlighted, that would definitely create an enabling environment through reducing the costs that project developers may incur or the time that project developers might need to complete it, so to speak. So I definitely think that would be of a help if you can standardize the process for a particular technology. I think I should also highlight the biggest challenge at the moment is that the slight changes in terms of what is the requirements for the various technologies. That's the problem at the moment. And that's preventing that standardization from happening, so to speak.
Great, thank you. So yeah, that's obviously, I mean, I think if one can do it and that's something that can be investigated, it might be a next step. If you can help us with that process, because obviously you know that legislation quite well, to see, listen, maybe we can have a look at what we can preempt and things that, obviously, if you're an individual company, you still need to comply to minimum requirements. But I mean, there could be already a bouquet of approvals that can be given to a specific site. So that's great to hear that. Gareth, are you back, or did you break away there? Are you still all right? Okay, I think we lost Gareth. I mean, it's probably okay. I think that's Melanie. There's a question from Stephen, and I think it's more towards you. Or maybe it is a question that we can have a quick look at, and it'll be the last one. Then we can go over to the next session there. He's asking, obviously excellent ideas for the district to implement at scale redesigning out waste, as his question was earlier, as part of the drive. So multiple small scale people empowered systems for reducing waste need to be prioritized. And I hope that doesn't conflict with volumes required for waste to energy projects. I think that's what we said earlier, Stephen. That fine line between where we need the volumes and where we actually want the volumes versus designing it out. So I think that's one of the the next steps for a business case to be put together. So it's maybe not a question to you, Melanie, so you're off the hook there, but Stephen, definitely a good point. And I think that's where the tricky part will come to match up and get that very fine line between designing out and using what's available to us for bigger scale projects. So I hope we answered that. So yeah, thank you. I think that's all the questions I've seen here. And I want to hand over to John, but before we do that, for the next theme, which will be the sustainable cluster and looking at after the environment at the same time, and maybe that will help answer some of Stephen's questions. So maybe consider that the next group, John and team. How do we actually pick up on that process? So Etienne and Ishmael, are you ready with a bit of feedback, or you want to do it after John's session with regards to the questions we sent out earlier?
Hi, Paul. I think we can do it after John's session. I'm just busy summarizing some of the questionnaire responses, and I think it will be best if we do it after John.
100%. So John, then I'm handing over to you. Thank you guys for still staying on time. We're exactly on 4 o'clock. I mean, we're actually a little 5 minutes ahead, to be honest, which is great. So appreciate my panel's commitment to the time issues as well. I know that is very, you want to talk and there's lots of things to say and we all want to say, but thank you so much for sticking to that. So John, over to you, and good luck to the rest of the presentations. This and the big one afterwards, the finance ones. So we're looking forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you, John.
Great, thanks, Paul. Afternoon, everybody. So we're in the last two themes now. So my theme's title is Completing the Value Chain, Sustainable Cluster and Looking After the Environment. I'll be taking you from now until 3:10, and then we'll have 15 minutes of question and answer. I see we are running 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so maybe there's a quick break for coffee in there some way. Our first speaker is someone we've heard from already, Charles Rental from WWF. She'll speak to us about alternative energy crops to ensure sustainability. Followed by Charsa is Ivan Vera-Concha from Utrecht University, Netherlands, around the sustainability of using invasive alien plants for bioenergy. Dr. Kuleka Mawila from Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Glenn Moncrief, and Dr. Julia Glende from South African Environmental Observation Network will then present on the SEON and FTON monitoring and research platforms, invasive plant mapping and monitoring. And then last but not least, we have Masitandaze Falitenjwa from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, talking to us about forestry exit reversal strategies. You're welcome to fire your questions away in the Q&A function on the Zoom platform, and speakers will get to them when they can, but we will also, as I mentioned, have a 15-minute Q&A session at the end of the session. So if you're ready, Charsa, you're welcome to take over. I can see your screen. I can't hear you yet.
Yes, hello again. Let me just put this in presenting mode. I think I might have forgotten to do that the first time around. Are you able to see my screen?
I can see your screen and it's in presentation mode.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so Paul has asked me, so I'm just trying to now remove I need to find the right view. So, because I now have all the, I can't see my own screen actually. There we go. Okay. So apologies for that. Paul asked me to speak to the issue of ensuring a sustainable supply of biomass after the immediate supply or the economically exploitable supply of AIPs has been depleted. WWF has done previously some work on what kind of energy crops can be used to produce sustainable biofuels. So I will share this research with you today, but I would like to state up front that more important than the results of our research, which was, in a limited number of crops, is really the process to follow when assessing a potential energy crop of any sort to be used as feedstock. So with that in mind, I have to immediately give credit where credit is due. This work was mostly conducted by the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. And again, I'm presenting on their behalf. So there's quite we undertook a continental scale study actually. So we looked at the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, and I will try today to zoom as much into South Africa and to the Southern Cape as much as possible. But because this was a continental scale study, obviously the resolution of it is quite coarse. So it's approximately 1 arc minute, which is approximately 9.9 square kilometers. So this kind of result certainly can't be used for any, feasibilities or that would lead to a bankable study, but it is just an indication, again, of the process to be followed when assessing suitability of energy crops and some indication of what kind of crops would work where, more or less. in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's very important to take the systems view of energy crop production within the food, water, and energy nexus, because they are all connected. The way the assessment has been done is essentially was a two-step process. In the first step, we estimated what is the land available for production of energy crops that does not jeopardize food security, does not jeopardize water security, or ecosystem conservation. And in the second step, we then optimized this identified remain land, as we call it, by assessing the potential yields of a number of different crops. And I will show you what crops we looked at on these available hectares, and then picking the one that gives you the highest energy yield under the specific agroecological conditions. All this is made possible by the fact that FAO and IASA have been developing this global agroecological zones model for a number of decades now. So if you want to go and do this kind of study, this is probably the best available resource there is. I'm not going to go into details of what is in there, but it's all very well documented and all available online. So if you're interested, that's what you really need to dig into. But really the novelty of our work was to integrate the principles of the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials into the modeling work. And again, if you want to have, regardless of your final product, if you want to have it sustainable, certified for, as sustainable, it will have to comply with the principles of a sustainability standard, and WWF fully stands behind the RSB as the best in class. So we integrated their environmental criteria mostly. The important thing is that any biofuels produced from energy crops must deliver at least a 60% greenhouse gas saving after all life cycle, as well as, and this is crucial, direct land use change emissions are considered, vis-a-vis its fossil comparator. We assume no cropland can be converted for, cropland needs to be reserved for food production, and grazing land must also be reserved for ruminant livestock. No deforestation can take place for biofuel feedstock production. We excluded slope, and I made a couple of other assumptions to minimize the impact on soils and preserve sufficient soil organic content. And we also assumed only rain-fed agriculture. And this in South Africa is a very rational choice. So then these exclusions result in a number of exclusion areas. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have high resolution pictures to just kind of zoom in on South Africa, but you can see quickly where a production of energy crops cannot take place. And then we assessed the agroecological suitability for production of these crops here. So there's a number of oil seeds that you could use to make biodiesel, a number of starch and sugar crops that can be used for production of first generation bioethanol, and a number of, one lignocellulosic or woody crop, miscanthus, for the production of second generation ethanol. So in South Africa, if you subtract all the land that is required for food, for urbanization, for grazing, all the protected areas, all those areas that don't have a protected status but are, key biodiversity areas or provide critical ecosystem functions, kind of left with 40% of the total, which sounds a lot. And the location of this land is indicated in the greener part on the graph on the, or sorry, of the picture on the left. But if you overlay this picture with the one on the right, which shows you the average annual growing days in a year, you can very quickly see that unsurprisingly, where there is land available for the production of energy crops, the growing conditions aren't great. And you can see very clearly then the Western Cape has very favorable conditions for the production of energy crops, but doesn't have much land available. And that is actually the case, you know, for South Africa as a whole. So if you look at what is good, where there is good soil available for the production of energy crops, is actually only 3% of the total. But now we're coming, oh yeah, sorry. So, and for, in those areas, we then modeled rain-fed production of those different crops. And this is kind of, we have these graphs per crop, if anybody's interested. I'm just showing you here those for sweet sorghum, cassava, and for Solaris. And you can see, for example, there's most of the potential is kind of in the east, northeast part of the country. This is really the crux of the matter when you talk about replacing the use of invasive alien plants with energy crops of any sort. You have to account for the greenhouse gas impact of its production. And this means you have to account for the carbon loss that results from direct land use change. And that means you have to consider the soil carbon as well as the carbon loss above and below ground biomass. And if you're producing a multi-product crop, then you have to figure out a way to allocate that greenhouse gas burden correctly across your multiple products. So in South Africa, if you then consider on how much land can we produce energy crops that will give you feedstocks that will, biofuels, or from which you will be able to produce biofuels that will still give you an at least 60% emission reduction compared to a fossil fuel, you only find you can do that on less than 1% of the land. If you then optimize that land for energy yield, this is kind of what you would want to plant. You can see that miscanthus really comes out as the most prominent energy crop. And if you would consider areas where the yield is not so good, which is kind of 40 to 60% of the average yield achievable, then you could, you're looking anywhere between 500,000 to about 1.5 million hectares of miscanthus. This is still significant. So it's not enormous, but it's still significant. And we calculated if we converted all of that into jet fuel, we could cover pretty much South Africa's jet fuel requirements. So this could be, north of 2 billion liters per year. This now shows you where more or less South Africa would be growing that miscanthus. And you can see again, most of the potential is kind of on the eastern part of the country. There isn't very much, there's a little bit that has been identified in the Southern Cape. And it's a similar picture, actually worse picture when we look at biodiesel feedstocks. This is my last slide. So in summary, the potential for the production of energy crops in South Africa is limited, but not insignificant. As we've seen, most of the RSB compliant energy crop production lies in the eastern and kind of northeastern region. We found that opportunities for annual feedstock crops, so those that you harvest every year, where you have to till every year, they're definitely not on virgin land. Because if you consider the direct land use change, the upfront carbon debt causes these crops to not meet the required greenhouse gas savings. So in those cases, it's better to focus on abundant agricultural land or perhaps rotational cropping or intercropping. Perennial crops, on the other hand, that have higher soil carbon stock change factors can often meet this greenhouse gas criteria. And this is why miscanthus comes as the most frequent choice in the Remainland. The problem with miscanthus is, of course, that South Africa doesn't have any experience in farming or producing miscanthus. And before any of this potential could be realized, we would need to do a full invasiveness assessment, larger scale agricultural trials, and so on. So, yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Chasa. Thanks so much. Lots of questions from my side. Just encouraging participants to also pose their questions as you go along. Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and we'll address the questions at the end. So on to Ivan Vera from the Utrecht University, Netherlands. If you wouldn't mind just showing your screen and taking over.
Hi, everyone. Can you confirm that you can see me and hear me well, please?
I can see you, Ivan, and I can see your presentation, but not in presentation mode as yet. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So, well, welcome everyone to my presentation, and it's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank also Paul for inviting us. My name is Ivan Vera. I work here from Utrecht University, and I'm going to present you a work we did in the last couple of months. As we did a sustainability assessment of using invasive alien plants for bioenergy purposes, mainly for using it for electricity. And this is a specific case study that we did for Eastern Cape. However, it's good to mention that this type of studies can be replicated basically on every location or wherever it's needed or at bigger scales. I'm also presenting in behalf of Stellenbosch University, which also participated in this study. And I'm just going to go through a very brief introduction. Of course, we know all the damages that invasive alien plants are causing in South Africa, which so far it's mainly related with water. The main discussion, that's why we also have the Working for Water program. And then you can see this famous image from a publication from William Stafford of what will happen with especially water availability if the invasive alien plants go growing without any control. However, it's not only related with water. We have also another issues. Sorry. We have also another issues that might occur if you have not control of these invasive alien plants, and it's of course related to water, but it's also related to soil. It's also related to biodiversity. So there's quite so many ecosystem services that can be damaged because of this increase of invasive alien plants in the whole country. So what we did was we did a story in cooperation with Stellenbosch University and other partners, and we did a study to estimate what was the sustainability of using these invasive alien plants for electricity purposes. And we designed several supply chains that will include a pelletizer or a pellet plant in Port Elizabeth. So the main purpose of the study was to see what were the greenhouse gas emissions along the whole supply chain. So here you can see the main objective. So we wanted to estimate what will be the greenhouse gas emissions along the whole supply chain from sourcing these invasive alien plants in the region of Port Elizabeth, and bringing them to the pellet plant, pelletizing them, and then transporting them to the closest plant where they could be potentially co-fired. And then for comparison purposes, we also included a supply chain of what will happen if you actually export these pellets to the Netherlands and use it for electricity purposes here in the Netherlands. But because this is more of a sustainability issue that includes not only greenhouse gas emissions, we also wanted to address actually what will be the impact for water resources, and what will be the impact for the number of jobs that will be generated with these supply chains, and what will be the cost of doing this. And I want to take over where Sasha was just mentioning the importance of the land use change and the direct land use change greenhouse gas emissions when you actually remove these invasive alien plants, and what do you do with that land after? So we pay a lot of attention also to this part because it's very relevant. And also I want to point out that the methodology we applied, also Tasha already mentioned it a bit, but it's from the Renewable Energy Directive from here in Europe. And actually it provides the guidelines of how this, especially for the greenhouse gas emissions part, has to be addressed. And as she was saying, for example, in the case of electricity, you need to comply with 80% savings in comparison to the fossil counterpart. So there's quite some savings that actually the supply chains are required to have in order to be able to be rolled out in the market. So just a brief explanation of the scope we approach. So we have 3 types of scopes. So we basically first address what are the greenhouse gas emissions of taking these invasive alien plants, bringing and what are the carbon flux changes depending on the different land use that you could potentially take over after these plants are taken out. And we consider 8 different types of land use transitions, and these apply basically to the region we were working on. So just for you to have in mind, this is the main region. You can see Port Elizabeth, and it covers the municipality of Cougar and also Mandela Bay and Sundays River Valley. So we took this into consideration for all the biophysical characteristics. And then we came out with these 8 different types of land use transitions, which we came out with different data sets. And then for the scope 2, we actually estimate what are the impacts of using this biomass to make pellet plants. And then at the end, we just complete the supply chain, and then we say, we assess what are the impacts of actually producing this electricity in South Africa or exporting this biomass to the Netherlands and producing electricity here in the Netherlands. And also we define a natural state for the land use transitions that it's basically composed of thicket and fynbos. And it's what we define the natural state of one of the possible land use transition routes that could happen. And I'm gonna take you immediately to our results because of the short time we have. But basically here, what you can see is the carbon uptakes and the carbon releases from invasive alien plants, depending which scenario you take into account. So on the left side, on the right, you can see how much carbon is being released on megagrams or tons of CO2 per hectare per year. That's the red bar that you can see. And that's how much carbon you're actually releasing. And then on the right side, all the other columns on green are the carbon uptake from all different land use transition scenarios. So you can see that, for example, the one that you're actually having more carbon uptake is dense forest. And this is because I forgot to say this involves, as Tasha also was mentioning, the soil organic carbon and the biomass part. So the carbon included in the above and below ground biomass. And then the yellowish bar, it's just basically the difference in carbon between the invasive alien plants release minus the carbon uptake of every of the possible land use transitions. So you can see that most of the time you're actually losing carbon when you take this invasive alien plants out of the landscape. However, there are a few occasions where you actually result in some carbon storage when the land is being replaced, for example, with low forest and thicket or dense forest. And for the natural state, which is a combination of fynbos and thicket, you can see that there's a minimum carbon release. Now we go to water. So we basically assess, depending on the conditions of this area, we basically assess how much water are these plants actually using, depending on the precipitation and the meteorological conditions of the area. And on the left side, you can see again the main bar from the invasive alien plants, and this is millimeters per year. And you can see that actually invasive alien plants are the type of land that actually use more water if you compare with the other possible land uses that are on the region. And then again, the lighter blue bar represents the difference between the water use between invasive alien plants and the possible other land uses. And you can see that actually, if you remove invasive alien plants and independently of what you replace them with, you're going to have some water savings. Of course, there's some cases where the water savings are less because, for example, if you put dense forest, that's a lot of biomass that actually generates a lot of evapotranspiration, which requires a lot of water, for example. But you can see that, that for the natural state, you're actually also generating quite some water savings. Now I'm going to go to present you the greenhouse gas emissions up to the pelletizing plant. So here you can see the different colors of the different steps of the supply chain up to pelletizing. And then you can see that the main impact is actually generated at the pelletization process, because currently the carbon mix of the electricity production in South Africa is quite carbon intensive. So that's basically, those emissions are associated to the upstream emissions of fossil dominated electricity supply in South Africa. And then you also need additional wood for the drying process. That basically what it does, it increases the greenhouse gas emissions along the whole supply chain, because you have to mobilize more biomass than what you actually require, not only to pelletize, but also to dry. And that's why you have an increase in emissions in logistics. And we also did a spatial assessment for the area of what was the area that we can actually be sourced to meet the pellet demand that we require at the pellet plant. And it was approximately 82 kilometers is the service area that our assessment came with. And you can see that the transport is the second part with the highest impact. And now when we complete the supply chains up to producing electricity, so on the left side, you can see two graphs here, and on the left side we omit the carbon stock changes from direct land use change, and on the right side we include the carbon stock changes if we rehabilitated the land to the natural state. And the two red lines represent the RED 2 thresholds, so the Renewable Energy Directive that I was describing at the beginning. So these two are 70% for 2021 and 80% after 2025. And then you can see that for both supply chains, you can actually meet those thresholds in any case if you were transporting this to the Netherlands and using it for electricity production. And you can even still meet these thresholds when you include the carbon stock changes from land use change. However, this is really, this relies strongly on the land has to be completely recovered to a natural state. And then you can see the ranges difference of how much actually, if you have other type of land use changes, for example, if you, let's say, dedicate the land for cropland, then your emissions will spike and then you can actually not meet the requirements. Now, if we go to the costs, so on the left side, you can see that it's on South African rands per megagram or per ton, and on the right side is per gigajoules of energy from pellets. And then the biggest difference is the cost is the oceanic transport against the transport of pellets, and this is because from Port Elizabeth there are not places where you could co-fire these pellets for electricity production, and it's very far the nearest facility which this could be done, and that's why the cost of transport increased so much for producing this electricity in South Africa. And now if we go to the number of jobs that are created, you can see that for both is the same amount of jobs, so approximately 604 people of full-time jobs are created for the South Africa supply chain, and approximately 525 for the Netherlands supply chain. And the main difference again comes to all the full-time jobs that are generated for the transport part. And just some main discussion points that I want to highlight. So the carbon fluxes between the invasive alien plants and the different land use transitions will rely a lot depending on what is going to be done with that land. So for example, if the land again is being used, let's say for grasslands, then you're gonna have quite some loss of carbon. But if you're gonna recover to the natural state, you probably have less loss of carbon. And if you, for example, go to an ecosystem that it's only low forest and thicket, then you will actually be storing more carbon. One of the other main discussion points is that, as Tasha also mentioned, RED 2 requires to account for these land use change related greenhouse gas emissions. However, there's still a discussion whether these invasive alien plants are categorized as a residue or not because of the actually objective of them is to be removed from the land, and it's not a primary source that is continually harvesting over years for this purpose. So it could potentially be considered as a residue, and when this happens, then you don't account for land use change emissions according to the RED 2 methodologies. With regards to cost, it is very expensive to compete with electricity prices in South Africa if you actually have a pellet plant in Port Elizabeth and then transport this biomass to the closest pellet plant. It's just simply too expensive to compete with the current prices of electricity, and it will need a public-private partnership. And possibly other final uses besides pellet for electricity in South Africa, but maybe pellets used for the residential market could offer other higher benefits in terms not only of greenhouse gas emissions, but maybe also in cost and maybe in also different indicators. And just to conclude my presentation, so indeed, if we eradicate these plants, we're gonna have trade-off between water savings and socioeconomic impact. So depending on the land use transition, we're gonna have either a carbon uptake or a carbon release. However, we're gonna be saving on waters. We're gonna be also generating quite some jobs, which is necessary for the region itself. And this is really just the first part that we can use to start planning smart land use transitions to see how to eradicate this, use this biomass, and then give it the best possible option after this land is eradicated. Thank you for your help. So thank you for your attention. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. Really great presentation. Thank you very much. Some really cool questions that I have as well. I don't see any questions in the Q&A, but what we'll do is we'll move on to the next speaker, and it looks like we are running ahead of schedule, and we can then incorporate a discussion session in the Q&A, and then even include maybe a body break for those who might need it. So Ivan, thank you very much. On to the next speaker. Let me just remind myself who that is. So it is Dr. Kaluke Mawila and Glenn Moncrief and Julia Glende. Dr. Kaluke Mawila is from Nelson Mandela University. Glenn Moncrief and Julia Glende are from South African Environmental Observation Network. So I'm not sure which of the speakers will go first, from SEON and Nelson Mandela.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Thanks, Julia.
Hi,
I can see
this
the
is
screen
Julia,
as well.
and can you see the screen?
I can, yes, thanks.
Okay, great. I'm just going to start us off. Can I go ahead?
Go for it, yeah, thanks.
Great. I hope all my co-presenters are ready to just unmute yourself when we get there. I'll start. My name is Julia Glende. I'm a postdoc with SEON, and as the other speakers have also been announced. And so we're going to be talking, given the brief time, the purpose today is really to introduce what is SEON, what are FTON, and then touch what we thought would be particularly relevant would be the invasive plant mapping and monitoring work, and for Dr. Mawila to introduce the Garden Route FTON initiative. So, yeah, so it's a bit of alphabet soup, I think, as we're all used to now. For those who don't know, SEON is South African Environmental Observation Network. And we have nodes across the country. It's a part of the National Research Foundation. And we work with supporting and conducting long-term environmental observation and research of various kinds. So meteorological, hydrological, biodiversity, land cover change. And part of it was founded with keeping up some of the long-term catchment experiments and monitoring sites that were started in South Africa, some as early as 1940s. So like the Jonkershoek catchment, people might know around Stellenbosch, was started by the Forestry Department, then became CSIR, and now SEON keeps the monitoring going there, and a lot of interesting results. And it's one of the first sites that demonstrated the water impact of pines versus fynbos, for example. And then Cathedral Peak in the Drakensberg, similarly, with woody vegetation versus the indigenous grasslands. So those are some sites that we help keep going for long-term environmental research. And then partnering with universities and others who are doing this kind of long-term work. And then another role is to curate data and make it available to people who, even for other parties that want to share data, SEON is trying to become a way of helping things be shared. And some sort of data reorganizing and making into dashboards and tools projects have happened in partnerships with national governments. So one of those would be the Bioenergy Atlas that might be relevant to parties here. So I've included the link there. I myself is mostly involved in hydrological modeling work, and some of it has been looking at the impact of invasives, but we're not going to focus on that now. But if people want to ask, I'm happy to chat about that later. But I have been working in the Krom catchment, which is nearby the Koch and Bavians, which are nearby these areas in the garden route. And I'll just now turn over to Glenn, who will talk about mapping of invasive alien cover and tools we're developing there. And then at the end of the presentation, Dr. Mawila will be talking about FTON initiative. And briefly what that is the Expanded Freshwater Terrestrial Environmental Observation Network. So it's an expansion of what SAON does, being funded through and partnering with many others, being funded through the Department of Science and Innovation. And it's picking 6 additional landscapes to be similarly instrumented, receive similar field surveys and remote sensing analyses across the country. So the landscapes have been picked, and one of them is centered around the garden route, going with the center of it sitting with NMU George. And the idea there is for it to also be a platform for socio-ecological systems research. So looking at interactions between economy, health, demographics, etc. So I'm going to turn over to Glenn to talk about the mapping work.
Hi there, everyone. My name's Glenn Moncrief. I'm a data scientist at SAON, and I want to thank the organizers for putting together a really interesting meeting. Interestingly, on the lunch break, I drove down the road to my local landfill in Cape Town to drop off some garden refuse, and they were full. So clearly this is a very topical issue, and I'm really happy to be here talking about our work at SAON mapping invasive plants. So we've got a project going on in a couple of landscapes in South Africa, and what kind of initiated this was that you'll have seen in a couple of the presentations today various maps of invasive plants nationally or at the municipal level, and there's a couple of issues that make these maps not ideal. For example, the national maps, I think the NIAPS survey, which is, was shown, and that was last done in 2010. So these infrequent updates mean that this data is not useful for many applications which require information that's current. And these national scale maps are often also not appropriate for local decision making. NIAPS is only intended for sort of catchment level prioritization, but the level of detail needed for investigating the types of questions people are interested in here is often much finer. And obviously the fine scale maps, when they are created, they're created as sort of on a one-off basis, and they become out of date quite frequently. And then we are again faced with this problem of not having current information. So fortunately, there's some solutions presenting themselves in the form of free data, particularly free satellite data, which is really proliferating in the recent years and making a fine scale analyses very affordable to do or free to do. And the computing power to analyze these data is also becoming easily, almost freely available as well. And so we can actually produce land cover maps with minimal data, almost no cost, and we can produce our aim at SAON is to produce workflows rather than maps. So rather than producing a map which will go stale quite quickly, we will produce a workflow that can be easily applied anywhere and to produce fine scale maps, and something that can be repeated easily with very little cost. So that's kind of what I'm going to show you today. Next slide. So just to give you a very brief picture of what we've been doing is taking these inputs of satellite images. So Sentinel-2 is a very amazing satellite which produces free data at 10-meter resolution. So every kind of pixel you get is 10 meters. And we can process that using Google Earth Engine, which is a tool that allows us to do all the processing completely free. And the only thing that we really need to do that requires real effort is to collect validated data from the field, or by looking at images and saying, this is what the true land cover or the true presence or absence of alien plants is at a couple thousand sites. And we can use that then to train machine learning models, which sound very clever and sound very fancy, but this is probably the easiest part of the step. It's just writing one line, one simple one line, and saying run, and that produces a land cover maps, which we can use to map aliens. So the real challenge here and the hard part is collecting the training data, because this has to be appropriate for the landscape where we are, where we want to do the mapping. But in reality, this doesn't take a highly skilled person to do, and can be done within a couple of days or weeks to collect a few thousand points where we say, are there aliens or not? And once we've done that, we're far along the way of creating a land cover map. Next slide. So we've done this in 2 landscapes with some students of mine. Keletso Moilwe has done this in escarpment grasslands, where she's collected these thousands of points along the Mpumalanga Limpopo escarpment, and mapping and identifying different land covers and mapping alien plant distributions. Each of these colors shows a different land cover type that she validated using aerial imagery and some field visitations. Next slide. And we produce maps like this, where this pink, all the pink indicates the presence of pine trees, some in plantations and some outside of plantations on the escarpment, mixed in with forest on the escarpment. And we can do this. Of course, these accuracies, we're not getting 100% accuracy, but it's certainly a very good starting point to achieve 72% accuracy with completely no cost to the data and the processing. Next slide. And we've been doing this in the Boland Mountains with another MSc student, Lungile Kuzwaya. This is the same process. If you go to the next slide, you'll see we produce similar maps, and you can see the density of invasions mapped in the Berg River catchment and the Tiavadas Cliff or Riffiasona End catchments that many of us know about. And what's important about this is that this is not just a one-off map. This is the methodology that really can be easily moved to other parts of the country, to the Garden Route, for example, with minimal work in collecting those training data points. Next slide. So the point just that I want to emphasize before the next speaker starts is that these one-size-fits-all approach that we've been trying, producing national maps, really is not appropriate for local decision-making. But we can produce a template that can be fit to different regions and produce locally relevant information. And once this template's been established, non-experts can really quite easily run these methods with almost no cost. And the accuracies we are achieving at the moment are really like a minimum bound on how accurate we can do this, because there's new satellites launching and new national data that is going to dramatically improve the accuracy of this mapping. And all of that will also be free and easily automated and templated, so it can be transported to different contexts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Are you able to hear me well?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mawila. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation, and thank you to my co-presenters. This is quite an exciting program that you have, and it's a great opportunity for us to also put a voice in as Nelson Mandela University. The FTON program, as you may be aware, has been described just quite succinctly by Julia at the beginning. And in essence, what we're trying to do with the project is to enable the country to realize its program of trying to help us understand the sophisticated people-nature observations that we need to make that influence the changes that we're seeing in our ecosystems. And the Garden Route is only one of the sites that were chosen for study. And the Nelson Mandela University is a proud contributor to the research that is being done. And one of the things that we find very exciting is the opportunities that are there for both communities as well as students and the university and businesses to be able to contribute to sustainable ecosystems. It's exciting to hear the mayor talk about thinking about the future and planning for tomorrow and ensuring that we leave the state of the environment that we are in a better position. And so together with the National Research Foundation and in collaboration with SAON, the Nelson Mandela University is presenting that opportunity to begin to think about the interface between research and policy making as well as your planning. Next slide, please. It's very clear from the way we have dealt with the conversation today in the conference that increasingly we are focusing on the complex relationships between the ecosystem, people, as well as the social and ecological drivers of change in nature. And it is very clear also that in order to produce environment-based solutions, we are going to need to understand that complex link, as well as to begin to prepare future researchers, future planners, future policy analysts who are going to be able to think sustainably about how we sustain our ecosystems, how we contribute to ensuring that we leave a better environment that we found for tomorrow. It's important for us to actually also remind everyone that we're working within the context of the Sustainable Development Goals, because those guide what the world is working towards in order to improve our planet. Next slide. Colleagues, there are many challenges and opportunities that exist in this conversation, as well as in sustainable futures, whether you're talking about waste management or you're trying to talk about how we train people or develop the capacity that is necessary for us to improve our environment. One of them that presents itself very well is already exampled in this meeting, the interface between science, policy, as it pertains to its ability to lead through evidence, policy making and decision and planning for the future. It's important for us to also move to that point of integrating science into governance so that we begin to ask those incisive questions that are necessary for us to handle the inconvenient truths of the work that we're doing. We need to be able to ask questions about how invasive alien plants and biomass located in the biomes that we, in the scales that we're looking at, leading to unintended consequences. We have to assume that there are unintended consequences with all the paths or options that we may pursue. And we have to be ready as planners, as policymakers and scientists to advise of what those unintended consequences might have by way of impact on the people, on the planet, as well as think ahead of other ways to mitigate the risks that is borne by those unintended consequences. It's also very important for us to begin to think about how the conversation between science and policy-making space can drive better options for addressing waste management and for engaging and bringing our people in the communities to bear and to contribute much more directly and proactively into these solutions that we are bringing, such that the person or the people and the communities also become custodians or stewards of the environment that we are trying to improve. Next slide. I don't think in this room I'm speaking to a crowd that doesn't know that science can help to link policy development and implementation, as well as the plans that we are making. One of the things that is exciting for me is that the South African Infrastructure Roadmap is one policy of government that really squarely puts projects such as SAON and FTON in the center of implementation for government plans. And we do this also through a collaboration. We can already see the composition of the stakeholders within this group begins to talk to those areas that are already in conversation and need to be encouraged to have more conversations, such as universities and public organizations that do research, conservation agencies. I've just connected with the food waste colleague, NGOs, as well as community-based organization. It is very critical that we begin to bring data to the people and begin to show the impact that the people have on our planet, as well as the role that they can play in helping the government, as well as research bodies to sustain the environment and the planet that we're trying to improve. Next slide. There are various incentives and partnerships that are needed in the space that we are working in, and we need to be able to create and nurture community-based environmental stewardship. We need to inculcate within our communities a transformational way of thinking about food, waste, as well as energy. We need to be able to, within our universities, present and create those courses that will be transdisciplinary in nature and enable our students to train well in order to be able to see those complex links between the people and the ecosystem, as well as climate change and all the other challenges that are presented. And in the process of doing that, we need to be able to bring policymakers and academics, as well as funders, into the conversation about what incentives can we put in place to encourage our populations to participate in the dialogues that are necessary for us to do much better and have increased enhanced programs in community that enable the participation of people. We need to be able to make our information that we share in platforms like this very accessible to the ordinary person, especially sharing the findings that we have had today, from which even I'm learning a lot of things that I wasn't aware of. We need to be able to use hard evidence to help our people deal with the difficult trade-offs that need to be made between short-term wealth and job creation, long-term human well-being, as well as climate change and biodiversity conservation. Next slide. At the end of the day, universities are not just places of learning. They are places of discovery of new knowledge, of dissemination of new knowledge, as well as of transformational change. And we are really extending our hand to say the Nelson Mandela University is quite willing to have further conversations as well as dialogues that relate to science and policy interface that help us look at science engagement, awareness, and communication to improve our community engagement with the science, as well as the decisions that we made that are based on science. So my contact details are on the screen. I am quite excited to get to know all of you and look forward to working with you in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mawila. Thank you very much for the fantastic presentation, Glenn, Julia, and Dr. Mawila. Just all about better understanding our ecological infrastructure, those unintended consequences as well, getting better information to make better decisions. So moving on to Masithandanze Falitenjwa from the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment around forestry exit reversal strategies. Masithandanze, can you share your screen? Right, I'm not seeing anything. Paul, is Masithandanze here?
I'll just double check. It was last time when I looked. Let me just double check for you quickly. He may have fallen off in the meanwhile. Maybe go over to the questions. I'll try and get all of them quickly.
Okay, fantastic.
If I can grab you. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a few questions. The questions do seem to have been answered. We had questions, let me go back to the ones that have been answered already, from Andrew McEwen regarding the debarking of any invasive plants to Ivan and the difficulty around debarking in field. Just to summarize, Ivan responded stating that most of the research was done via literature, but that there had been instances of in situ debarking as well as debarking at the facility, and that actually it seemed like people preferred to debark at the facility, and I'm assuming that's based on the difficulty around debarking. Ivan, I don't know if you want to add anything to that particular question.
No, it's okay. I just answer what the information we have right now from the harvesting operations they're carrying on right now, and again, what I said in the answer is that we had assumed that the debarking was carried out in the harvesting place, but very recent information that we received said that they were preferring to actually carry out the debarking at the pellet facility because it was more easy for them and they could actually use the bark there. So that's basically the information.
Great, thanks, Ivan. Ivan, while you're on the call, I just had a question to you from myself. As a moderator, I do get to sort of jump the gun a bit. I just wanted to find out, so it's fantastic. It looks like you've done a lot of research around the carbon emission side of things, the water gains, the ecological side as well. I just wanted to know the thinking in your research around establishing value-added industries that, if we perform adequately, would ideally have an exit strategy. So if we do what we're supposed to do and we do it well, this feedstock into these type of value-added industries should actually dwindle in time. Is that something that your research looked at, as in terms of skilling people in a way that they were able to transition their skills to other industries or adapting to different feedstocks? Was that a factor?
We didn't consider especially that aspect. I mean, we didn't consider specifically the exit strategies, as you mentioned. Though, however, our study time frame was carried out assuming that you could supply biomass to the pellet plant for 20 years. So these values are already taking that into consideration. So the results are already on annual basis, basically.
Okay.
And that's the main part that we consider. However, for an exit strategy after, we didn't consider that, and we would have to, of course, explore that.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Ivan. Glenn, I see your hand, and I see that there was a question posed to you by Stephen. So you're welcome to take that on as well as ask a question, I'm assuming.
Just as that you know, Masitendazi is back on the call. So if you're ready after this answer, you can get his opportunity.
Fantastic. Thanks, Glenn. Do you want to go?
Thanks, John. I think there was a question from Stephen about the availability of technologies. At least for my side, IAP, the mapping stuff I was talking about for the garden route, and my answer was really about, that at SAON, our mandate is really to share all of our knowledge, and we build stuff with the intention of sharing it and it being applied in other parts of the country. To do the type of IAP mapping that we have done in the garden route would require nothing more than someone spending a few hours a day looking at Google Maps or doing some field stuff to say, what is the land cover at a few thousand points in the region? And then you can produce a first shot map of IAPs. I don't know what the status is. Maybe someone spent more time doing this in the garden route and produced a better result. But the type of work we're doing is a sort of in a low resource environment where you don't have a lot of time and money to do this type of work. What's the best first pass that you can produce? And this is kind of what can be done with very little time and almost no budget. Another point that I wanted to quickly make, just as an ecologist who spends a lot of time looking at alien plants and thinking about how they work, the idea that we could run out of alien plants as a source seems quite fanciful to me. Of course, we could run out of the ones that are economically viable, but I also wanted to mention a lot of people talking about exit strategies and what happens after you've cleared the IAPs and restoration back to fynbos or turning them to feedstocks. I think it's really important to remember that in particularly, I think in the areas that might be interesting for biomass usage, in areas where you've got really dense invasions that have been around for a long time, it's ecologically and financially almost impossible to restore. The system has been altered so much and degraded so much that it costs insane amounts of money to turn it back. So we have to think about what are we going to do with the land afterwards, and it's probably not going to go back to a natural state. Maybe in some areas where there's scattered aliens that aren't in dense invasions, those we can restore. But a lot of the areas that might be useful for biomass usage are actually too far gone to turn back into natural vegetation.
Great point, Glenn. Thanks for that. And yeah, I hear what you're saying about it being fanciful. I'm really hoping it's not, but let's see how it unrolls in the next 30 years or so. On to Masitendazi. Can you share your screen and your presentation? You're good to go. Paul, is Masitendazi still with us?
Yes. I'm here.
Hi, Masitendazi.
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
Very well, thanks.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen.
If it's easier for you, I can also share from my side.
Let me check. Can you see it?
It looks like it's coming. Okay, yes, perfect. Masintandaze, we can see your screen. It's just not in presentation mode yet, but feel free to go.
Okay. Yeah, let me try to put it on the presentation mode. Then how is it now?
Perfect.
Okay, thanks very much. Afternoon, everybody, and my apology, Paul, for not attending the whole session. I attended in the morning, but I have another meeting that I was chairing, which ended at 2 o'clock. But,
no problem, sir. No problem. Glad you're back. Glad you're back.
Thank you very much. I understand that the time that I have it's limited, so maybe I will not be going to all the information which is on the slides, but I try to put it there so that even if somebody is looking at my presentation, can be able to follow up what is happening. Then my presentation will go to, I will look at the background because I understand that I needed to give some information on the forestry exit strategies, starting from the exit to the reversal strategy to the Vicon strategy. Then I will look at the background, then I will be just sharing some of the government plantations. I put /state land because some areas there is no plantation, but we are aiming at putting plantations back. Then I'll be looking at the status of recommissioning in the Western Cape. Then, of course, the branch forestry in the Western Cape, we are owning about 44,000 hectares of state land, of which some of that land is under conservation, some is under forestry, some is earmarked for agriculture, and of course, the other one for human settlement. Then this started in 1998 when government was restructuring some of the state-owned commercial forestry, whereby government said that they must exit some of forestry and put that to the private company. Then in 2001, the cabinet approved that about 44,763 hectares of plantation in the Western Cape be converted to underland uses. That was the exit strategy, whereby government was saying that in the Western Cape, the forestry must be exited. And this came after some of the, I can put it, the environmentalist approach, government is saying that, basically in the Western Cape, commercial forestry is not commercial viable. Then it must be exited and the other land use can be, of course, substitute, of which the other land use which were put in the table. It was for conservation, community forestry, agriculture, and also some settlement, which is the housing. And most of the plantations were leased to commercial forestry company, of which it was MTO, then from Safcol, who was managing the plantation before they were leased out. Then the former Department of Water Affairs and Forestry commissioned a study in 2006 to check whether that exit strategy, was it not having any socio-economic impact on the Western Cape. Then there was a study which was done in 2006 to check what the environmentalists were put in front of government to exit forestry in the Western Cape. Then the study recommended that at least 22,000 of that 44,763 thousand hectares must be retained for plantation in the Western Cape, and the other 22,000 hectares some odds can go to that exit strategy. Then now in 2008, the cabinet reversed the decision of exiting the whole area in the Western Cape. And in 2008, the approval was that at least 22,000 hectares, which is 22,000 hectares is just a number when we round off. Basically, when they counted, it was like 21,500, but we're talking about 22,000 of area to be under forestry in the Western Cape as per the 2008 cabinet decision. Then the cabinet said that that must be done in conjunction on looking at the government agenda, whereby it will be looking at economic growth, of which there was a belief that caused the economy of the province to be low because of the exit. And also it must look at development, transformation, and the socio-economic imperative. And that one now, it was the exit reversal strategy, whereby now the decision was reversed to say that no, not all the land for plantation in the Western Cape must be exited. Then to effect this 2008, what the department did in 2014, they approached IDC to look at how this exit reversal strategy can be implemented. And the IDC proposed some plantation packages in the Western Cape in order to put the exit reversal into effect. Then attached here is those packages that IDC recommended. They recommended that there must be a package for Boland, which include the Kletjeskral, that is the area next to Tulbach, Grabo, of course, I'm sure everybody knows where Grabo is, and also Lamont. Lamont, that's the area, it includes Franschhoek and Paarl. When we talk about Lamont, we talk about those areas. And also the Outeniqua package, which is the Southern Cape, of which I think for now, for this conference, this is the one that is at least close to the conference. Then in the Southern Cape, or Outeniqua as they call it, then they have the package for Bergplas, package for Bavelsneck, package for Homtini, and the package for Jongersberg. Then the total area to be planted, looking at those packages, of course, was 21,739 hectares. Then now, what is happening? Okay. But the top of my presentation is being hidden, but it's fine. Now, what the department is going to do now, then the department will be leasing the land. I'm sure you are aware, or if not, the government is not having any commercial plantation in the Western Cape, because they were listed to MTO, but now that land has been returned back. And now as department, we are in a project of finding out which areas are having plantations with the land that we have received from MTO. And what is going to happen after that, the land is going to be listed again. The government is going to issue a tender for the companies, to tender in order to list those plantations in the Western Cape, and that will be an open tender. And the deadline for the department, as the minister required, is that at least by the end of this financial year, this list needs to have been finalized. Then another thing that we do, looking at what the cabinet have suggested of ensuring that at least the communities that are residing within those plantations or adjacent to those plantations are benefiting now as compared to the previous strategies whereby they were aimed to benefit, but they didn't benefit as government wanted. Then the department is in the process to appoint a transactional advisor, which will be assisting on forming 2 community trusts, which will form part of the business. That means the company that is going to list the land, then it is going to work together with those trusts, the 2 community trusts, the one for the Boland and the one for the Southern Cape, of which I already stated that
The target to complete this list is March 2022. Then in conclusion, I just felt that at least I must conclude and just share with the group on what is happening for now with the waste of which I don't know if it's correct if I'm calling it the biomass waste from the plantation. Then since in the Western Cape, we didn't have any plantations, so we didn't have any case study of saying that, no, basically, this is what the department is doing with the waste that is coming from the plantation in the Western Cape. But I did approach some of my colleagues in the Western Cape, and also I did approach someone in Mpumalanga and asking them, basically, what do you do with your waste that you generate from the plantation, of which is generated from the pruning, the harvesting, the cleaning, and also in some coppicing activities. Then basically they told me that some of the waste, they crush it. They've got these trucks that crush that and come up with that pulp. And some of the plantation waste is being sold to the people that are close to the plantation as fuel wood. And sometimes it is just given free to the communities close to the plantations or to anyone who's looking for that and given a license to collect that. And also some they are banning it. And sometimes they say that they leave it in the plantation, of which, yeah, sometimes it becomes a problem for the fires. But there was an interesting statement from the Eastern Cape whereby they said that no, basically the one that they live in the plantations, if they can have somebody to collect it, if is there anyone who may have a need for it, then they will appreciate that, because in the long run, that waste that is there in the plantation, it poses a risk of fires. So yeah, I think I thought that I must just share that. Then in conclusion, I'm sure now the plantation that was saying that in the Western Cape we are going back to is being negatively affected by some of the land invasions, more especially in the Grabo area. Colleagues, I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masithandaze, for the very informative presentation. We are running slightly ahead of schedule. I think we were scheduled to end at, actually, no, we are on time. Okay. There are a few questions. So I'm just going to quickly go to the Q&As. I've got a few questions as well. So the first question is from Dion to Glenn and Julia, I suppose, as well, on how accurate your method for dense stands of mixed species is. Pam mentioned the accuracy for species like wattle, black wattle, pine, etc. It would be interesting to explore a project where we use remote water flow monitoring, for example, to measure impact of invasive plant cleared areas versus non-cleared areas. This tech would be easier and cheaper to deploy if we were able to identify areas by species in advance. And then also Dion mentions that this technology that Glenn has presented on can also be used in fire detection, wildfire detection as well. Glenn, do you want to take a stab at that question?
So sorry, I'm trying to exit here. This.
Okay. Right, Masithandaze, let's see if I've got any functionality over your. I don't know. I can't see. Let me see.
Okay, let me just.
Sometimes it's at the top back.
Okay, I'm fine.
There we go. Fantastic. Thanks, Masithandaze. So Glenn, Glenn or Julia, do you want to tackle that question?
I'll have a stab and then maybe Julia can add, because Julia knows a bit more about the hydrological dimension than I do. But
great.
From the alien mapping and fire type perspective, the work that I presented, like I was saying, it's the sort of applicable when you've got it in a low resource environment as a first pass to mapping aliens. Of course, you can do a much better job if you spend more time on this. But then you need to have budget for this to pay either a consultant or someone to really spend a lot of time producing well-validated maps. The low resource stuff I'm presenting at the moment, you can't really distinguish complex patterns. I think if it's not obvious from a satellite perspective, it's not going to find things that aren't obvious. You know, so mixed species, for example, you're not going to get that type of level. I think like I said, we're entering a phase where there's a lot of exciting data becoming available, and I think the picture will be quite different in 10 years' time. And of course, we're talking about some long-term plans here. I think that we need to be mindful that in 10 years' time, maybe we'll have data where we can really produce fine-scale maps of down to species level mixed species. So that's not off the cards. It's just not possible now with very little budget. I would say that. We have some, this is also in the research space, so we're doing stuff in research to improve this type of technology to do early wildfire detection, for example, and sort of drought impacts detection for biodiversity. But this is sort of in the research space, and we're hoping to build stuff that is useful. I suppose I can advertise that we've got a project that's running over the next 3 years in collaboration with NASA and US researchers to build these types of systems to inform management, so to build them to suit the needs of Cape Nature and DRDP, to really a user-focused research. And we're having, if anyone is interested, we're having a session at the Fynbos Forum, which is the Fynbos Ecology Conference in about a month's time, where we are sort of trying to get a sense of user needs and present this is the research that we can do. What is it that you need? How would you like research to address your questions? Because we have this project funded, a great collaboration with NASA and some leading researchers, and it's an amazing opportunity to use the technology to address needs, and that's very much what we're aiming to do. So if anyone wants to kind of make their voice heard and express their needs, I really encourage you to attend that special session at the Fynbos Forum this year.
Awesome, thanks so much, Glenn. Julia, would you like to add?
Sure. I'm not sure exactly if I got the question, so please jump in if I'm answering the wrong thing in terms of the hydrological part. So there are a few catchments where, like in the country, where there's been some paired monitoring of a cleared or uncleared catchment, but they've been in quite limited. There's not very many of them, to be honest, and so more of that would be great for different environments, because it depends the vegetation that you replace it with, and it also depends on. It can actually depend also on the groundwater, so like where are the plants accessing water, and that changes in different environments. You can have groundwater coming out in lower topography areas, and then the alien invasives are using that a lot. And so when you change that, it makes a bigger change in that environment than other places. So the place where you clear it can also impact. So more monitoring in different settings and different biomes would be great. So this is one thing that FTON is hoping to do. I think one thing I forgot to mention in the presentation is that FTON is just getting started now. So there is going to be some participation process about where should we put some of the equipment, and some of it is streamflow monitoring in the region. So it'd be nice to identify areas that are slated for clearing or not clearing. So I'm not sure exactly if that gets at. There's also I think he mentioned remote sensing of water changes, which for smaller streams, that's quite hard to do with remote sensing at the moment, but you can tell sort of wetlands and other things expanding and contracting that are more spatially dispersed with remote sensing. But for our small streams, it's hard to use remote sensing to monitor water changes.
Great, Julia, thank you so much. I could literally spend the rest of the afternoon speaking to you both about this fascinating technology, and also trying to find out exactly what you guys need financially and where we can find it, so that we can get this technology really providing its full potential in terms of this drive. One last question before we close the session. There's Bram Dupree, who's asked for Masi Tandaze to please elaborate on future of areas earmarked for future land use. Conservation, i.e. not to be replanted, but not taken up by Cape Nature Conservation in terms of the exit lease agreement. Bram, I don't know if you can actually speak to this question, because I'm not sure I've done it justice. Let me see if I can just turn your mic on if you're willing to speak. Brom, would you like to add to that question?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I think it's exactly the way I expressed it in writing. It is in terms of the MTO exit lease agreement, which expired at the end of 2020. The future land use conservation areas were due to be handed over to Western Cape Nature Conservation Board, but to date, in the past 20 years, they have not received any of the conservation land, which is now still with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. And one would like to know what would be the future of these areas. Thank you.
Perfect, Bram. Thank you very much. Masithandaze, would you like to respond now, or would you like to respond in writing?
No, I can respond now.
Perfect.
Yes. That is one of the challenges that we are having, because basically all the conservation land need to be going to Cape Nature, but with some challenges that Cape Nature have raised with some of the areas, then we are still stuck with those areas. But the aim, and more especially now, we are within the same environment, you're with the same minister. I think that will be coordinated better. But the stand is all those areas need to go to Cape Nature. But Cape Nature, like for example, Samira, they're saying that they need more budget to manage those areas, of which that is being addressed on a national level. But all those areas that for conservation, they are supposed to go to Cape Nature according to us for now. Thank you.
Perfect, Masithandaze, thank you so much for that response. I am now going to hand over to my colleague, Etienne Besson, who's going to give us a quick feedback from the initial questionnaire that we had earlier on in the conference. Etienne, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen and taking us through the responses. The remaining questions, please, speakers, if you wouldn't mind responding to them in writing. I see that there are 4 questions still open in the Q&A session. Thank you very much to the speakers for that very informative session. Etienne, I can see your screen. I just can't hear you.
Oh, I just unmuted myself. So
There we go.
I'm just going to give a quick overview of our questionnaire that Ishmael shared with you guys. So if we look at the first question, the sectors represented in today's conference, the majority come from the private sector with 35%, and then we are followed by the local and provincial government. I think one of the sectors that is not represented today, or I don't know if everyone filled in the questionnaire, but academia is lacking in today's conference. And then the other sector, which I think would have been great if we had a larger contingency, would be the investors and financial institutions and organizations to share the work that has been done so far and where the gaps and the opportunities are for investment. And if we move to the second question, it's quite an even split between the attendees identifying as solution seekers or solution providers. And then the last question, which is one of the key questions for us today, is what were you hoping to get out of today's conference? And the main themes are around what are the opportunities for collaboration, understanding the stakeholder landscape, who is involved and what are they doing, and insights into the work that has been done so far, and what are the opportunities within the waste and biomass beneficiation.
Brilliant, Etienne, thank you so much for that. So that brings our session to a close. We are now spot on time. Lusanda, we are now entering into your theme. So theme 5, finance and development. Would you like to take it away from this point?
Before he jumps in, John, I think that survey is actually quite spot on with regards to what we had today. And yes, maybe a couple of more investors would have been nice, but I know that I've seen from the list there are a couple. So maybe I didn't all answer. In academia, we definitely didn't get the answers there because there's another 3 or 4 people on the call that I've seen there. So maybe they just didn't get time to complete that questionnaire at that point. But thank you and well done for that. I think it's very good to also see there's an equal number of seekers and providers of solutions. That's the whole idea, is to bring those people together. So I think that's very critical. So thank you for arranging that between you and your team, John. Great stuff.
Great pleasure. So, Sandra, are you ready to take over the reins?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, John.
Great pleasure.
Thank you so much. And thanks for the wonderful session. I think it's been a very, very informative day. And now we are entering the last leg of this conference. And we'll be discussing one of the key things out of the discussions that have taken place throughout the day. And now we would want to understand what are the funding options or solutions that are out there, and to make sure some of the issues that we're talking about, that how do we get funding for them, and to ensure that they get implemented. And I've got quite a good pool of speakers that will be talking to a number of topics. The first one is going to be around establishing a constructive conservation for finance sector, mapping up the available incentives around the subject, and that's going to be Elaine van Wyk. And we also have the ecological infrastructure and SMME development. Then that would have Ms. Pam Booth and Mr. Petrus van Niekerk. And the last speaker is going to be Scout Cup, who's going to be talking around the perspective on funding biomass projects. So the first presentation is going to be done by Elaine, and I want to welcome her and wish her well. Over to you, Elaine.
Thanks, Lysander. Yeah, so although you mentioned that I'm going to address, we are going to address various finance mechanisms and funding mechanisms, I'm going to give feedback on the work of the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition. But before I start, I just want to say that I'm honored to be with all of you today. And I'm hoping that we can provide some valuable feedback for the biomass and waste industry. So the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition was established as a partnership between Wilderness Foundation Africa and WWF at the end of 2019. To be a catalytic and innovative driving force for the development of finance solutions for effective and enduring landscapes in South Africa and across Africa. The aim of the coalition is to address the urgent need for additional finance for sustainable landscapes. So as you all know, the conservation finance shortfall or finance gap is quite large, and I'm thinking it's sitting at about 64% in South Africa. So what the coalition is aiming to do is to create and foster a cohesive landscape finance sector to bring together different sectors to work together to address this conservation finance shortfall, and then to develop new and innovative finance solutions. So although I don't think the presentation will address or directly address the biomass and waste sector, I think some of the aspects may be valuable and some of the lessons may be valuable to learn in this space and in this sector. So the coalition consists of a steering committee with specialist contributors providing input on a regular basis, the council to the coalition, which I'll talk about in more detail on another slide, the innovation hub with 4 strategic partners, and then importantly, the finance solution incubators, where we physically think and discuss and collaborate and investigate the viability of different and innovative finance solutions for landscapes and for conservation. So the finance solution incubators are listed there, but I will talk to each one on following slides. Next slide. Right, the Council to the Coalition consists of various crucial sectors in South Africa, notably government by National Treasury, the Department, Sandparks, SANBI, legal sector in the form of Webber Wentzel, academia in the form of Stellenbosch University, agriculture by Agri Enterprises, and then the banking and investment sector by the JSE, South African Venture Capital Association, Banking Association of South Africa, Nedbank, the Development Bank of South Africa, and then finally UNEP and UNDP. So the council members represent various sectors who have a vested interest in advancing a green economy for South Africa going forward. Now, the Innovation Hub under the coalition, what we do is we host virtual, for the moment, online events where we can have knowledge exchanges on certain green topics or green finance topics. We have showcases, for which the next one is coming up in September, where a certain green project is showcased, and then also dialogues. So people who are interested to follow the work of the coalition and also attend these virtual events are welcome to join or follow our LinkedIn page, the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition, or just send me your email address and I can add you to our mailing list to inform you with regular newsletter updates on the work of the coalition and these online events. Next slide. So looking at the coalition since its inception at the end of 2019, the impact, growth, expert input and stakeholders have increased tremendously. So as I've talked about the finance solution incubators, we've launched 5 finance solution incubators so far, with one, and I'm saying they're ready for pilot, but it's already underway in the pilot project. So these finance solution incubators are made up of more than 50 members contributing their time and expert input pro bono. So these members might be from the legal, the department, government, finance, tax, conservation sectors, everyone that has a vested interest and can give expert input in developing innovative finance mechanisms. So the stakeholders and reach of the coalition, our LinkedIn page, I've stated there 569 followers, but it's growing. And I think we're almost at 600 now. We also send regular newsletter updates to the database, and we hosted our Innovation Hub event on the 14th of July on knowledge exchange on green bonds, which was attended quite nicely by people. The coalition also has 4 strategic partners, ensuring effective implementation of the work of the coalition and its incubators. And as I've already mentioned, the council to the coalition, most importantly, represents 16 entities from sectors in government, banking, conservation, legal, and others. And then finally, the 11 specialist contributors, also representing various sectors in South Africa, are providing expertise to support the work of the coalition. So the coalition has developed a unique 4-stage finance solution approach in developing or investigating new and innovative finance mechanisms. Stage 1 represents the incubation period, where it investigates a specific finance solution with a niche group of experts. And I'll give some examples later on about the specific finance solutions that we have developed and are still developing. Stage 2 involves the development of finance strategies and or feasibility studies to provide a roadmap for implementation and detail the viability of the finance solutions. So in the strategy section or stage, we determine sort of provisionally whether it's going to be an implementable finance solution. In stage 3, we pilot the finance solution based on the finance strategies and feasibility studies, and then go to those elected landscapes to test the practical implementation. And I will elaborate a bit more on one specific pilot project that we are currently, we started recently. And then stage 4 is the scale of the finance solution, where we mainstream successful finance solution which have been piloted to all landscapes that can benefit from the same finance solution. The finance solution incubators aim to unlock finance mechanisms and innovations. So the coalition has also commissioned Dr. Hugo van Zyl to do an independent valuation study. So in this study, he is estimating the environmental and economic impact of each incubator, and he's created a model, an economic model, to track its impact over time to see whether we are going to reach or have the impact that we are estimating for each of these finance solutions. Now, the first finance solution incubator, it's called the BMA Tax Incentive Investigation Incubator. So BMA stands for Biodiversity Management Agreement. So these are specific agreements concluded with landowners who manage threatened species or land or ecosystems. So this incubator has been completed, and we are currently piloting it in a project in the lion and rhino communities of practice. The pilot has only recently started, so we are working to engage landowners, rhino and lion owners at the moment. The incubator only took 5 months of investigation, in which we found solutions to unanswered questions plaguing the sector since 2009. Now, 2009 was the year in which this tax incentive was introduced into the Tax Act, but since then hasn't been unlocked because of various reasons. But we've now investigated those reasons and addressed them, and we're going to see whether this tax incentive is feasible to be implemented and scaled across threatened species and ecosystems. The Carbon Payments Incubator has been launched and is moving quickly, as Greg can attest. He is driving that incubator. It provides an intersection between conservation and specifically grasslands and also sustainable agriculture. And quite a few anchor projects have been linked to this incubator already. The Property Rates Incubator is also moving quite well. So what we're doing here is we're looking at local implementation, assisting protected areas who qualify for the property rates incentive to access that at the local level with local municipalities. But the incubator is also looking to address a national strategy or national implementation which is consistent and providing scope for sustainable cities with green spaces in them. The Bankable Projects Incubator, and I think this is where the biomass and waste sector can slot into, has been launched. It's integrated into a number of key anchor projects. So the Bankable Projects Incubator is trying to address fundamental questions facing green recovery. And what the Bankable Projects Incubator is doing, it's bringing together the investment sector with the green bankable project sector to see whether there can be some synergy and engagement between those two sectors, where investors are looking for projects to invest in and projects are looking for funding from investors. So that is the aim of the Bankable Projects Incubator, working closely with the department and WWF-SA. Biodiversity Offset Finance Mechanism Incubator. So this one has also been concluded, but at the moment it is linked to a pilot and a feasibility study with Sandparks and with Weber Wenzel. And then the Debt Instruments Incubator is soon to be launched, but although it's not launched yet, it is also tested in a feasibility study with Sandparks specifically. Next slide. Our stage 2 finance strategies and feasibility studies include the following: UNDP Sustainable Land Management Finance Strategy that is currently underway for development, the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area Secretariat Finance Strategy, Sandparks Green Bond Feasibility Study. Now this is where the debt instrument incubator slots into, and then the Grasslands National Park Finance Strategy, working closely with Sandparks. Next slide. Then our stage 3 pilot and anchor projects, where we test the developed finance mechanisms and innovative finance mechanisms, include the Sandparks Section 37D and National Parks project, the Biodiversity Offsets Corporate Finance Mechanism with Weber Wenzel. Now that is a project that is run within the private sector. Then the Municipal Property Rebates or Fiscal Incentive, where we assist landowners to access this fiscal benefit locally at a local government level. And then the BMA tax incentive pilot, which I've spoken about, where we're going to test the incentive in the lion and rhino communities of practice. And hopefully that will bring us some more financial resources for those threatened species and ecosystems. Next slide. And then finally, the Section 37D established green finance solution. Now this is Section 37D of the Income Tax Act, applicable to qualifying nature reserves and national parks. So to date, we've introduced now in excess of 200 million into South Africa's protected areas in the form of new finance, and that is in the form of tax deductions for nature reserves and contract national parks. And then this finance solution is estimated to contribute 1.4 billion by 2026 into the conservation sector for South Africa. The loss to the fiscus due to it being a tax deduction is negligible when one looks at the conservation benefit that is obtained from this tax incentive. Also, return on investment is calculated at approximately, and this is very conservative, 180%. And we found a return on investment in certain biomes in South Africa, certain land types where the land value is quite high. We've actually have a return on investment of in excess of 2,000% when a protected area accesses this tax deduction. Now, this tax deduction was developed and scaled with the institutional support from SA government, National Treasury, SARS, the DFFE, SANBI, and SANParks. And importantly, tax efficiency has a key role to play with small and medium enterprises, where the tax deduction might reduce tax payable to increase liquidity, and then this in turn boosts sustainability and growth for the green sectors, in this case, protected areas. Next slide. And then finally, the integration example. So just having an overview of the landscape finance integration and what is available for landscapes or certain protected areas and for certain conservation activities. In addition to fund and grant applications, we also now have the property rebates or the municipal property rates incentive, the biodiversity offset finance mechanisms, green bond feasibility study, bankable projects, where I think the waste and biomass sector can slot into, and then the carbon payments fiscal incentive that is being developed. Yeah, and that's my story. Thanks so much for the opportunity to provide the work of the Sustainable Landscape Finance Coalition.
Thank you very much, Elaine, for a very wonderful and insightful presentation on the number of incentives that the coalition is offering in this particular program. And indeed, we will catch up. I'm quite certain that there are a number of questions that will be popping up, and hoping that once the last presentation is done in this stanza of the program, then you will be able to deal with some of the questions that are asked. And now I'll invite the following presentation around the ecological infrastructure and SMME development by Ms. Pamela Booth and Mr. Pietras van Niekerk.
Hi everyone, as you can see, I'm standing on the heads of Knysna. The sky is remarkably clear. We've had rain all day. I don't know why the sky's looking so clear, but anyway.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
The presentation, look, it needs to be said that it is now 3:45. And for those of you who are still here and have been here the whole day, well done. We had a storm roll into Knysna at 2 a.m. this morning, and a lot of us have been awake since then. So without further ado, we're going to talk about ecological infrastructure and, go back, ecological infrastructure and SMME development. My name is Pam. I'm the environmental manager at Knysna Municipality. I'm also chairperson of the Biomass Investment and Ecological Infrastructure Working Group, which is a big mouthful. Pietras is an economist. I know we're unlikely co-presenters, but I think it's overdue that environmentalists and economists actually stand together. And he is the main driver behind Economies Consulting. Right, so ecological infrastructure. So what is ecological infrastructure? It's a word that we've been hearing. It's a bit of a buzzword for the last couple of months, perhaps even years, but I'm not sure that everybody has the same understanding of it. But in summary, it's nature's equivalent of built infrastructure. And in some instances, it can actually even replace built infrastructure if it works well. It's a naturally functioning ecosystem, such as a river catchment area or a wetland that delivers services to society. And you can see from the photograph that ecological infrastructure is where a lot of, particularly in the catchments, is where a lot of the biomass is generated. This is high up in the Kierboom catchment, where black wattle basically has decreased stream flow to the point where, we faced a severe drought situation in 2010. And this was the start of a major clearing program in the upper reaches about 5 years ago. Next slide. So why do we need to protect our ecological infrastructure? There's a whole host of reasons. Ecological infrastructure is what is going to actually protect us against these extreme climate-driven events. The fires, the floods that we're seeing all over Europe. We're seeing fires now in North Africa. It's that infrastructure that's going to give us resilience against climate change disasters or climate-driven disasters. But I think one of the key aspects of ecological infrastructure is its role in socioeconomic development. What we discovered in Knysna during 2010 and actually prior to that in 2003 is that if there's no water or not enough water, it's very, very hard to have economic growth. But when we look at supporting ecological infrastructure against the backdrop of extreme climate-driven disasters, we start to see, you've got to look at it through a different lens. You start to see opportunities for job creation, capacity building, and skills development. And, I like to say that maybe they weren't there before, but maybe they weren't just as urgent. And the little photograph that you're looking at, that was 2 years ago, where I had 2 young ladies apply to become chainsaw operators. And then this year we had 5. So we're seeing an uptake of people who are unemployed, have low levels of skill, wanting to become involved in the natural resource management sector. Next slide. So how do we go about doing this? I think it's important to mention that, at the national government level, you can see in blue at the top of the screen, I've written their policy, strategy, and implementation. We're fortunate in that national government has given us good policy and strategy documents around climate change adaptation and even ecological infrastructure. But it's really been the Western Cape government in the last 2 years or so that has driven this idea about securing our ecological infrastructure. The Kierboom's Investment in Ecological Infrastructure Working Group, we've spent the last 1.5 years looking at basically 3 aspects of securing ecological infrastructure in the Kierboom's River catchment, and that is looking at fire risk reduction, looking at water security, and then also the biodiversity economy. And how are we going to do that going forward? How are we going to make sure that there's sufficient investment that we can deal with fire risk management, we can make sure there's enough water. And then in the Karatra catchment, the business model for various products has been basically supported and driven by the Western Cape government as an attempt to create a pull economy. So we know there are problems in the Karatra catchment. We know there's too many invasive aliens and that the catchment is at risk. So how is the economy or the demand for certain products going to drive the clearing in the catchment? So the Western Cape government is playing an absolutely critical role in that, basically making the case for ecological restoration and investment in ecological infrastructure. But as the local government representative, what are we doing? So council funding is always limited. So I might get a great budget this year, but next year I get less than I want. So we apply for grant funding, the Natural Resource Management Department at National Department of Environmental Affairs, which is a 3-year funding cycle. We look at partnerships. These aren't formal partnerships. These are just keeping good relations with NGOs and partners who are basically in the field. And then the interesting one for me, and the one that is gaining a bit of momentum now, is enforcement. So as a Green Scorpion, I can issue a notice to a landowner to clear their property because it's a contravention in terms of NEMBA, the Biodiversity Act. And more recently, we use the bylaw, our fire risk management bylaw, which is quite effective because if the property is not cleared, we can send in the likes of this crowd in the photograph to clear it. and add it to the rates bill. But how do we do it practically? So the team that you see there, they were recruited from NISNA. We ran an advert. All you had to do to qualify for training in the natural resource management field was be unemployed and be between the ages of 18 and 35. And that bunch, I think we had over 400 applications. Then we developed a training program. So all of the operational skills required to work in the natural resource management field, wetland rehabilitation, invasive plant management, fire break implementation, all of those accredited skills were provided, accredited training. And then we developed a work program. So now these people are actually working on the ground and getting on with the job, mostly on municipal property and key fire breaks. Okay, next slide. Some of the challenges, not everyone can turn this. Yeah, it's not the greatest video. I don't know if anybody can hear the commentary running in the background, but you can just flip to the next slide into this. So without the sound, I'm not sure, Paul, if you can hear my voice or if you can hear the machine. Okay, so basically what you just saw there was a very, very dense part of the Keurboom's catchment, which was cleared 2015. And what happens after the clearing is you've got this unbelievable amount of biomass, which presents a fire risk in an area where, if we've had a drought, is obviously, you know, we know what happened in 2017 and 2018. And you can't always process the biomass in the way that you just saw that machine doing. So we came up with a whole suite of options for processing the biomass. And I say here, what have we tried? Well, just about everything. We had a herd of goats that ate the young wattle after we burnt. They even ate the wattle after it was cut. We made firewood. We basically chipped and made compost and added biochar to the compost. Next slide. And then we used mobile retorts to make fairly high quality biochar. So basically this video just shows you it is a mobile system. We put it together. We had one skilled welder on site. He basically welded the units together. Inside the retort are 3 drums with holes in the bottom. You put the feedstock inside the drums. There's a sacrificial feedstock around the outside. You light that, and the pyrolysis process occurs, drives all the volatiles out of the bottom, ignites on top. You get a fairly clean burn. There's no great clouds of gas or smoke. And that gives you the biochar that you see inside the hole. So this is back in NISNA. I made that in Keurboom's. Back in NISNA, we redirected the dirty stormwater out of the pipes there on the left into the hole. You can see the pipes sort of behind the hole. Now that dirty stormwater was filtered through the biochar. And if you look at the next slide, we just planted a tree on top, and that's called an arboreal soil maker or a tree pit. So that tree will get watered with dirty stormwater that would normally discharge into the NISNA estuary. So the innovative ways that local government can use things like biochar, which is a waste product out of your catchment, are fairly limitless. We're always looking for ways of greening our towns and cleaning up our stormwater. Next slide. So the last slide is actually the most important, because the future challenge and the way forward comes back to something that John said and Gray mentioned, and that is we are having a discussion about biomass, but there's an extractive mentality around biomass utilization that does not sit well with conservation. So we're looking at drawing up a protocol for conservation clearing methods versus extractive clearing methods, because the difference between the two is that you are going to be restoring ecological infrastructure if you use sensitive clearing methods, but you'll destroy it further if you are just extracting. So the development of a new brand of SMME is a critical component that will elevate our biomass value chain, but beyond supply and demand towards a more restorative economic model. And I think that's where the environmental management and the economics has the potential to come together actually quite elegantly. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Beatrice.
Thanks very much, Pam. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let's move straight into the SMME development portion of our presentation today. I think if you reflect on everyone's presentations, SMMEs and SMME development actually comes in everywhere. If you look at our presenters from our colleagues in Transnet and the state-owned enterprises to provincial government to talking about carbon finance and offset projects, climate finance, sustainable finance solutions, there are opportunities and challenges for SMMEs at essentially every intersect. So what I really want to just speak about is what is an SMME beyond the buzzword, because we have this idea, and especially as a former local government official myself, the SMME is like the little guys, like the little contractors or the one-man show that needs a little bit of development by a SMME developer or organization. But if you look at the chart or the table on the right, I know it's a bit small, that is the National Department of Small Business Development's classification of a micro, small or medium enterprise per sector. And if you look at the employment numbers and the annual turnover for each sector, it's not actually the same picture of the little guy or the one-man show. It actually represents at least 80% of businesses in the entire garden route. So I think it's important to turn it around and actually say, in practice, and in terms of this definition, SMME is everything except a big corporate. And something that we really need, we've seen the technology and the skills just in the room today. We've got the skills to map alien invasive species and to map and classify and categorize and geolocate the environmental landscape. And we absolutely have to do the same in the SMME space. We do need to get to a point where we have a regional map or footprint located at specific locations, business addresses of every single business in the garden route, because that kind of fine scale data on each SMME will really make our lives a lot easier. So questions to reflect on is what informs our SMME development methodology? Who are the role players in the room? How do we make sense of the multitude of organizations active in the space? And how do we make that work for developing the waste and biomass beneficiation value chains for all the respective products? We saw today, starting from Gray's presentation, there's global market demand, and there is a supply of people in our area. So it's a matter of linking the two. Thanks. Next slide, Paul. So I'm not going to go through in detail, but these are the common challenges that the SMMEs in general, but also in our region face, from the access to finance, to markets, to technology, infrastructure, and then from the government perspective, which is that last block in the right-hand corner, is to find the correct people for the programs offered or programs that are developed. And again, that comes back to my point of doing a fine scale, detailed regional business unit survey, because we saw it with all the COVID relief packages. every other government department, even some private sector organizations putting out relief programs, and then officials and other people in the space scrambling to find people who actually qualify and the right people. So that to allocate resources efficiently within the SMME development space and to respond to all of these challenges listed here, we really need to be very focused. So if we look at the SMME development ecosystem, there are a whole range of things we have to focus on if we're going to be intentional about developing the biomass beneficiation sector, if you were. That's everything from getting our local policies sorted in place and then communicated to the target SMMEs, to getting market access, and essentially building all of those innovative finance opportunities into our system. So, I mean, we've heard it again today, you know, that a systems approach needs to be followed. The same applies to the SMME development space. If we actually want to achieve the right results and include the correct people in the SMME development pipeline, if you want to call it that. Thanks. Next slide. So I know this is probably information overload for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but essentially the slide just shows the complexity involved in this process that we are embarking on. I mean, this is a nice map of the garden route. We've got our standard industrial classification sectors, and then we've got our garden route growth and development strategy objectives, the 7 focus areas or themes. And then at the top, you'll see at a very rudimentary level, the areas involved in the waste and biomass beneficiation value chain. And the only point I'm trying to make here is that we don't know what we don't know. There are SMMEs involved in this space in each sector, in each local municipality, in our 7 local municipalities within the Garden Route region. And we really need to identify all of them in order to do the resource matchmaking. I mean, we could probably boost job creation and revenue growth within the SMME space by a huge margin if we just have more sort of eyes, you know, and have sort of a data-driven approach to the SMME development and market matchmaking, just to boost that trade within and amongst SMMEs in our region. So in short, the way forward to really develop this space is a data-driven SMME and resource allocation approach. We need to identify, train, support local entrepreneurs already active in the waste and biomass beneficiation value chain. That would probably be a very good start. I know for a fact that various business chambers in the Garden Route have done high-level surveys. Some local municipalities many years ago did detailed business unit surveys, but we're going to need to do the detailed work if we want to be intentional about it. Then there's obviously all the corporate social investment, finance, enterprise and supply development programs in place. We do have a lot of corporates in our area, not so much as the metro areas, but we do have them, and they do have budgets that are targeted at incubator programs, business accelerator programs, and there's definitely not a shortage of resources. But again, we have to be very targeted and very focused. For instance, in this example, we would be looking at a waste or biomasspreneur development type program, and there is funding available from the IDC to provincial government resources and from the private sector. I think business mentorship plays a very important role, and again, our business chambers can help with that. And then there's also something that needs to be said about balancing our SMME development resources. A lot of the time, incubator programs spend a lot of cash and time on startups, and as we all know, it takes at least 1,000 days to start a new business, and then the success rate is quite low. whereas we've got a lot of small businesses with the forestry exit, with COVID, that have lost jobs, that have stopped operations, that could, through a little bit of strategic support, actually pivot, benefit from a bit of reskilling, and actually get them active in this beneficiation process. Again, I think the data-driven approach will help us with resource matchmaking and procurement more within our region, if actually SMMEs within the space linked up with one another. And then just to end off, I think, I mean, the market we know is there. We know of particular products where we've done detailed investigations, and then others where the feasibilities are still ongoing, but there's no shortage of feedstock, and there's no shortage of a market for the products that can be developed. And when we saw today that we look forward to our railway infrastructure being developed, the port is being maintained and developed. I believe the George Airport is also going to expand. I mean, we need to really think global when it comes to the market, which ultimately provides the liquidity for the value chain. And that's where we end with our SMME perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Niekerk and Ms. Booth, for a very insightful presentation, looking at the ecological infrastructure as well as a subject that is very close to my heart, that of SME development, and very pragmatic solutions in terms of how do we grow the SMMEs within our region and ensure that they benefit within the mainstream economy. Just have to remind all the panel, the participants to use the Q&A for any questions so that we'll deal with that after this presentation, which will focus on the perspective on funding and biomass projects, which is going to be done by Mr. Kapp.
Thank you very much. I trust that if you can't hear me, you'll let me know. My name is Schalk Kapp. I'm one of the partners at Criterion Africa Partners, and I'd like to give you the perspective of an equity fund manager on funding of biomass energy projects. And as the title suggests, my focus will be on equity, not on debt. We're not really a debt provider. And my focus will be on biomass, not on true waste. And then within the biomass space, I'm speaking mainly from the conventional forest industry, woody biomass perspective, but I will touch on alien invasives as well as some non-alien invasives. We'll get to that. So I'll kick off with my sort of takeaway message, which is that really, as hard as it is to raise money for projects and invest and get it invested, that's not the most difficult part. That's not the bottleneck. There's in fact more money than there are good projects out there. And therefore the focus really should be on developing better projects that are fundable, because the money really is, I can certainly speak from our perspective, the money is sitting there waiting to be deployed, and ours is a drop in the ocean in terms of what's available globally. Next slide, please. So Criterion Africa Partners, in brief, we're a private equity fund manager. We manage two funds. They are both called the Africa Sustainable Forestry Fund. It's just Fund 1 and Fund 2. The first fund was roughly $150 million that's fully invested by now. And we've now got another $100 million in Fund 2 that we are ready to deploy. We've started some small investments, but most of our funding is still available. And our mandate covers basically agroforestry, wood processing, and then biomass energy, which is the topic of relevance today. And we've heard the name MTO mentioned a few times today. Our Fund 1 portfolio includes a majority shareholding in MTO, which owns a sawmill in George, one in the Eastern Cape, and then of course a whole lot of pine plantations in the garden route as well. Next slide. So let me give you some background in terms of the biomass energy side of our investment mandate. Our focus areas are really steam, industrial steam, power, pellets, and charcoal. So those are really the sort of biomass energy routes that we focus on. To date, we've invested in steam and power, whereas pellets and charcoal is on our radar. We haven't made the investments yet, but we're making good progress on those. We've invested about 100 million rand so far via the MTO, the portfolio company MTO, in three main initiatives. One is the Woodlands Dairy in Humansdorp. That's the largest dairy in Africa that we help them convert from heavy fuel oil to sustainable biomass from our Longmore plantation and sawmill. We basically provided them with the funding and the technology and also the fuel, and it's operated by a third party. And that dairy has now been receiving about 90% of its energy needs in terms of thermal energy from our biomass for the last 5 years. Then we did a similar thing in George with a company called TradeLink Textiles. We started selling them steam over the fence and also got them off heavy fuel oil. And then also in our sawmill in George, we've implemented a 1 megawatt steam turbine that provides about 70% of our sawmill's own requirement. So that's what we've done so far. Next slide, please. A couple of photographs. This is just the boiler system that we installed at the Woodlands Dairy. It's a 12-ton per hour boiler system. We're now in discussions with them about a second boiler so that we can displace. We're doing about 90% of their requirement now in terms of steam, and a second boiler will allow us to do 100%. And on the next slide, you can see just a photograph of our steam turbine. That is a 1 megawatt steam turbine that runs at the George sawmill. In the center of the picture on the left, you can see a glimpse of the boiler itself. That's where the steam comes from. And also from that boiler, we send steam through a steam line to our neighbor, which is TradeLink Textiles. So next slide, please. So in terms of our key accomplishments, we, through these investments, have resolved a major biomass challenge, a buildup of surplus residues that happened after the closure of the Kuga pellet plant in 2012. So we were able to completely solve that dilemma. We were able to deploy some capital that were put to good use. We were able to provide both of those steam customers with significant savings. I estimate roughly that we've probably saved them both in the region of 25 million rand so far, and obviously it continues every year. And we've also avoided in the process the emissions of about 100,000 tons of CO2, and obviously that also continues every year. And I think what's important to note is that of the profit that we make in our two sawmills, about half the profit comes from biomass, these projects that we invested, that we implemented, and half comes from making the main product, which is lumber. So for us, biomass certainly is not waste, and it's actually making a very substantial contribution to the business. Next slide, please. However, we also have some major challenges. On the steam side, despite the success stories that we had at Woodlands Dairy and at TradeLink Textile, we've been unable to replicate that success. So in a sense, our biggest failure to date is our inability to replicate our success. And we have to draw the conclusion that industry in South Africa is really not that serious about switching away from coal for steam generation. And for us, it's been such a frustration to find more companies interested in this concept that we've actually proven that we've actually now pivoted away from steam. And we're focusing on these other areas, which is power, pellets, and charcoal. But they have their own challenges. On the power side, we have that 1 megawatt turbine in George. We'd like to scale that up to as much as 5 megawatts. But it's very difficult to basically, first of all, get a reasonable tariff for that additional power that we put onto the grid in whatever format, whether it's wheeling or whatever it might be. But also just getting information. For example, getting information on what it would cost us to wheel power from our expanded infrastructure in George to a client in George. It's basically a question that we, as of yet, have not been able to answer. And so we literally don't have the numbers to plug into a financial model so that we can make that investment. It would probably be a 100 to 250 million rand investment in George. The money is there, the mandate is there, but we don't have the information. We don't know what it would cost us and what we can expect in terms of that surplus power. So power has its own challenges, but we continue to pursue it. In terms of the pellet sector, there's clearly an export opportunity in pellets, but if you want to build a new pellet plant in South Africa, you're going to spend at least 24 months just on the EIA, which is in my view, absolutely ridiculous. It ends up taking you 4 years to actually build and commission a new pellet plant in South Africa. So that presents its own challenges. And then on the charcoal side, I mentioned non-alien invasives. We are actually looking at investing into the Namibian charcoal sector and helping to modernize that through the deployment of a retort technology that we developed with an engineering firm here in Stellenbosch. And so that's in a sense also a type of invasive or encroaching resource, and also a massive resource, even larger than the one in South Africa. But there, the challenge that we face is that if we produce a sustainable export charcoal in Namibia and we export it to Europe, we would be competing against a lot of unsustainable suppliers, such as Nigeria and Paraguay. So each of these sectors obviously presents its own challenges, and this is by no means an exhaustive list of challenges, but some of the things that sort of top of my mind as we develop these projects. Next slide. So the question might be, what is a good project? I say there's more money than good projects. So what is a good project? And I think I can use our Woodlands and Tradelinks projects as a bit of a template in terms of what we learned about what a good project is. The one would be to engage with people who are motivated to go forward with a conversion from fossil fuels. We've had good experiences on those two projects, mainly, I think, because we spoke directly to the owners. The moment you start getting into these corporates, it's just unbelievable, the maze of resistance that you run into. And you just really, you never quite get an answer. I think another important aspect, obviously, is that your supply and offtake commitments has to be firm. I think that goes without saying, and we have that set up in our current investments that we've made. Obviously, proven technology, we're fairly risk averse, so we stuck to good old combustion technology in the investments that we've done so far. And then a positive impact story is obviously very important. The funds that we invest is not donor money. It's developmental money. It comes from developmental finance institutions, but we have to earn commercial returns on it, but at the same time have a positive impact. And I think certainly the projects we've done so far clearly has a very positive carbon story. And then obviously in the end, as an equity provider, we need an acceptable risk reward profile. And what wouldn't be bad is if we could get some hard currency exposure in the process. And that's why the export concepts such as pellets and charcoal is of interest to us, because it becomes also a means for us to basically earn hard currency, since we obviously invest dollars to begin with. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I've spoken about what we've done so far and sort of what we're looking at doing in the future, with a strong emphasis on what I call conventional biomass, conventional forest industry biomass. But the alien and also non-alien invasives are also very much on our radar. And we've really started incorporating that into our thinking. It has its own challenges, and I think one of the main ones is obviously the whole question around long-term sustainability, since the goal is clearly to eradicate that resource. But that's where, in our view, combining the conventional biomass resource as a baseload supply and trying to complement that with whatever is available from an alien invasive kind of perspective is for us the ideal way to go. But as I started off saying, after being in this now for almost 10 years, we have to conclude that there's unfortunately more money than good projects. So I hope that some of the challenges that I've mentioned here could be addressed, and that we can all work together to develop some more projects, because the money is there, both from us and from many other entities. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapp. The last statement that you made, that there's actually more money than good projects. So it is a clarion call on us to come up with bankable projects that would meet all the funding requirements that you were talking about there. And I also note on the comments that from John Thorne saying that good projects require early stage of risk finance, which is a comment. There's a question from Chaza, which says, are the CO2 savings based on the assumption that biomass is carbon neutral? And then there's a compliment on the presentation from Bram on your presentation. So if you can just deal with that question from Chaza.
Yes, so the estimate that I made, it comes down to about 20,000 tons per year of CO2 savings. So obviously we are burning biomass that comes from a sustainable plantation that we keep on replanting. So we are cycling that carbon, recycling that carbon. Whereas if the dairy and the textile plant were continuing to burn fossil fuels in a linear manner from the earth into the atmosphere, then that would have been a net release. So it is based on obviously on a sustainably managed plantation, which is not necessarily a conclusion that you can draw when it comes to the alien invasives. But I think there was one presenter who talked about it all depends on where you baseline it and what you consider part of the baseline. But it certainly becomes a little bit more tricky when you are burning alien invasives versus something from a sustainably managed plantation.
All right, thanks. I see a hand from Mr. McGarry.
Yes, that's Mr. Maguire. Thank you, Lysander. Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment on that as well, and thanks, Scott, for the presentation. Always nice to listen to your presentations. Yeah, just on a broader comment with regards to the overall carbon offset environment, you know, as Scott has mentioned, being able to reduce by 20,000 tons per annum the amount of carbon emissions going into the atmosphere is obviously good for climate change, but I did want to just point out that this is one of the complexities, as I'd mentioned earlier, with regards to looking at carbon offset revenue for these kinds of projects. They are more complicated than meets the eye, because what happens under the South African carbon tax is that when projects eliminate scope 1 emissions, which is direct emissions from operations, it means that the projects are not eligible for carbon offset revenue. And that would be the case, particularly if a company were replacing, say, for example, its coal boilers with a bio-based boiler instead. That would be an elimination of the scope 1 emissions, because that is going to reduce the overall carbon tax liability, and therefore you can't benefit from a reduction in the carbon tax liability as well as carbon offsets as well. So just wanted to point out that one particular nuance, which is important to bear in mind.
And I might just add that we have not quantified or nor do we benefit financially from carbon credits or anything like that. We view it purely as a positive externality up to now. However, the game is starting to change, and carbon prices are becoming attractive enough that probably in future we would start looking more aggressively at the finance aspect of carbon, as opposed to just considering it as a positive externality.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands, and we're scheduled for Q&A for the next, I think, 8 to 9 minutes. But Paul, can you guide us in the absence of hands? Then there's, if Paul?
Sure. So I think what we can do, I mean, I think what I can say is that the people who sat through, I think they all deserve a bells by now. So I think we can actually say that, and well done. But I think it's also a situation that we can, there's a good chat going on, so please continue with that. I think it's good to interact there, guys. And then we'll do so until we're ready for the last session, which will be the next steps. But in the meanwhile, if we can get Etienne and Ishmael to just do a final little questionnaire for us, or a presentation. So let's work on that quickly. For the rest that's here, I know before you all drop off, we want to make sure that you do share with us the next steps, that we don't just share it with 5 or 10 people. So another 10-15 minutes, guys, and then we're done. So if you don't mind doing that, we're happy with that. So Etienne, just very quickly, if you can drop it on, there it is on the side in the chat box. Another quick response, please, if you can do that. And then the Lysander, is ready, or is he still? Are you here, sir?
He's ready.
Great. So I think then while people are answering that questionnaire, maybe if you're ready, we can continue. So I've got the next step slides ready. We've been collecting them as we went along and based on the presentation. So, but I don't know where you want to start with that, or maybe saying something else. But Lucinda, back to you, and then to the MM.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. I think it's the last step now where we will deal with the next steps and closure, which will include a vote of thanks from the municipal manager, Mondestratu.
Thanks, Lucinda. Chairperson, I hope I am audible to the
Yes, you
participants. Thank you so much. Indeed, it has been quite a long but very fruitful conference that we've had since the morning. Before probably I talk about or refer to the next steps, Paul, I would like to take this opportunity to firstly thank the Executive Mayor, Alderman Memere Boysen, who welcomed us and opened this very important conference. And indeed, as always, it's always inspiring to receive his wisdom in such platforms. Also, I would like to thank the keynote address delegate Donald Grant. I also happened to have worked with him in 2008 when he was still a councillor in P2, the special advisor to the Office of the Premier. Thank you so much. Quite excited that this particular program is being supported by the highest office in the province. It was quite fulfilling to hear that the Premier is quite excited and would want this replicated in other districts. And I think as Garden Route, we stand ready to assist wherever we are required to. I'd also like to thank all the moderators that helped us the whole day, from Mr. Maguire and all of them, and all the presenters that gave us very, very, very insightful and intelligent presentations on the various topics that were presented today. I hope this is not one of those talk shops that we organize and then disappear and meet again and receive new statistics and data about what has happened. But I think it will be something that would become work in progress to ensure that those good projects that we were talking about are actually followed through. I was quite excited by the various plans and projects being undertaken by various entities, including the Port of Mossel Bay, Transnet, and everybody else, and the various private entities that are undertaking very important projects to make this region quite the garden route of our dreams. Also would like to thank Paul, Lucinda, Albert, John, and the rest of the colleagues, even those that I have not mentioned in name. Also Nadia and Wilby, thank you very much for having ensured that we come through to the colleagues that overseas, those that are in the country, and wherever we find ourselves. I know that the current pandemic has made it life quite different. We have to sit in offices and boardrooms literally the whole day concentrating, and sometimes we have to multitask and attend to other work issues. But I want to say thank you very much to everybody who made a contribution to this particular session. There is quite a few other steps. I don't know, Paul, if you've got the presentation, or should I use the one that I have with me? If you go to the next slide, Paul. Those are the next steps, colleagues, that we will be undertaking, starting with the distribution of all the presentations to all the attendees. Please provide your contact details so that we can be able to interact and provide you with everything that was presented today. We also invite all stakeholders to participate in the development of a strategic framework and action plan for the invasive biomass economy in South Africa, and more specifically for us in the garden route. Like I said, this is not a once-off exercise. We need to ensure that we take this as daily work. The development of a new brand of SMEs is critical component that will develop biomass value. And I think Lusanda and Paul, you guys will be very critical. And I know Lusanda, SMEs are very close to your heart and your work. And I think this aspect of ensuring that we draw people to this space is going to be very critical. We'll have to do more investigations in terms of alternative energy crops to supplement biomass to ensure sustainability. I've heard that issue of volumes is quite important if you have to really sustainably produce energy from biomass, and I'm sure that all of us will be able to engage in those investigations. Proceed with those feasibility studies. The rail usage and sea transport was quite interesting for me. As you know, Garden Route is also busy with our own regional waste facility, and that has an impact on how we manage our waste. So those issues that were being punted by Transnet in terms of transfer stations and everything else becomes critical, and we should need to look at how we align whatever we're doing and with what they are doing. So that collaboration between Transnet, ourselves, and local municipalities and the private sector is quite important as part of this Green Cape initiative. Next slide. In terms of cluster formations, we need the task team to investigate and work on the cluster concept. I suppose all of us now have gotten used, many of us have been used in working in clusters to ensure focused products. We have to engage more stakeholders and create those industry bodies that we need. In terms of industrial symbiosis, I think we have to continuously evaluate these technologies that are presented, to engage with those technologies and see those treatment and processing providers. I think the logistic analysis and identification of collaboration opportunities to enable us to implement suitable solutions. I think all of us as attendees can potentially work together on a business case, I suspect. On the call, there are a few companies that can assist in putting this opportunity together. So it would be nice that out of this conference, we could have one project that can emerge, so that when we meet again, we can present to say from what we did, what we learned, this is what we really put into practice. And we continue finding and identifying and implementing those good projects. I was quite impressed by the last speaker on the issue of identifying those good projects. So basically, those are the next steps, colleagues. And I think this is one of the, trend-setting platforms we have created, and I suppose, and I want to repeat, Paul, although some of us do not have permanency guaranteed in the garden route in terms of employment, but I think this work must continue regardless. And I think we'll be looking at the organization of the next Waste and Biomass Beneficiation Conference, where we'll be taking stock of what we've done between now and the next period. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for supporting the garden route in the manner you have done. And thank you for the professional and high-level quality of work that was presented. yeah, let's take these next steps and ensure that we succeed in whatever we've set out to do. Thank you very much. I don't know, Chairperson, if I should close, but in terms of the program, that constitutes the next steps and close of this conference. Thank you very much.
You can close, Aman.
I hereby declare the conference on waste and biomass beneficiation closed. Thank you very much.
Thanks all, very much appreciated today. Thank you, Honourable Stratu. Well done, Paul.
Thank you, everybody. No, everybody did very well. Thank you, guys, for all the co-workers, everybody else that presented, all the attendees. Again, I need a special vote for taking the whole day and sitting the whole day. So well done to all of them. So can you have a quick switch off? If we can see everybody at the same time off your screens, those that are still here. Just want to wave goodbye. It's great. There's Petrus and Pam together now, so and Gray.
You're going to play us some banjo now, Paul?
Nah, that's only one day, so I'm still learning, and it'll be more of a noise than something nice, you know. So let's rather not go that route. Guys, thank you so much for everyone. And if we can say, have a safe trip wherever you're going, and stay safe and do all those kind of things, and we'll regroup afterwards and see how it goes. Eh? So there's lots of work to be done. We did promise, and there's some next steps. So we need to get together. Albert, ek sien jy skud kop so, jy weet dit gaan gebeur. So we can't let this happen. And Grace says good. So we're all good for that. So again, thank you so much for everyone. Eh? And enjoy.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Nadia, kan jy 'n bietjie bly?
Ek is hier so, Paul.
Daar's hy. Ons sien as ons nou afspring. Ja, dankie. Jy moet hè. Al die dinge wat jy. Ek dink wat belangrik is, dis nou klomp goed gesê op die chat boxes en in die Q&A's. Ek hoop dit kom uit en dat ons maar.
Ja, ek dink dit sal download, ja.
Ja.
Hy download gewoonlik die chat en die video en die audio.
Ja.
En dan ja, en die transkrip.
Ek dink ons kan dit beskikbaar stel vir die wat dit wil hê. Ek dink nie ons hoef dit noodwendig uit te stuur nie, maar as mense dit soek, dan het ons dit. Maar die chats en die Q&A's is vir ons belangrik, so ek sal graag dit wil hê dat ons dit ook kan terug opsom want daar's baie goeie goed wat uitgekom het daar.
Ja.
En dan
ek sien dit vir jou môre, is reg so?
Dis reg, môre is cool, nie vandag nie. So, en dan dink ek die ander ding is dat jy ook die laaste lys wat jy het van vanoggend of wat ook al is net weet ons het geregistreer dat al. Nee, ek dink dat dit so in en uitgekom die hele tyd, so dis nie. Ja. Almal was op die einde van die dag soort van hier gewees, maar as jy kan dit ook net stuur. Dan kan ons maak ons stuur vir hulle almal weet die final presentations ook deur en dan kan ons die recordings want ek dink hy het nou kort gestop en start.
Ja. Okay, ek sal dit natuurlik deur large file dan vir jou stuur, né?
Ja, of ons kan dit net op 'n link sit, jy weet, as ons dit net op 'n plek kan. En as dit as dit wil dink, ons hoef dit nie noodwendig op 'n ander manier te doen nie. So ek dink mens kan hom maar so hanteer, jy weet, so ek dink ons vat hom so. Dankie man vir al die moeite. Waardeer dit verskriklik baie.
Okay.
Lekker dag.
Bye.